Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Chapter 101, Disaster of Floods, 5. The situation became clear. This Yu Zhongyuk believed in something he shouldn't have. I shouted towards Li Xiaohua. Take the kids and escape from this island right now. The disaster of floods is different from the past. We must fight her together. If we don't all fight, Kin Dokja, don't disturb me if you don't want to die. Yu Zhongyuk came up behind me and grabbed me by the neck. All of a sudden, my body lost strength and my knees fell to the ground. I bit my lip and exclaimed, Yu Zhongyuk, listen to me. The Xin Yuzheng waking up now isn't the Xin Yuzheng you know. Once you meet her. I wanted to say more but my voice suddenly changed into a squeaky sound. Damn it. I used hit a pressure point to gradually relieve the energy that Yu Zhongyuk had released into my blood. Now I had to subdue him. Of course, no one in Seoul could subdue Yu Zhongyuk. No, there was only one. That person was coming right now. The disaster of floods is waking up. Along with the message, a green light emerged from the meteorite. Finally, the hatching of the meteorite began. I heard the voice of the intermediate Dokibi. The incarnations of Seoul are really hot-tempered. Other areas aren't so eager to wake up the disaster and are struggling to avoid the disaster. It was difficult for Baihian to stall any longer. Do you miss your first companions? Now, prepare to face the disaster. Your companions are waiting for you in the other world. A new main scenario has arrived. Main scenario #5 Disaster of Floods. Category, Main. Difficulty, SS. Clear conditions, kill the disaster of floods, Xin Yuzheng. Time limit. Compensation, 100,000 coins. Failure, the fall of Seoul. The large meteorite split apart and revealed the interior that was reminiscent of a womb. A completely nude woman was trapped inside like a fossil. It was a mysterious woman with pure white skin. Her beautiful hair was tied up in a ponytail and wrapped around her body. This was the appearance of the adult Xin Yuzheng. A girl. What is this? That is a disaster. Li Jihe and Li Hyunsung stopped while some incarnations secretly looked at her. They seemed to feel the severe gap in power. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has offset your mental shock. The disaster of floods was different from other disasters. Unlike other disasters who were weakened by the early hatching, the disaster of floods had no such thing. The disaster of floods was stronger the earlier she woke up. The moment that Xin Yuzheng opened her eyes, white fur grew all over her body. The white fur was reminiscent of an animal's pelt and covered her body in the form of clothing. Xin Yuzheng slowly emerged from the meteorite and stepped on the ground. She was like a child taking her first step. She had just taken a step when everyone around her was frozen. She was a species with a different strength. Even the strong ones among the incarnations found it hard to move. However, there was a person who wasn't troubled by her pressure at all. I have been waiting, Xin Yuzheng. Xin Yuzheng slowly turned towards the man. Captain. It was a short encounter but Xin Yuzheng instantly realized something. Captain was waiting for me. This isn't the first time you have seen me? Right. Yu Zhongyuk nodded. I need your help. Before that, what regression are you on now? Why are you wondering? I need to know. Yu Zhongyuk hesitated for a moment before replying. The third time. Ah, I see. Then you met me in the second regression. Right. Yes. She was the reason why Yu Zhongyuk could reach the 46th scenario in the second regression. It was thanks to the disaster of floods in front of us. The disaster of floods was Xin Yuzheng from the 41st world line. She came to the past because of the Yu Zhongyuk of the 41st regression. Xin Yuzheng was abandoned by his world, traveled for many years and eventually descended into a scenario of the past Earth. This is the third regression. I gave you information last time but you still failed. That's why I need more information. The second regression Xin Yuzheng chose Yu Zhongyuk and gave him all the information she knew. It was a final consideration for the Yu Zhongyuk that she knew. It was only for the second regression. Xin Yuzheng opened her mouth. It took thousands of years. I could feel countless years of fatigue piled up in Xin Yuzheng's expression. The things done by the 41st round Yu Zhongyuk were worse than murder. Thousands of years. This period of time was enough to make a person collapse and for their ego to wear down. Xin Yuzheng endured all that time and finally became a disaster. Captain, do you know how hard it was for me? I endured all these years to comply with your request. What do you mean? I wanted to see Captain. Yo Zhongyuk didn't see the despair in Xin Yuzheng's smile. He opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner. Give me all the information from the 41st regression. Did the future me say anything? I wanted to shout at him, but my voice wouldn't come out. Xin Yuzheng's eyes were as calm as the eye of a storm. Only I could read the turbulent emotions hidden deeply in her eyes. Nothing has changed. Thanks to Yo Zhongyuk, Xin Yuzheng moved alone in the labyrinth of worlds for over 1,000 years. She worked 200 years for the sake of humanity. She kept her promise to defend the world for 200 years. Then for another 200 years, she remembered Yo Zhongyuk and her companions. Throughout the years, Xin Yuzheng used the handful of memories to protect herself. However, questions rose the more she remembered. What does all of this mean? Time erased her cause and sense of justice. Once the cause disappeared, only the poor human truth remained. She felt resentment towards Yo Zhongyuk, who turned her and her companions into a tool of regression. Loneliness and despair of losing the world permeated her bones. Xin Yuzheng hated Yo Zhongyuk, who made her into this. Captain has never changed. Don't say unnecessary things and turn over the information. I don't have time. What are we to Captain? What? I did everything for you. I gave you one chance. However, Captain is still here. She graciously helped Yo Zhongyuk in the second regression. You will keep going forward. You will turn people like me into tools and abandon me in the terrible labyrinth of worlds. It is all because of that goddamn sense of justice. I hate you for living in this world alone. Now Xin Yuzheng was facing the Yo Zhongyuk of the third regression. There is only one thing I'm going to tell you. Captain can't save anyone. Xin Yuzheng laughed. Your third regression ends here. Light emerged from Xin Yuzheng's hands the same moment I was able to release myself using the pressure point. I ran with all my strength and was hit by the ether storm. Get out of the way, Yo Zhongyuk. My belly was split open and my mind became blank. A massive crater formed in the center of the island. Me and Yo Zhongyuk jumped into the air and then rolled along the ground for a while. It hurt. Shit. It really hurt. Kin Dokja. The surprised Yo Zhongyuk looked down at my fallen self. My breathing was fast and the sky had turned yellow. It was true that I had been lucky so far. The world was originally like this. Only one thing had to go wrong for the world to be destroyed. Kin Dokja. Bastard, there was no need to make a big fuss. I smiled at Yo Zhongyuk and told him, hey, kill me. You usually want to kill me. What do you mean? There is 1 minute left, so I'll let you kill me. Kill me. Yo Zhongyuk looked at my belly. I wanted to touch my belly, but it felt like nothing was there. Blood constantly emerged from my mouth and I was dizzy enough to vomit. I kept struggling to breathe. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has offset some of the pain. If it wasn't for Fourth Wall, then I might be weeping. I couldn't feel it last time because I died in one blow. Wait, Kin Dokja. It isn't too late. It is too late. It isn't. If you kill me now, then you can gain coins. I'm already dying. Just kill me. Yo Zhongyuk made an expression that I hadn't seen for a long time. It was the expression he made when he first saw me on the subway. I can't do it. My vision blurred. I could see Yo Zhongyuk trying to stop the bleeding, but I had already lost too much blood. More than anything, my internal organs were gone. There was no way I could live. It was unreasonable even for Li Xiaohua. My consciousness slowly scattered into the air like a collapsing sandcastle. You have died. A moment later, a system message was heard. Current karma points, 100/100. You have enough karma points to use the privilege. The privilege of the King of No Killing is activated. As expected, I opened my eyes in the darkness. It was this state again. It was a truly dirty feeling. Due to a collision error with your exclusive skill, the privilege of King of No Killing would be delayed. Thanks to your death, your consciousness has been completely liberated from the constraints of your body. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been activated. I heard familiar messages in the darkness. The next moment, a screen appeared in front of me. It was the third-person observation. Flood. It was like the intermediate Dokibi said. The disaster of floods was more than the other disasters combined. Xin Yuzheng gave an order and the air distorted, making monsters pop out. Monster Gate, the main feature of the legend-grade attribute Beast Lord. The numerous monsters domesticated by her as she traveled the dimensions were being released as nightmares on Earth. Tear, break, destroy. Many 7th grade and 6th grade species could be seen. There were even some comparable to the 5th grade fire dragon. It is time for the disaster. No Deulsium exploded and waves covered Han River. The confused incarnations became the food of monsters. The late arriving kings started giving orders. Then I saw a person with a fearsome aura behind Xin Yuzheng. I'm going to kill you, Xin Yuzheng. This crazy bastard. Yo Zhongyu's ether blade moved through the air with a terrible sound. Xin Yuzheng avoided the attack and smiled lightly. Your level of breaking the sky sword is quite high already. However, you can't beat me no matter how you try. At most, it is this level. You must turn in this round. We'll see. I won't die now. It might be possible if it was 10 years later. I will kill you. Captain, aren't you too agitated? What is the reason? I quietly prepared first-person protagonist's point of view. In the current situation, it was best to transfer to Yo Zhongyu's body. I didn't feel good, but it would be a bit easier to deal with the disaster if I transferred to this guy. Something is strange. Are you really Captain? Then Xin Yuzheng's eyes shifted to my dead body. Who is that person? I haven't never seen such a person before. Yo Zhongyu stayed silent. He just swung and swung his sword. This was his only answer. How long did he swing his sword? Yo Zhongyu slowly opened his mouth. That guy. Xin Yuzheng's face gradually filled with doubt and disbelief. The silent Yo Zhongyu finally spoke. He is my companion. Chapter 102 Things That Can't Be Changed 1. Captain, what did you just say? I came to my senses because of Xin Yuzheng's disbelieving voice. Say it again. What did you say just now? What? Companion. That man is your companion? Yo Zhongyu didn't reply to the voice filled with distrust. I was surprised as well, but Xin Yuzheng's shock was devastating. The Yo Zhongyu with a strong ego had called me his companion. Yes. This suddenly scared me. No matter how I thought about it, he wasn't someone who would call me a companion. Didn't this bastard know I was going to be resurrected? The constellation Maritime War God is touched by your comradeship. The constellation Bald General of Justice is blushing at your comradeship. 500 coins have been sponsored. Yes, now I understood. Yo Zhongyug, he was looking for coin sponsorship. It was a little strange to see that Uriel wasn't involved, but he must be targeting sponsorship by one of the constellations. I became convinced as I watched him bleeding. Considering that this was his third regression, it wasn't impossible for Yo Zhongyug to say the word companion. In the early rounds, he had called Li Hyunsung and Li Xilhua companions when they died. It hurt to think about the large number of coins he would be receiving right now. I couldn't help my emotions becoming cold. Damn, I should have said that line. Captain, how can you say that? Of course, Xin Yuzheng didn't know Yo Zhongyug's thoughts and looked as if the world had collapsed. There was no choice. The 41st round Xin Yuzheng. She never once heard Yo Zhongyug call anyone his companion. Xin Yuzheng's fist hit Yo Zhongyug's blade. Despite the clash between the body and the weapon, the thing that received damage was Yo Zhongyug's sword. It was the SS-grade heaven-shaking sword. Putting aside the special options, the durability and strength was one of the best. Yet this sword was damaged by Xin Yuzheng's fist. In the end, the heaven-shaking sword failed to overcome the shock and was bent. The mighty splitting the sky was helplessly deflected. How dare you say this in front of me? Xin Yuzheng shouted and didn't use any special skills. She just threw a punch that contained ether condensed to the limit. Yo Zhongyu coughed up blood and flew back at this blow. Her attacks, her speed and her variations. Xin Yuzheng was superior to Yo Zhongyug in all aspects. The red phoenix Shunpo and breaking the sky sword that Yo Zhongyug was proud of faded in front of Xin Yuzheng. There was the terrible sound of the body breaking and Yo Zhongyug was pushed back. It wasn't a matter of talent but a matter of time. Despite being weakened by the descent, the 41st Xin Yuzheng was the Beast Lord who was close to the limits that Xin Yuzheng could reach. On the other hand, the current Yo Zhongyug was in the early stages of Yo Zhongyug's growth. Why call him a companion? Is it because he sacrificed himself for you? Just because of this, blood emerged without stopping. However, Ye Zhongyuk didn't give up. He didn't stop and kept wielding his sword. That jerk, why the hell was he fighting? I watched the bleeding Ye Zhongyuk and became increasingly frustrated. Shouldn't he run away after realizing something was wrong? Wasn't that what he normally did? Once again, Xin Yuzheng opened her mouth. Then what about me and the others? Jihe Uni and Hyun Sung Apa. Sealhua Uni? What the hell are the people who fought with you? I don't know what you're talking about. What? There is only one thing I know. Ye Zhongyuk wiped the blood from his lips and said, "You killed my companion in this round. Thus, you will also die." Damn, this time I couldn't help feeling touched. Excessive immersion has restricted some of the features of Fourth Wall. I was fooled by his acting. Yes, I read Ways of Survival for this taste. Come to think of it, I had been in tears when Ye Zhongyuk said something similar to Li Hyun Sung. I suddenly felt restless. A mere reader became a companion of the main character, Ye Zhongyuk. Xin Yuzheng looked at Ye Zhongyuk with a face that seemed to have lost everything. You can't be like this. An ominous aura filled her surroundings. It was a process where emptiness turned to betrayal and betrayal turned to anger. You are changing. I can't tolerate it. Ether filled Xin Yuzheng's fists. I wanted to watch a bit more, but I was filled with a sense of crisis. Excessive immersion leads to a profound increase in the proficiency of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. If this went wrong, then Ye Zhongyuk would really die. I couldn't let him be killed here. I quickly switched the mode of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It was from third person to first person protagonist's point of view. Changing your viewpoint to first person. Changing to the first person protagonist's point of view has failed. What? Why? You have failed to meet the conditions to change the viewpoint. It felt like I had been hit in the back of the head. There were two conditions to use first-person protagonist's point of view. 1. I must be dead and in an out-of-body state. 2. The target and I should be thinking about each other. The first condition was met, but the problem was the second condition. That jerk wasn't thinking about me right now. Then what was with all the running amok because of revenge? I watched Ye Zhongyuk, who was frantically attacking, and became stunned. Die. I will kill you. That bastard, was he thinking about anything? Xin Yuzheng watched Ye Zhongyuk and opened his mouth. It can't be helped. I was going to finish it quickly, but I changed my mind. Xin Yuzheng smiled like she was a devil. I will finish off Captain's world in the most terrible way. Xin Yuzheng's eyes shifted away from Ye Zhongyuk. My heart sank the moment I followed her gaze. Shit, I really couldn't wait here and watch. If I couldn't transfer to Ye Zhongyuk, then someone else. At this moment, a sharp sensation crossed my mind. An unexpected character was thinking of me. Could I transfer to this person? Was it possible? Ah, that's right. It was because Ye Zhongyuk said those words. Yes, maybe it would be better to transfer to this person. I don't know, let's just try it. I started projecting my mind towards that person. Then after a while, my vision shook and I became dizzy. Changing your viewpoint to first person. My consciousness was sucked to another place. *****. Companion? The first time she heard it, Xin Yuzheng questioned her ears. Companion? How was this possible? This was Ye Zhongyuk, not another person. Xin Yuzheng couldn't understand the emotion that blossomed deep inside her heart. It was an emotion she had forgotten for 1,000 years. Ye Zhongyuk, companion. She didn't know what had happened to Ye Zhongyuk. But if it was true, perhaps the Ye Zhongyuk of that time towards her. Xin Yuzheng touched the ground without realizing it. It is low. Xin Yuzheng thought so. Thus, I thought so. This is your last chance. She couldn't tolerate such a lowly thing. If you cancel your words, then I will send you away without any pain. Say it. Say he isn't your companion, just someone you know. The bleeding Ye Zhongyuk didn't answer despite his condition. Xin Yuzheng had crushed one arm and his legs were weak. Even so, Ye Zhongyuk's eyes were still alive. Xin Yuzheng stared at Ye Zhongyuk and gritted her teeth before giving an order. Hold on to Ye Zhongyuk. The 6th grade sulfur mummies that had passed through the monster gate started moving. Their white bandages grabbed Ye Zhongyuk's body and Ye Zhongyuk's limbs were pulled as if they were going to be torn apart. Shin Yuzhong declared, "Captain, I'll kill them one by one." "Captain, you are the one who chose the most painful way." Shin Yuzhong walked towards the edge of the island, leaving Yozhong alone. "Kill her. She is the disaster." The incarnations climbing up from the water discovered Shin Yuzhong. Shin Yuzhong waved her hands towards them. The incarnations were touched by the light that came from her hands and were torn apart like wet newspaper. There was no time for them to scream. Flood. Monsters poured from the monster gate at her order. Two of the most powerful monsters were standing behind her like they were guards. The 5th grade sea species, King Masswood. The 5th grade behemoth, Heavy Metal Bean. They were monsters who could cause small disasters in this world. She was about to speak when a sharp strike came from the side. "Where are you going?" It was a flashy sword. The person wielding it wore a black hoodie over a slim skirt. Shin Yuzhong immediately recognized who she was. Demon slaying was burning in Li Jihe's eyes. "You dared to make Master look like that." The majesty of a great constellation emerged from Li Jihe's body. It was the power of a person who was stronger than anyone in the sea. Shin Yuzhong noticed the stigma that Li Jihe wanted to use. This place was a river. To God. The moment she started reciting a passage, transparent ships emerged from every corner of Han River. There are still 12 ships. 23 ships appeared on Han River, scattering the water. It was a sight that made people speechless. The stigma of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, Ghost Fleet. Despite the oppressive aura of the ships, Shin Yuzhong just smiled like she had missed it. "Indeed. This is Uni's skill. Uni? You are a lot older than me. However, you still have a long way to go. The captain should be on the ship. Why are you in a place like this?" Shin Yuzhong reached her in an instant and touched Li Jihe's chin. There was no time for resistance. "Poor Uni. You don't know anything." "Shit. What is this speed?" Li Jihe hurriedly retreated, but she couldn't escape Shin Yuzhong's speed. "You don't know. Yozhong will use you and abandon you. You will die." Li Jihe's blade flew towards Shin Yuzhong. Shin Yuzhong lightly grabbed the blade. "You, who wanted to be acknowledged by Yozhong, died in the sea you loved so much. You were horribly slaughtered by the Japanese who hated your sponsor. Everybody, attack with full power." The 12 ships started firing the moment Li Jihe shouted. Shin Yuzhong laughed as she watched the flying shells. "Do you know what Yozhong said after losing you?" The shells hit Shin Yuzhong's body. There was the loud sound of an explosion. Shin Yuzhong emerged from the smoke and kept talking. "In the future, sea battles will be a bit difficult." The countless shells didn't damage Shin Yuzhong's white fur armor. It was one of Shin Yuzhong's unique skill, her strongest defense skill called Beast King Sensitivity. The white fur wrapped around her didn't tolerate even a single scratch. "Don't worry, Uni. That won't happen this time." Shin Yuzhong laughed. "I'll send you away without any pain." Chapter 103, Things That Can't Be Changed, 2. Shin Yuzhong's right hand quietly rose towards the sky. "Cry, King Masswood." Then the ichthyosaur king behind her quietly raised his body. The king of the ichthyosaurs, the King Masswood, used ice breath. Han River instantly froze and the ghost fleet firing their shells gradually lost their function. The fleet was unable to move. "Uni, I will give you one piece of advice. The ghost fleet is nothing without water." Everything happened in an instant. Shin Yuzhong's fist moved as well. There was the sound of something popping. Li Jihe lost her sword and flew through the sky. Of course, it is useless to give the advice at this time. The bleeding Li Jihe flew away and had already lost consciousness. King Masswood's ice breath had spread completely across Han River. "Ah! What?" The incarnations crossing the cold water shrieked. The hundreds of people were destined to be frozen along with Han River. It was a person watching nearby who saved the helpless incarnations. The character Li Hyun-sung has used the stigma Great Mountain Smash LV 5. Li Hyun-sung's abnormally inflated right arm hit the frozen river. His right arm seemed to burst as he used Great Mountain Smash to break up the ice. His efforts were rewarded. The surface of the cracked Han River collapsed and the influence of cold breath weakened. The incarnations took the opportunity to climb onto No Daeulsium. "Wah! Attack!" Shin Yuzhong saw Li Hyun-sung standing in the middle of them and smiled sadly. "Yes, Hyun-sung Appa. I knew you would be here. You know me, you were our most reassuring shield." You saved my life many times. Qin Yuzheng gestured and the huge chimpanzee behind her hit his chest and walked forward. The fifth-grade behemoth, heavy metal being. He stomped his hind legs and the nearby incarnations rolled around on the ground. Li Hyunsung rushed towards heavy metal being. Li Hyunsung's swollen arm hit the heavy metal being's steel muscles. Li Hyunsung's power was amazing. He wasn't pushed back by the fifth-grade behemoth despite his blood vessels bursting and blood flowing from his mouth. No, he was rather overwhelming. Qin Yuzheng kept speaking to Li Hyunsung. You are the same as ever. Hyunsung Apa. One of Ye Zhongyu's most loyal. Who are you? You saved the lives of countless people and protected Ye Zhongyu to the end. Then you were hit with the breath of the Iron Blood Dragon and scattered into a handful of ashes. What? Do you know what Ye Zhongyu said then? Qin Yuzheng's tongue was a sharp scalpel that transplanted the wounds she received onto another person. I lost a bad shield. Qin Yuzheng saw Li Hyunsung's changed expression and struggled with a solitary pleasure. Yes, you should feel this too. The pain I felt, the sights I saw. I won't unleash all of them, but you should understand this too. However, she didn't know. This round of regression was different from what she knew. Li Hyunsung hit the heavy metal beam and opened his mouth. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't follow Ye Zhongyu. What? I am in Kim Dokja's party. Kim, what? The heavy metal beam fell to the ground with a loud sound. Qin Yuzheng's expression hardened and she approached Li Hyunsung. What are you talking about? There was a popping sword and Li Hyunsung flew through the air. Qin Yuzheng had punched Li Hyunsung in the belly. The ether storm pierced through Li Hyunsung's solid skin and he flew to the middle of Han River. The blow was hard enough to cause all his organs to rupture. The Li Hyunsung of the third round would no longer be able to live. However, a question remained in Qin Yuzheng's head. It was a name she had never heard of before. Kim Dokja. Who was he? Qin Yuzheng tore off the heads of the incarnations rushing towards her and slowly walked towards the frozen river. The frightened incarnations fled and were torn apart by the claws of monsters. Little by little, despair filled the eyes of the people. A sense of resignation spread through the incarnations facing the impossible disaster. Shoot! Of course, there were some people who tried to resist. The kings grouped up and used long-distance skills to fire arrows and ether bullets. Qin Yuzheng knew them. King of Beauty, Min Jiwan. The matriarch King Cha Sankyang. The neutral king, Jian Ildo. It was strange. They were those who originally shouldn't be alive or had already gone under Ye Zhongyu's leadership. It was because all kings other than Ye Zhongyu should have been incorporated into one throne at the end of the fourth scenario. Then what the hell was this? Attack! There is only one enemy. Who the hell was this army under? Where had the absolute throne gone? Who was governing this world? It was at this moment that she felt killing intent. The ground where Qin Yuzheng was standing was frozen. Ice breath. She reflexively looked behind her and saw a large serpent pouring its breath towards her. It wasn't the king masswood. She raised her right hand and the king masswood moved. Two ichthyosaurs roared towards each other at the same time and started to bump against each other. The king and queen bit at each other, turning the entire Han River into a huge battlefield. An ichthyosaur the size of a dragon was fighting King Masswood. This ichthyosaur, Qin Yuzheng knew its identity, Queen Mirabade. She knew that the queen was on Earth, but there was no reason to attack her. No, what was this? Are you the future me? A voice was heard. She looked back and Qin Yuzheng's mind became blank. The nostalgic days shook her soul. Save our Jussie, the girl shouted while a woman tried to stop the girl. Yuzheng, no. Qin Yuzheng recovered from the shock and noticed everything. Yes. I knew it. Qin Yuzheng moved towards the girl. She knew why Ye Zhongyu had done this. He was a human who would just any means and methods to achieve his purpose. Ye Zhongyu, you son of a bitch. Yuzheng, flee. Yusanga simultaneously activated Hermes' walking method and arachne spider web. Qin Yuzheng's eyes narrowed. Olympus? However, Yusanga's dagger didn't reach Qin Yuzheng. Qin Yuzheng made a simple hand gesture and the flying monsters gathered around the gate flew towards Yusanga. In a flash, Yusanga disappeared into a horde of monsters. Qin Yuzheng ignored Yusanga and approached the little girl. The girl looked up at her with fear and anger. The girl wasn't able to move an inch. Xin Yuzheng raised a hand to the girl's cheek. Yu Zhongyuk really did find the me of this world. He tried to kill the little me to stop me. Right. A terrible joy filled Xin Yuzheng's head. The faded hatred and anger quickly returned to their place. There were some things that couldn't be changed no matter how many times a person went back to the past. The disaster. Xin Yuzheng laughed. Hello, my past self. The moment her hand moved, a strong blow came from the rear and swallowed up Xin Yuzheng. The dust rose and a giant praying mantis appeared, a 6th grade insect king, Titano. Do it. The sickle attacks of the praying mantis turned the ground into tofu. It was a scary attack. Of course, it wasn't an attack that could kill a disaster. Get lost. The ether condensed in Xin Yuzheng's right arm and drilled a hole in the Titanoptera's stomach. The praying mantis spilled green blood and fell to the ground. Titano. The outraged Liga Liang jumped from the head of the praying mantis. A yellow mucus emerged from Liga Liang's body and spread into the air. Go. Antinous. A wing parasite emerged from Liga Liang's body. It was a 5th grade parasitic species. Xin Yuzheng was startled. Antinous. Xin Yuzheng knew this presence. It was because she destroyed Kronos before coming to Earth. Antinous was from the dominant species on Kronos. She was a monster in the form of a queen. Xin Yuzheng couldn't believe it. The child had dominated Antinous? You are better than expected, kid. After her moment of surprise, Xin Yuzheng grabbed the parasite in her hands. Antinous mucus that was touching her fingertips started to burn black. It was natural. The guides had bodies that couldn't resist the disasters. You have the talent to tame a guide. You are a child with the talent of a lord. Right? He also found. Liga Liang shouted without caring about her questions. What did you do to Dr. Hiang? What? Where is Hiang? Liga Liang's fist hit her belly. It was a direct blow, but Liga Liang was the one whose wrist broke. He was a great talent, but the opponent was too terrible. Xin Yuzheng grabbed Liga Liang's neck and lifted him into the air. Who is Doctor? Blood poured down the struggling Liga Liang's face. Say it. Otherwise I will kill you. At this moment, a booming sound was heard in the distance and shells fell towards the ground where she was standing. Xin Yuzheng jumped lightly and avoided the shells. The ghost fleet started firing again. How? Liang. She could see Li Jihe and Li Hyunsung running in the distance. Doubt filled Xin Yuzheng's head. It was strange. Surely those were deadly blows. How are they still alive? Did her strength control fail? Huh? Xin Yuzheng felt annoyed and inserted more strength into the hand holding Liga Liang's neck. In any case, it was better to ask them. Goodbye, kid. The moment she increased her grip, pain spread in her head. She was startled and dropped Liga Liang to the ground. Her trembling right hand was wriggling abnormally. Surely she wasn't infected with a parasite? No, it was impossible. A 5th grade parasite couldn't interfere with a returnee. Then what was this? Why wasn't her body listening to her all of a sudden? Then she heard a voice. Stop, Xin Yuzheng. Strangely, Xin Yuzheng found something deep inside her react the moment she heard this voice. One side of her heart started to ache like crazy. She didn't know it. It was obviously a voice she didn't know. Who the hell are you? Get out of me. What was this nostalgic feeling? Xin Yuzheng grabbed her head like she was resisting her own senses. You! Get out of me. She was filled with the desire to vomit as unknown memories revolved in her head. The films of the worlds were becoming tangled together. Yuzheng. She was distracted by the voice when the young Xin Yuzheng approached. The young Xin Yuzheng's lips moved. Jussi, are you there? Chapter 104, Things That Can't Be Changed, 3. Controlling the body of a disaster? I didn't intend on this from the beginning. Originally my plan was something else. I decided to modify the plan the moment my mind transferred to Xin Yuzheng's body. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been activated. The first-person supporting role viewpoint has been activated. To be exact, I had to modify it. I can't admit it. Then what am I? How long have I lived? What can I get for returning? In the midst of Xin Yuzheng's turbulent pain, I saw the world with her eyes. I breathed through Xin Yuzheng's nose and killed people with Xin Yuzheng's hand. I expressed Xin Yuzheng's thoughts with her voice. I was Xin Yuzheng. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is shaking. Then I met Li Jihe. I knew the moment I met her that Li Jihe would die here. Thus, for the first time I tried something that I hadn't done before. The first-person supporting role viewpoint interferes with the behavior of the character. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is shaking ominously. There was an electric current in my head followed by tremendous pain. Yet the moment Xin Yuzheng dealt the decisive blow, I was able to pull back her right hand. It was a fine adjustment so Xin Yuzheng didn't notice, but I definitely did it. Li Jihe didn't die. Your understanding of the character Xin Yuzheng has increased. The same thing was repeated with Li Hyun-sung. My mind had become a bit ragged but I thought that I might be able to do something. I poured more of my heart into it and increased my grip on Xin Yuzheng's body. Finally, it happened when Xin Yuzheng grabbed Li Galiang's neck. Who are you? I succeeded in controlling Xin Yuzheng's right hand. You have a very high understanding of the character Xin Yuzheng. Someone else's arm moved according to my will. It was an amazing experience. Jussi, Xin Yuzheng asked. Get out of me. Xin Yuzheng's right arm under my control starting shaking. The abnormally deformed arm turned black and swollen, like the blood vessels were bursting. The young Xin Yuzheng rushed to grab the blackened arm. Jussi, you're in there, right? Ajashi, the young Xin Yuzheng grabbed my right arm. At this moment, a strong spark entered the right arm. It was a spark similar to a storm of probability. The surprised people came running but the sparks blew them away. The disaster Xin Yuzheng and the young Xin Yuzheng saw each other at the same time. The wave of memories were gathering. Jussi. Captain. It wasn't possible. If the disconnected film theory was correct, the two people shouldn't have a shared history. You can kill me. It's okay. I wanted to survive. When I thought about it, the disconnected film theory only applied to characters. I came from outside the novel. What if my existence played a role in connecting their memories? What if I connected the two films? I could feel both Xin Yuzheng's holding my hand. The third round and the 41st round. The two different times were facing each other. Is it worth it for me to live? Then what is the value of this life? No. These memories. The panic disaster Xin Yuzheng stuttered and bit on her blue lips. A mighty energy was being created inside Xin Yuzheng's body. There was the sound of something tearing and the young Xin Yuzheng was thrown away from the right arm. Xin Yuzheng was damaging her own body in an attempt to get me out. Blood flowed from her and her combat power started to rapidly drop. The balance of her flesh was being broken due to the excessive magic power. Xin Yuzheng. Wait, stop this. Xin Yuzheng grabbed her head and struggled to expel me. I shed her senses and felt like I was going crazy from the nausea and pain. Xin Yuzheng's mind was blank. I was troubled for a moment. If this continued, the disaster Xin Yuzheng. Damn it. My consciousness left Xin Yuzheng's body and all 5 senses disappeared. The skill conflict error is normalized. The delayed privilege of the king of no killing has reappeared. Your body is resurrected from death. Maybe this wasn't the right choice. However, I wanted to give it a try. A constellation who likes to change gender is sad. I would always regret it if I didn't. The recreation of your flesh has begun. The exclusive skill fourth wall offsets the mental shock caused by your death. Compensation is being prepared for the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3. It was my second resurrection after dying from the fire dragon. I felt my nerves being reconstructed and struggled once again. The regenerated lungs filled with hair and the optic nerves were connected, restoring my vision. The abstract activity of the mind was transplanted onto the cerebral cortex. The privilege of the king of no killing has been completed. 100 karma points have been consumed. The wastes of your flesh have been completely removed and the performance of your body has increased. Physique and magic power has increased by 2 levels each. You have exceeded in overall stats limit for the scenario. Fortunately, it was the second resurrection and I didn't have an unseemly appearance. I looked around and saw my scattered items and clothing. It was lucky that no one had taken them. I started putting on my clothes when I heard an eerie voice behind me. Kim Dokja. Come to think of it, that bastard was right beside me. I looked back and saw Yo Zhongyuk staring at me with disbelief. His shoulders were still covered with the sulfur mummy's bandages. How on earth? I sighed. I couldn't explain about the king of no killing here, so I said something else. Don't say that you will kill me again. I really will die this time. Kin Dokja, I will explain it later. There is no time. I swung the blade of faith and freed Yojongnyuk from the sulfur mummy's bandages. The sulfur mummy shrieked and stared at me. Then I activated Way of the Wind through bookmark. I carried the injured Yojongnyuk on my shoulder and rushed towards the frozen Han River. From afar, I could see incarnations fighting with monsters. There was a black aura rising from Yongsang Gu, Seoul. It was for certain. The disaster Shin Yuzheng was over there. Jussi, Dokyasi. I found my party members running towards me. I put Yuzhongyuk down on the ground and ordered, "Take a break." Then I ran straight towards the disaster Shin Yuzheng. Dokyasi, it is dangerous. It's okay. I stopped Li Hyun-sung and moved forward. Shin Yuzheng, the disaster of floods, was sitting down while holding her head. Blood flowed down and hit the ground. I was certain that the incarnations didn't dare approach because of the terrible aura she was emitting. Right now, everyone could kill the current disaster of floods if they combined forces. Who are you? The disaster Shin Yuzheng looked at me with trembling eyes. It's all ruined because of you. This isn't the round that I know. The soul that had lasted over 1,000 years was shaking with fear. No, not at all. The change began with Yozhongyuk, and then her spirit started collapsing the moment she encountered the Shin Yuzheng of the past. She hated Yozhongyuk. Her anger had accumulated over 1,000 years. The strong emotions had crumbled at the memories she received. Maybe this hope could change the world. It was the small bit of hope that the disaster Shin Yuzheng saw. It might be very small, but hope could overwhelm despair. I approached Shin Yuzheng and knelt down beside her. Shin Yuzheng stared at me. Well done. I kept thinking about what she would most want to hear. No such thing had appeared in Ways of Survival. I could only come up with the words myself. If I was Shin Yuzheng. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shin Yuzheng's eyes shook uneasily. You have been waiting? Who are you? A person who wants the same world you do. At this point, Shin Yuzheng's eyes changed drastically. Little by little, Yusanga touched my shoulder. Dokyasi. I nodded and got up. My companions were looking at me. I looked at them and opened my mouth. Everyone. I liked the Disaster of Floods episode. I loved all the characters who appeared in this episode and valued them. Perhaps that was why I hoped for this episode to not happen. I won't kill the disaster. I thought about it. In the original third round, the Disaster of Floods died after the young Shin Yuzheng was killed. However, I wondered if there was another ending to this episode that I didn't know about. It was an ending that had never been attempted. I won't accept any arguments. This time, I hope you will listen to my suggestion. Jussi, what is this bullshit? There was no time limit for the fifth scenario. What if the Disaster of Floods gave up her role, and what if we didn't hunt the disaster? Perhaps this scenario would just continue without anyone dying. Some people understood while others looked confused. The first one who nodded was Yosanga, and then Li Hyun-sung opened his mouth. You must have an idea. I will follow Dokja's will. It is fine if that's what Hyun wants. But can I hit her as much as she hit Titano? Damn, do whatever you want. Since when hasn't Jussi done what you wanted? But is it okay? I listened to the party members' words and then looked at the young Shin Yuzheng. The girl had tears in her eyes. Perhaps Shin Yuzheng had seen it, everything that her future self experienced. Thus, it was cruel to ask the young Shin Yuzheng about what to do with Shin Yuzheng. I stroked the child's hair and finally looked back at the disaster Shin Yuzheng. She had a distorted expression like she was a wounded beast. You will spare me? Don't make me laugh. Who are you to say that? The only thing she had left was her pride. I have lived through the 41st round of regression. I remember everything that no one in this world knows. What do you know? How did I spend that time? How can I forget all of that? The words of the future Shin Yuzheng stopped. It was because Yozhongyuk was watching her. In this moment, Shin Yuzheng realized the real meaning of what she said. Being lost among worlds. Losing her loved ones. Nevertheless, living in that world again. There was only one person in this world who understood her grief. Every regressor lives hating the things that haven't happened yet. Regressor Yozhongyuk started talking. That guy will be a bad person in the future and I should kill him. That person will kill my companion in the future and I should kill him. That person will be my companion in the future and I should save them. I could read the emotions that ended Yo Jong-uk's eyes. Since I was able to read them, Yo Jong-uk felt strange to me for the first time. I had never seen such an honest Yo Jong-uk. It is a future that hasn't happened yet. I know they don't remember me and that they haven't done anything yet. Still, I believed and acted like they did. That's how I lived. It is because everything clearly happened to me and I can't live by denying it. Anger returned to Shin Yuzheng's eyes. Yes. It is because you lived that way. My companions. So you also live that way, Shin Yuzheng. What? If you want, I will bear your hatred. I couldn't say anything because I was too saddened by Yo Jong-uk's words. Survive this round for the sake of killing me. Yo Jong-uk spoke some final words. Perhaps this was the warmest that Yo Jong-uk could be. It was the first time I noticed that Yo Jong-uk's back was so big and wide. His back was wide and lonely. Shin Yuzheng stared at Yo Jong-uk with her mouth wide open. Ironically, she understood the man who she hated for thousands of years due to all the years she lived. Captain, wait. Captain. I was able to feel the ripples in Shin Yuzheng's heart. Is this really okay? Keep going for this reason. This world, you don't have to abandon it. Some anger hadn't disappeared and some sorrows hadn't been erased. However, as long as she lived, salvation would come one day. I told Shin Yuzheng, this is your round now. I couldn't change anything when I was a reader. It was because I was a reader that I could change it now. I thought I could change it, at least, until the voice of the intermediate Dokkaebi was heard. Chapter 105, Things That Can't Be Changed. 4. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. I'm sorry but that's a bit difficult. I thought it was time for this guy to come out. It was the fucking intermediate Dokkaebi. This guy managed the entire Soul scenario and couldn't help moving at this time. However, I was a bit confident. Why is it difficult? We aren't breaking the scenario's rules. Spare the disaster? Are you insane? You must want to die. No, it is the opposite. I am doing this to live. The voice of the intermediate Dokkaebi became harder. Don't you know that this is a violation of the rules? The content of the scenario is to kill the disaster. If you don't stick to the scenario, don't worry. I will kill the disaster. Everyone looked at me the moment I said these words. Jussi, what are you? In particular, Lee Ji-hee looked at me like I was a psychopath. It wasn't strange. I previously said I wouldn't kill the disaster and now I said I would. Most of the party members were waiting for my next words. I felt a bit flattered by the trusting silence. Just not right now. What? The scenario doesn't indicate a time limit. Then it is up to us when we want to kill the disaster. The intermediate Dokkaebi looked like he had eaten Chinese medicine. Thus, there is no need to rush. The disaster. Shin Yuzheng looked up at me with a bemused expression. She hadn't known that such a thing was possible. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is looking at you with strange eyes. The agitation of the constellations couldn't be felt. There weren't many episodes that rebelled against the scenario, even when I searched all of ways of survival. That's why it was of great interest to the constellations. This was particularly true in situations where the distinction between good and evil was ambiguous. The number of subscribers from the absolute good or absolute evil constellations would rise in an overwhelming manner. It was their daily routine to discern the good and evil of the characters. I can't allow it. Are you going to interfere in another scenario? Have you forgotten what happened last time? My confidence came from the fact that this was a main scenario, not a sub-scenario. It was also the fifth scenario that was scaled to engulf all of the dome, making it difficult for the intermediate Dokkaebi to change the criteria of the scenario. In addition, the intermediate Dokkaebi had already received disciplinary action from the Bureau. He must be afraid of being punished again and didn't have much chance of winning this fight against me. I saw Bai Hyung biting his nails nearby and told him, be prepared. If something happens, you are the only one I can believe in. Damn it, why should I? Don't forget that we will die together. Bai Hyung settled down and the intermediate Dokkaebi opened his mouth. Very interesting. But it won't turn out as you think. Yes, I knew he wouldn't give up easily. Not all incarnation in Soul Dome are the same as you. The intermediate Dokibi flicked his finger. Then system messages popped up. A new sub-scenario has arrived. I knew what he was thinking. If he couldn't touch the main scenario, then he would set up the sub-scenario. From now on, I will double the bounty on the disaster. The original compensation was 100,000 coins and it was doubled, which meant 200,000 coins. It was an amount that could make someone rise to the top of Soul Dome in an instant. It was enough to risk their lives. For some reason, no incarnations came running. Don't move. Cherish your lives. If you don't want to die like moths. The powerful kings were controlling the incarnations. They were King of Beauty Minjiwan and Matriarch King Cha Sankyang. There was also the neutral king, Jian Ildo. The constellation Maritime War God is proud of the incarnations on the Korean peninsula. Of course, there were forces that the kings couldn't control, but they also didn't act. They had already seen the power of the disaster. It was natural that a small number of people wouldn't act, regardless of whether the reward was 100,000 or 200,000 coins. There was also our party covering the disaster Xin Yuzheng. How disappointing. The incarnations of Soul Dome are cowards. There was an ominous feeling in the air. The intermediate Dokibi was thinking about how to make this situation worse. I had to act quickly. At this point, I had to go for victory. Do you yield? Honestly, won't everyone be satisfied? Everyone will be satisfied? I didn't say anything else. I'm sure the intermediate Dokibi understood without me saying anything. Ha, I see. Is that what you were thinking? I heard from Dokgik, but you truly put on a great show. The reason for the existence of the Dokibis was the scenarios. They were the scenarios that many constellations responded to and many constellations liked. In the world of the star stream, there was only one case where there was a miracle that reversed the scenario. It was if the majority of constellations saw the scenario and wanted to change the direction of the scenario. Certainly, violence isn't the only stimulus. I tried to appeal to the constellations with disaster Xin Yuzheng's situation. I chose words to avoid the filtering and continued to ignite the constellations by exposing information. I made them sympathize with the disaster Xin Yuzheng. It was all to support my rebel lion. As a result, this whole situation was created. Indeed, I could hear the messages of the constellations in my ears. The constellation Ball General of Justice respects your will. The constellation Last Hero of Huang Sanbil admires your will. Everything was going as planned. If you understand, then can you decide now? Give me the reward or continue with the fifth scenario. There was no problem with continuing the sixth scenario even if the fifth scenario hadn't ended. It was possible to run multiple main scenarios. If the Dokibi was smart, then he should stop while the constellations were satisfied. Incarnation Kim Dokja. You are the smartest and scariest out of all the incarnations I know. I felt a strange sense of incongruity from the Dokibi's expression. However, it is this cleverness that is grabbing at your ankles. What does that mean? The Dokibi's following words weren't for me. Okay, constellations. Now I will show you the story you have been waiting for. Sparks filled the air. The intermediate Dokibi was moving the scenario. The intermediate Dokibi has intervened in the scenario. According to the scenario contract, control of the disaster of flood Xin Yuzheng has been transferred to the intermediate Dokibi. Xin Yuzheng's expression started to change at the system messages. No. Wait. Arc. A black aura rose from disaster Xin Yuzheng's body. I hurriedly shouted, wait. What are you doing? I am fulfilling the contract. This is a cog in the scenario. I only realized now what he was trying to do. It was the scenario enforcement right. It was the power to control the fate of all parts involved in the scenario. I knew it existed in ways of survival, but I didn't think it would be used immediately. The personality of the character is forcibly changed. The personality of the character Xin Yuzheng will be fixed to evil. The disaster Xin Yuzheng was becoming a monster. I bit my lip. The scenario enforcement generally wasn't used because the Dokibi consumed a lot of probability. But to use it now, many constellations are cheering the development of the scenario. Many constellations hate your new drama. It could only be used if many constellations agreed to this development. Damn it, why? Doc, you see, Hyang. The party members nervously approached my side. They realized that something was wrong. However, I couldn't understand. Why had the constellations suddenly turned their backs on me? Bai Hyang's expression was dark as he looked at the sky. Sorry, I tried to persuade them but it didn't work. Why? Your reputation is worse than you expected, the intermediate Dokibi said, arrogant incarnation. Do you think the constellation would be that easy? Then what about all the favorable indirect messages? Well, humans originally have the habit of believing what they want to believe. I had misjudged due to the indirect messages that popped up one after another. Many constellations are laughing at your decision. Some constellations have withdrawn their support for you. That's right. Not all constellations sent indirect messages. Only a small number of constellations sent messages. Many constellations are wary of your intentions. It might be natural that public opinion was bad towards me. I cheated them through a trick and cancelled the event. The constellations probably already knew that Bai Hyang's channel had a capacity of 9,999. They knew but had been deceived by my scenario. Now they were no longer fooled. The constellations of the Korean Peninsula are looking at you sadly. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you with compassion. Maybe I was too shallow when I thought about the constellations. It seems like your luck ends here, Incarnation Kim Dokja. A disturbing aura flowed from the body of Shin Yuzheng, who had been forced to become evil. It was a killing intent that felt like it could melt flesh. The incarnation screamed and fled. I could see Yo Zhongyuk pulling out heaven-shaking sword in the distance. I hope you show a good scenario to the end. I slowly withdrew from the disaster. Shin Yuzheng's face distorted sadly. It ended up like this. I quickly glanced at Yo Zhongyuk. Things had turned out this way and it was obvious what choice he would make. Wait a minute, Yo Zhongyuk. You have failed. Don't touch the child. I hid the young Shin Yuzheng behind my back. I won't forgive you if you touch this child. Yo Zhongyuk glared at me. There is no other way. A way. I bit my lips until they bled. There is a way. We need to show the constellations their favorite scenario. What do you mean? Defeat the disaster. Yo Zhongyuk's expression hardened. It is suicide, Kim Dokja. Are you going to be a pushover? I saw Shin Yuzheng turning into a demon and destroying everything around her. I didn't want it to be like this. This wasn't the ending I wanted. This damn world, even resisting a scenario, became another scenario. Many constellations are excited by your words. Many of the constellations want an exhilarating melee. Yes, they wanted to see this. Support me, Yo Zhongyuk. I will stop the disaster. I had to give it a try. Kim Dokja, I can do it. I blinked slowly and the option I had postponed emerged in front of me. You have experienced the first-person supporting role viewpoint. You can take one of the supporting role skills. Presenting the list of available skills. Please select a skill to acquire. I opened the list and picked an option without hesitation. Number 3, Beast King Sensitivity. The exclusive skill Beast King Sensitivity has been acquired. As if waiting, an ether storm emerged from disaster Shin Yuzheng's hands. It was the ether storm that made a hole in my belly and made Yo Zhongyuk incapable of fighting. I protected my party members and received the storm head-on. The exclusive skill Beast King Sensitivity LV3 has been activated. A pure white fur cloak. It was a unique skill of Beast Lord Shin Yuzheng. More than half of my magic power was consumed activating it and I became dizzy, but I succeeded in receiving the attack of Shin Yuzheng. The dignity of Beast King's sensitivity didn't lose to the mighty storm. Yo Zhongyuk frowned. You stole her skill, but it is still impossible. I know. I looked at disaster Shin Yuzheng. Despite her nature being set to evil and losing control of her body, her eyes were filled with emotions. She told him, "It's okay. Kill me." Who could swing a sword after seeing those eyes? The woman who wandered for over 1,000 years and suffered. I had to kill her now. This was the price I paid for failing to change the story. For the first time, I felt resentful that ways of survival had become reality. Open your eyes and watch carefully. I looked up at the sky and declared, "This is the scenario you wanted. The exclusive skill bookmark can now be activated. Now that Shin Yuzheng was in her final phase, it was an unwinnable fight. In the end, it was a fight that no one could win. Character bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots, 4. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. I will release Delusion Demon Kim Namwon from the first slot and add Judge of Destruction Jung Hee-won. Chapter 106, Things That Can't Be Changed, 5. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 30 minutes. Your understanding of the character is significant. You can select some of her skills to import. Shin Yuzhong ran towards me and I ran towards her. No one wanted to kill each other and there was no sincerity. This was only a fight for the constellation's amusement. Everything was a scenario and therefore everything was fake. However, the result of this battle was that someone was going to die. Judgment time LV5 has been activated. The activation skill was level 5. It seemed that Jung Hee-won had been training hard. Jung Hee-won wasn't here but it wasn't bad. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is embarrassed. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are deep in thought. It was natural to be confused since someone who wasn't a judge had used an unauthorized skill. Yet they were bound to give me permission. It was because the presence in front of me was obviously evil. The Absolute Good constellations have agreed to the use of this skill. A hot aura sprang up from deep inside my body. It was a blind sense of righteousness that would punish all evils in the world. The history of the archangels who fought a holy war with the great demons passed through my head in pieces. Punish evil. Judgment time was originally a skill used by the great Valkyries. Thus, the user of this skill received the archangel's favor. The madness that excluded everything other than the narrow definition of justice wriggled in my brain. Jung Hee-won felt like this every time she killed other people for me. It was terrible. A wave of unrivaled magic power burst out from the blade of faith. The ether blade resonated and moved in a straight line towards Shin Yuzhong. Blood splashed from the shoulder of the surprised Shin Yuzhong. The Beast King's sensitivity that wasn't damaged by the shells of the Ghost Fleet was finally torn. Drops of blood fell onto the white fur. Judgment time. The user of this skill couldn't be defeated as long as the enemy was evil. Now all my stats rose to the point where I could resist the disaster Shin Yuzhong. Judgment time was a fraudulent skill. There were only a few skills in all of Ways of Survival that could give such crazy buffs. Everyone attack. I might have become stronger but Shin Yuzhong's skill masteries were still ahead of me. Thus, I needed help. When she is attacking normally, support using ranged attacks. When trying a wide-range attack, be sure to get behind me. The party members nodded at my words. If you don't have ranged support then kill the monsters emerging from the monster gate. It is urgent as well. In fact, it was because monsters were still emerging from Shin Yuzhong's monster gate that Yongsan Jiyu was almost on the verge of collapse. Everyone fight. The kings ordered and the full-fledged battle began. The forces of the kings blocked the monsters coming from the monster gate. Most of them were 7th grade species and were quite daunting. Fortunately, the incarnations didn't seem to be greatly pushed back. I'll take care of that monkey. Li Hyun-sung ran towards the 5th grade heavy metal beam. I will take Yuzhong's king. Li Galiang moved with the young Shin Yuzhong. Queen Mirabade controlled by Shin Yuzhong roared and some of the insect king subordinates that Li Galiang summoned rushed towards the king massward. The cold breaths of the ichthyosaurs poured towards each other and Li Jihi stepped forward. Jussi, let the support firing to me. I'll block her movements. Li Jihi fired the cannons and Yosanga made a trap with a ragged spider web, keeping the movements of the disaster Shin Yuzhong in check. Of course, it was only a small help. The shell bombardment barely damaged her and Shin Yuzhong just tore apart the web. It was better than nothing. Yo Zhongyuk. Can you fight? Apart from me, only Yo Zhongyuk could follow the movements of Shin Yuzhong and endure her attacks to some extent. Don't worry about me. Yo Zhongyuk spilled blood on the floor as he stood beside me with the heaven-shaking sword. He might have already used recovery because his condition seemed better than before. There wouldn't be long until he received the backlash of using recovery. I asked, how many minutes do you have left? 30 minutes. I am the same. It was only possible to use bookmark for 30 minutes. Thus, I had to end it in only 30 minutes. The black aura flowing from Shin Yuzhong's body thickened. It meant that her physical stats were increasing due to the evil energy. Yo Zhongyuk's expression hardened. It seems that she joined hands with a great demon to cross worlds. Yo Jong-uk's guess was right. In fact, now her soul was mortgaged to a great demon. Then that great demon turned her over to the damn Dokibis. Ha ha ha, interesting. Very interesting. The intermediate Dokibi sounded pleasantly surprised. The scenario is now like this. It was a battlefield where blood splattered and flesh was damaged. The destruction of Seoul Dome, which I wanted to prevent, was approaching with every second. Many constellations are excited by the battle. Let's go. Yo Jong-uk launched himself quickly along with his words. Shin Yuzhong puffed up and blew a breath towards us. Beast King's breath. It was an ether storm of destructive that was comparable to the 5th grade sea species ice breath. Avoid it. Yo Jong-uk invoked Red Phoenix Shunpo to the extreme and escaped from the attacks of the disaster Shin Yuzhong. I didn't avoid the attacks like Yo Jong-uk and used Beast King's sensitivity instead. I felt genuinely impressed with Yo Jong-uk's combat senses. The disaster was a disaster, but Yo Jong-uk was a monster. It was only Yo Jong-uk who could resist the disaster without the judgment time buff. He was a strong, cool, ruthless regressor. I was relieved that he was currently on my side. Do it properly, Kim Dokja. I'm doing it. Damn it. I just needed to approach and deal a blow, but it wasn't that easy. After several successful attacks, Shin Yuzhong became more violent. She was in a berserk state and kept firing the ether storm. Her magic power might be depleted, but I was barely able to withstand it with Beast King's sensitivity. Yo Jong-uk had dealt some blows, but the damage hardly accumulated. How long did we exchange blows? It had been already 20 minutes when I came to my senses. Yo Jong-uk's physical strength dropped sharply and the magic power potions I drank like juice were running out. Strong. I never thought I would struggle so much despite using judgment time. My stiff body creaked violently. The side effects of judgment time were gradually being felt. Ha ha ha. This is a really nice scenario. Constellations, don't you agree? I listened to the voice of the intermediate Dokibi and moved forward with all my strength. The fur of the Beast King's sensitivity flapped like crazy. My skin became black from the ether storm. 1 step, 2 steps. I got near, but time wasn't on our side. I wouldn't be able to do enough damage before the 30 minutes was up. Then something happened inside Shin Yuzhong's body. Her body shook like she was struck by lightning and her dark eyes temporarily recovered its senses. Attack me. The disaster Shin Yuzhong was controlling her body with her will. Stop me. I didn't say it, but I heard it. Protect this round. I broke through the temporarily weakened ether storm and ran forward with Yo Jong-uk. I swung my sword and blood splattered from Shin Yuzhong's body. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is looking at you. I did my best not to show the worst performance. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you. Shin Yuzhong screamed as she was cut by the blade and the storm blew Yo Jong-uk back. Go, Kim Dokja. I pierced through the gap that Yo Jong-uk made. The blade of faith dug exactly into Shin Yuzhong's shoulder without hesitation. Magic power ran through the blade and ripped through the Beast King's sensitivity. Then Shin Yuzhong's left arm was cut off. Blood fell. I stared into Shin Yuzhong's face. Just like in Ways of Survival, Shin Yuzhong was smiling. I realized that she deliberately allowed herself to be hit by my sword. A number of constellations can't take their eyes off your battle. Damn it. I smiled weakly and the sword fell from my hands. Shin Yuzhong laughed. Don't you look stupid? She grabbed me and threw me to the ground without any screams of anger. However, it didn't hurt. It wasn't an attack. Do you want to continue? Yes. I swung my sword towards her and Shin Yuzhong fired a breath at me again. It was like an answer to a question. We frantically damaged each other. It can't continue like this. My Beast King's sensitivity was losing its effect because I was lacking magic power. Judgment time strengthened my body to the limits, but it was just a temporary crutch. Blood flowed and the world spun because of dizziness. However, I didn't stop. The damage was definitely accumulating. Some constellations reluctant towards you have become curious. Go crazy. The constellations roaming the battlefields are paying attention to your battle. Make a lot of fuss. The constellations of the great battlefields praise your will. Just wait until the day I go and pull out your tongues. How many more blows did we exchange? My weakened body staggered back. There are 30 seconds left for bookmark. Some internal organs were damaged and a broken rib kept irritating my lungs. I did the best I could, yet the disaster was still strong. The recovered eyes of Xin Yuzheng were once again turning black. In any case, this disaster of floods seemed stronger than the original novel. The disaster. Xin Yuzheng looked at me with anxious eyes. It isn't enough. She couldn't commit suicide. The intermediate Dokibi wouldn't allow her to die that way. This was the limit that she could penalize herself. I was also at my limit in a different way. How are you going to stop me? Don't worry. They'll come soon. The person who will stop you. From the beginning, I had no intention of killing Xin Yuzheng with my own hands. It was impossible for Ye Zhongyuk in his current state. There was still one person remaining who could kill her. The moment Xin Yuzheng's mouth was about to open, the ground around her exploded. There was the distant roar of artillery. A woman dressed in a blue prison uniform appeared from the north. The monsters split apart and troops advanced to this side. A woman in a mask stood in the middle and commanded the army, the king of wanderers. I thought she had gone somewhere, but she had been taking care of the monsters as she advanced from the north. However, they weren't the one I was waiting for. I looked at a person who was running this way. The woman turned this way and asked, "Sorry, am I late?" "Just a bit late. Stop pretending. Aren't you still alive?" The judge of destruction. 10 days later, Zheng He-wan was much more restrained than I knew. She lightly patted my shoulders and moved. "Leave it to me and take a break." A red aura rose as she activated Judgment Time. It was much more powerful than the skill I stole. Zheng He-wan was the last card I had left. If this failed, had I done enough damage to Xin Yuzheng? Would Zheng He-wan finish the job well? "What are you so worried about?" Zheng He-wan asked with a smile. Confidence that was different than usual filled her voice. It wasn't just Judgment Time that she believed in. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is talking to himself. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon shows hostility towards Zheng He-wan's sponsor. That reminded me, Zheng He-wan had a sponsor. Who had she chosen? Xin Yuzheng watched Zheng He-wan with shaky eyes. I roughly know the situation. My sponsor was making a lot of noise along the way." Zheng He-wan faced Xin Yuzheng with sad eyes. "Thus, there is no need to worry." Zheng He-wan lightly swept her sword in front of her. Flames started to rise from the places her hands touched. It was early in the morning. On a night where the darkness of soul was the darkest, Zheng He-wan's blade burned. The flames on the blade were brighter than any flames I had seen. It was the holy white flames of a stigma that would punish all evil. Hell Flames Ignition. I naturally knew this stigma very well. I remembered the description of the stigma from Ways of Survival. In some cases, it was one of the greatest stigmas of Ways of Survival and boasted powerful destructive power comparable to the stigma of the great sage, the equal of heaven. Hell Flames Ignition was the stigma of demon-like Judge of Fire. Zheng He-wan laughed coldly. "I will finish this damn scenario." The Archangel Uriel chose Zheng He-wan as an incarnation. Chapter 107, Things That Can't Be Changed. 6. Zheng He-wan ran forward. Her muscles were strengthened by Judgment Time to the limit, and the demon-slaying buff gave her a sharp edge. Along with Uriel's Hell Flames Ignition, her combat power was enhanced to the most ideal form, the blazing flames of judgment. They weren't judging Xin Yuzheng. Even so, it was Xin Yuzheng who would receive the flames. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is watching the battlefield with sad eyes. Zheng He-wan's blade declared the opening. The character Chu Wangin has used Hell Flames Ignition LV1. The stigma was only level 1, but the Hell Flames burned through Xin Yuzheng's ether storm. The power of a great demon, the Beast King's breath poured out, but Zheng He-wan didn't care. She just grasped her sword as firmly as possible and drew a line connecting the sky and earth. The Beast King's breath turned to smoke as soon as it met Hell Flames Ignition. Someone muttered, "Oh my God, what is that?" Hell Flames Ignition was a stigma that could evaporate the sea of a planet when it reached the final level. When the Messiah appeared in the original novel, it was Uriel who opened the way in preparation for him. The archangel feared by all demons, the great demon's enemy that was closest to a great demon. Xin Yuzheng nodded as she saw Zheng He-wan rushing through the flames. "I see. Uriel. You were waiting for this." The disaster didn't back down in the presence of the terrible archangel. "It is enough to make an ending." "No," she looked rather relaxed. It was as if she had finally fulfilled her duty. The ether wrapped around Xin Yuzheng's fist and the flames that clung to Zheng Hewan's blade collided. Xin Yuzheng stumbled and Zheng Hewan pushed forward without missing this gap. No matter how good the overlapped skills, the powerful buffs would have a short duration. Zheng Hewan was well aware of this and accelerated her attacks. The surrounding land was affected by the holy flames. Xin Yuzheng persisted despite being long exhausted. She was like a seasoned actor playing the last performance of her life as she tried her best to live. Many constellations are excited about your design. The constellations that came over from Doctic's channel were excited. 15,000 coins have been sponsored. The hateful donations of the constellations rose sharply. Affection and hatred were just a moment of entertainment for the constellations. Unfortunately, the story that lasted a moment for them was a life for humans. The constellations of the Korean peninsula are looking at you sadly. In front of the many watchers, I drew the ending of this scenario by myself. The constellation secretive plotter is focused on your choice. In the meantime, Zheng Hewan had turned the Beast King's sensitivity into rags and the flames of Hell Flame's ignition were gradually burning Xin Yuzheng. Injuries were also piling up on Zheng Hewan's body. It was a close match, but victory wasn't on the side of the exhausted Xin Yuzheng. Zheng Hewan ignored all defenses and plunged through the ether storm, stabbing her sword into Xin Yuzheng's belly. A bright blaze of flame surrounded Xin Yuzheng's body. The holy flames burned at the energy of the great demon in her body. The black aura coming from her turned to smoke. Blood splattered from the place where the sword was pulled out. Xin Yuzheng looked down at her blood like it was a prop on a stage. It was finally settled. I suddenly saw the collapsed king mass wood and heavy metal beam. The monster gate had closed and the fight against the monsters was ending. I approached Xin Yuzheng. Control of her flesh had come back, but her body wasn't normal. Xin Yuzheng looked down at her body and stated, "I am dying now." In normal cases, the Beast Lord wouldn't die from these wounds. The Beast King's vitality was as good as Ye Zhongyu's recovery. Unfortunately, she was hit by Hell Flame's ignition. The flames of hell were deeply embedded in her body, burning her vitality to extinguish all evil. Uriel's stigma was a fire that never burned out until all the evil was gone. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is shaking. Due to excessive immersion, Stage 2 of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint will always be activated. The fire was inside her body and Xin Yuzheng would never survive. Xin Yuzheng watched me and smiled weakly. "I'm glad to be here during this round of regression. It was good to hear Captain say those words. It hurts. I'm going to disappear like this. Now I can die in peace. Something really might change. I don't want to die." The omniscience was a curse. Knowing someone's heart meant always deceiving someone. She smiled and stared up at the air. There was an intermediate Dokibi with a stiff expression. "I'm going to die now. Isn't it okay as a drama?" This was a great scenario. Some constellations are nodding. Some constellations are complaining. The intermediate Dokibi was silent. Well, he hadn't expected this. The scenario was completed, but it wasn't as he intended. Now he would pay for what he intended. I looked back and saw Ye Zhongyuk approaching. He asked, "Is she going to die?" "Perhaps. You must be lacking hatred." This bastard was really. Ye Zhongyuk pulled out his sword. I was about to stop him from trying to kill Xin Yuzheng when his heaven-shaking sword stopped. The cold blade was supporting Xin Yuzheng's head. Xin Yuzheng said, "Hold on until the end." "I will die soon, Captain." Xin Yuzheng's thoughts flowed into my ears. "There is something I want to hear from you, just once. I wish to hear it just once." They were words that could never be said. Ye Zhongyuk couldn't hear these words and spoke nonchalantly. "I have something to ask." "What is it?" I felt miserable as I saw the anticipation on Xin Yuzheng's face. It was because I knew her expectations would never be rewarded. "Who is the great demon that helped you cross over to this world?" She stared blankly at Ye Zhongyuk for a moment before laughing. "Captain is the captain to the end. You don't change. Tell me, have you heard of the great demon of the horizon? That is why I admired you. I know the name. If Captain's luck is bad, you will meet him soon. However, never fight him. It is almost impossible for Captain to kill him. For a long time, a really long time." Her earnest sincerity didn't reach its target and I struggled. I wanted to say something. This stupid Yo Jong-yuk, who couldn't hear the vivid voice in front of him. The moment I opened my mouth, Shin Yuzheng's hand grabbed me. Yo Jong-yuk kept speaking. I will remember. Yo Jong-yuk turned around at these words. Then Yo Jong-yuk's inner thoughts were conveyed to me. I will get revenge for you. I trembled at the sadness in these words. I looked down at disaster Shin Yuzheng. I see. This person was already aware of it. She didn't need to hear it to already know. Something was pouring down from Shin Yuzheng's eyes. For the first time, I thought that Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint might not be omniscient. Goodbye, Captain. Good job. I'll leave it to you. Rest. Only a few stray sentences were left as I stared at the two people. Their thoughts had definitely reached each other. I clearly read this story. Then Shin Yuzheng started to scatter into ashes. Pretty. The young Shin Yuzheng approached me and held on to me. What did she feel when she saw her future self disappearing? No matter how many books I read, there were some emotions I couldn't reach. The disaster Shin Yuzheng smiled at me and the young Shin Yuzheng. I'm envious. The lower body of the disaster Shin Yuzheng had almost disappeared. The speed of her destruction was accelerating. The constellation demon-like judge of fire has closed her eyes. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is sighing. As the constellations watched her, I kneeled and grabbed the hand of the disaster Shin Yuzheng. Shin Yuzheng was surprised by my unexpected behavior and looked at me. I invoked Beast King's sensitivity with my last remaining magic power. It was to pass on a gift to her. The mysterious senses of the Beast Kings touched, and for a short moment, Shin Yuzheng's soul was connected to mine. It was a sensibility that only beasts shared. The passing wind whispered something. It was a story that neither the constellations or Dokkaebi could hear. The dying Shin Yuzheng's eyes widened like she couldn't believe it. Are you serious? Really? Fortunately, the message was properly delivered. Her chest had already turned to ashes and now she had no voice left. Why? Tears slowly filled her eyes. She tried to tell me something but the cold wind stopped her. The connected films of two worlds were breaking again. The pieces that she was made of turned to ashes and scattered. Her eyes, nose and mouth. Her voice. The person who lived over 1,000 years scattered into pure white ashes like snow, the ashes like a trail as it disappeared into the sky. It was like a distant journey or even a dance. I looked up at the faint traces drifting in the air. I couldn't believe it was real, and the young Shin Yuzheng held onto me tightly. Did she really die? I steadied my heart. Can't you change it? Really? Then she nodded. Li Liang grabbed my sleeve and wiped his eyes with it. Yu Sanga was crying and I didn't know why, but Li Hyun-sung was also tearful. Yo Jong-yuk didn't cry while only Li Jihe didn't know the exact situation. Why is everyone crying? I am also sad. My forehead was cold and sleet was falling from the misty sky. There was no snow or rain. The cold sensation relieved the people. It was funny. Humans felt most alive when they confirmed the death of another. The people of Seoul Dome collapsed once their tension disappeared. There were people laughing, crying or feeling angry. The donations of the constellation flowed here and there. The responses were different, but there was one thing they all agreed on. The disaster of flood Shin Yuzheng had died. There was a frozen intermediate Dokkaebi staring up at the sky. Baihyang, who had been watching silently, finally opened his mouth. Intermediate Dokkaebi. The scenario has ended. How? This. If you don't do it, then I will end it. A moment later, a message was heard. The fifth main scenario is activated. The compensation settlement is being prepared. Finally, the scenario declared her death. The future Shin Yuzheng had died and the disaster was over. This was the conclusion of the fifth scenario. Everyone thought so and believed so. To be exact, everyone except me had to believe this. From beginning to end, everything had to be a perfect drama. It was a drama that declared things couldn't be changed, a tragedy that followed the constellations and scenario. This was the only way for the 41st round Shin Yuzheng to escape from the damn scenario. At this moment, the young Shin Yuzheng's hand heated up. I will kill. The girl's eyes were fixed on the intermediate Dokkaebi floating in the air. That Dokkaebi, I'll kill him. I was trying to restrain her when sparks flew in the air. The sky was crumbling and a portal was opening. Two white Dokkaebis emerged from the portal. The low-grade Dokibis found the two Dokibis wearing white armor and backed away at once. It was natural. These Dokibis were people that all Dokibis hoped to never meet. The Bureau. They were the Dokibis of the executive branch, responsible for investigating the probability in scenarios. The two Dokibis had a fearsome atmosphere as they approached the intermediate Dokibi and arrested him. Executives. What are you doing? An executive Dokibi declared to the shocked intermediate Dokibi. Intermediate Dokibi Paul. You shall be arrested for violating the Star Stream regulations. Chapter 108, 3 Promises. 1. The executive branch's emergency arrest. According to Ways of Survival, an emergency arrest was only possible when a Dokibi acted in a manner that severely violated the probability of a scenario. Intermediate Dokibi Paul. From now on, you will be led to the executive branch. You will remain silent about all scenarios and be deprived of all progress in the main scenarios. The expression of the intermediate Dokibi Paul kept changing. You will lose the achievement points of all the scenarios you have built up and will be demoted to a low-grade Dokibi after your punishment. Demoted? Wait a minute. The intermediate Dokibi Paul hurriedly shouted. He made an unfair expression and looked at the Dokibis around him. A sudden demotion? Shouldn't you tell me what I did well? Are you really asking because you don't know? Another Dokibi of the executive branch asked. Paul hesitated for a moment at the dignified voice before continuing. I don't know. What the hell did I do wrong? He even had the audacity to move forward. Look at the constellations. Aren't they all happy? Didn't the scenario end brilliantly? The executive Dokibi frowned at Paul's confident words. There is no problem with the probability. I used the scenario enforcement with the consent of the constellations and the constellation also. This is the problem with streamers. They sing songs of the constellations. Not all Dokibis respected the constellations. It was because among the Dokibis of the executive branch, there were some who had once been constellations. They were constellations but they lost their characteristics and were forced to live as Dokibis. They were the Dokibis of the executive branch. Paul continued despite his customers being insulted. Your words are going too far. Don't panic, Paul. You might be an enforce but I can't tolerate insults to my customers. Paul rode the momentum and continued. I can guess why the executives came here. It is probably because I used the enforcement rights. The scenario enforcement can only be used when the majority of constellations support the probability of the scenario. I'm aware of that. Otherwise, there is the risk of a probability storm. But the constellation satisfaction is high. Satisfaction? Paul, look at yourself and tell me. Paul looked down at himself and he paled. The space around him was filled with blue sparks. It was the forerunner of a probability storm. Why am I receiving a probability storm? The probability storm was a punishment for going against the flow. The probability of the world now wanted to erase Paul's existence. The enforcer Dokibis laughed. The enforcement right is a power that demands the greatest amount of probability from a Dokibi. Did you think you would be safe using this authority for such a crude development? That isn't the case, Paul. You have a chance to end the scenario without using the executive rights. It was a fresh development I had never seen before. Why did you stop it? Thanks to your brutality, an emergency was dropped on Sol Dome's bureau. No, wait a minute. I exercised the enforcement rights according to the opinions of the constellations. Paul looked around. See constellations. Didn't you agree with my development? However, no constellations answered. Constellations? The numerous indirect messages from the constellations died out. Unbelievable. Why? All the constellations who supported his development had left the Korean channels. The executive frowned. You stupid fool. Can't you see that the constellations are gone? Many of the constellations who wanted to kill me and who instigated him had left the Korean peninsula in large numbers once it turned into a drama. It was natural. It was strange to keep watching when an unwanted development occurred. In fact, Baihyung's channel lost close to a third of its subscribers. The remaining ones were. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at the intermediate Dokibi Paul. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is chuckling at the intermediate Dokibi Paul. The constellation Secretive Plotter is mocking the intermediate Dokibi Paul. They were all constellations who didn't agree with the intermediate Dokibi's development. And no, I can't be destroyed in this way. Executive, don't worry. You won't be destroyed. What does this mean? A glimmer of hope appeared on Paul's face. The executive Dokibi said something that turned off the light completely. You will be given a worse punishment than destruction. Our bureau received a large probability debt because of you. The executives will use Dokibi Paul's redemption code. Then the body of the Dokibi Paul was forcibly pulled into the world. The intermediate Dokibi Paul trembled. His true voice emerged because he lost his broadcasting rights. This is a conspiracy. It can't be like this. Then Baihyung spoke from beside him. This is why you didn't want to finish the scenario quickly. Baihyung. In the end, Paul exploded. Paul held the redemption code and pointed at Baihyung. Executives, arrest him as well. I have evidence that his channel broke the rules of the star stream. He will naturally come along as well. Paul's expression brightened. However, the people of Korea knew that people should listen to the Dokibi's words to the end. It is because he is the Dokibi who called us. What? Don't tell me, the executive Dokibi said. Yes, the Dokibi who reported you is Baihyung. Baihyung briefly waved towards the red-eyed Paul. The executive smiled coldly. Dokibi Baihyung. He is a very good Dokibi. Look at his humility. He has the integrity of a streamer who ignores everything and immerses himself in the scenarios. It is different from you and the Dokibis who only wear luxurious clothing. Baihyung had a shy expression on his face. He didn't know that his poverty would help him in this way. And no. That guy Baihyung is. Shut up. Paul screamed terribly from where he was tied to the redemption code. The executive Dokibi kept talking. You have been punished twice before. This is your third time. You are familiar with the third punishment, right? This is ridiculous. Do you think my superiors will allow this? You are making a mistake right now. If you touch me, I will listen to your bullshit after going to the bureau. A glowing portal appeared in the air. It was finally time to say goodbye to the intermediate Dokibi. Perhaps I wouldn't see him in the future scenarios anymore. Paul's eyes glared at me. A flame burned inside me the moment I met his eyes. The fourth wall is shaking due to your high emotions. The Shin Yuzheng of the future had scattered into ash. She might have been saved if it wasn't for the intermediate Dokibi. She could never return to her time, but she might have been able to live in this new world. The intermediate Dokibi trampled on that last possibility. That was why I opened my mouth. Wait a minute. He might receive the death punishment, but I couldn't be satisfied. My words shocked my party members. Are you calling us? The Dokibis were surprised. They didn't expect an incarnation to stop the Dokibis of the executive branch. The executive Dokibi looked at me quietly and opened his mouth. That's right. You are the incarnation Kim Dokja, right? The other executive Dokibi laughed. Do you know this person? He is a famous incarnation in this area. He is one of the strongest incarnations on the peninsula, but he hasn't signed with a sponsor. I watched the leisurely Dokibis and spoke to Baihyung through the Dokibi communication. Baihyung. I'll give you 100,000 coins. What? Baihyung's eyes widened. Promote me to a platinum member of the Dokibi bag. No, why all of a sudden? Just do it. Shit. I looked at the executives and rushed Baihyung. Baihyung sighed and started to manipulate something in the air. 100,000 coins have been consumed. Congratulations. You have become a platinum member of the Dokibi bag. Originally, there would be splendid special effects for the promotion, but I asked Baihyung to omit it. Unlike the gold membership that could be obtained for 5,000 coins, the treatment of platinum members were different. Yes, Incarnation Kim Dokja. Why did you call us? The executives didn't know about my promotion and asked me again. These Dokibis were really big and I was nervous facing them. They might have fallen, but some of them were originally great people. I breathed lightly and opened my mouth. I am requesting the Dokibi solo meeting right. What? The executive Dokibis were confused by my words. Then laughter soon emerged. Only platinum members can ask for the solo meeting right. Don't tell me. That's right. Please check it. The two Dokibis looked at each other again. They manipulated the system to identify a few things and soon let out a cry of amazement. It is real. How can an incarnation become a platinum member? Aren't I qualified now? The executives hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right. What do you want with the solo meeting, right? The platinum qualifications allows you to meet with a senior doc-EB. The appointment schedule. I don't want that. The doc-EB I want is currently with you. I pointed a finger at the doc-EB I wanted. I want a solo meeting with the intermediate doc-EB Paul. Chapter 109, 3 Promises, 2. The two executive doc-EBs glanced at each other. How long did this last? Then the two doc-EBs burst out laughing at the same time. Cuck. Q ha ha hat. Interesting. Don't tell me. The smart executives seemed to have noticed something. Paul watched the scene with a puzzled expression. I will allow a solo meeting with the doc-EB Paul. The free solo time is 20 minutes. The executives of the bureau agreed to my request like it was interesting. I figured they would do this. Originally, the executives didn't like streamers. They were closer to the subscribers than the streamers. The moment they spoke, a transparent dome formed around me and Paul. The original solo meeting right was a space for constellations and doc-EBs to secretly meet. The solo meeting with the intermediate doc-EB Paul has begun. However, the usage could be changed according to the user. I saw Bai-Hyung talking to the executives outside the dome. Paul was trapped with me and revealed his hostility. Why did you want to see me? Do you want to deal some medicine to those up there? His body was still affected by the executive doc-EB's redemption code. As long as the code existed, Paul wouldn't be able to use his own power as well as the authority of a doc-EB. In other words, the person in front of me was completely helpless. Don't bluff. I know your current situation. Paul winced and withdrew to the edge of the dome. Yet there was still a smile on his face. Ha ha, I see. I know what you are thinking. Do you want to get revenge for that slave? How funny. Don't you know it is a superficial human desire? Yes, you can try it once. I don't know how you found about the solo meeting rights, but this is a place where we can't hurt each other. No matter how hard you try. I ran to him and punched him as hard as I could. Blue blood emerged from his nose and the person who couldn't grasp the situation screamed and belatedly collapsed. I told him, I can't kill you but I can beat you to a pulp. Kowlook. You dare. Yes, now your true nature is emerging. I don't want to hear those disgusting honorifics. Hyuk, Kuhyuk. Is this the first time you are feeling pain? You must have never been beaten up like this after living as a doc-EB. Kuhut. Kuhuhut. Paul was still smiling despite his blood dripping down. You made a mistake just now. There are special rules in place to prevent people like you from exploiting the solo meeting rights. Then the system message arrived like it had been waiting. You have injured the doc-EB in the solo meeting space. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. These doc-EB, they were really great. They prepared a penalty in case the constellations tried anything. It was a coins penalty. However, I was aware of the penalty and just shrugged. Paul laughed as he wiped off his blood. Foolish human. You are bringing destruction on yourself with your anger. Yes, try to hit me as many times as you like. The coins you have at the moment. How much coins do you think I have? Paul fell silent. Isn't it strange? How could I become a platinum member when I am an incarnation? I grinned at his shaky eyes. I have a lot of coins. I made a lot of money thanks to you. My fists descended towards the pale Paul. The damn scenarios I experienced so far passed through my head. Coins possessed, 205,902 C. I remembered Xin Yuzheng's dying appearance. These were among the things I told her. That doc-EB, I'll beat you to death. This was the first promise I would keep. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. Once again, my fist moved and his nose was broken. I didn't say that it was someone's share. In the first place, this couldn't be anyone's share. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. Kurake. An insignificant human dares. Peek. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. Why you won't be safe if you do this to me. Peek. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. I'll kill you. I will surely kill you. Peek. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. Wait a minute. Wait. Stop. His frightened body curled up and I stopped my fists for the first time. For a moment, hope filled his eyes. Why yes. You thought, well, there is nothing about doing this here. I watched him hurriedly speaking with honorifics and asked, did you stop? What? When Yu Zheng asked you to stop, did you? I quietly looked down at him. He didn't say anything and just looked at the ground. Then he raised head and stared at the sky. He felt resentment for the ones who made him like this. This doesn't mean anything. Your dead companion won't come back to life. My dead colleagues wouldn't come back to life. He was right. It means something. However, I raised my fist to the trembling guy. So what if she is dead? Xin Yuzheng would have done this as well. Peek. Paul's fangs protruded as he rolled across the ground. Li Hyunsung would have done so as well. Yosanga and Li Galiao also. My fist slammed into his belly. Maybe that bastard Yo Zhongyuk. My companions outside the dome were looking this way. Xin Yuzheng was forming fists with red eyes. Li Jihe and Li Galiao were shouting something. Li Hyunsung's eyes were red as he made a serious expression and Yosanga was staring at me with wide eyes. Yo Zhongyuk was the last one I looked at before glancing back at Paul. I am outside the scenario. You can't earn coins by doing this. It won't benefit you. Coins. Yes, only the Dokibis would think like this. Some stories would become coins. Some stories wouldn't become coins. Maybe that is true. None of the constellations had made a bounty scenario, nor was there a sub-scenario. However, this behavior was meaningful. Nobody was making me do this. I'm not intending to get any benefits from this. What? Since the fall of the world, coins had become the principle behind every human's actions. They moved if the constellations gave coins and didn't move if there were no coins. Still, humans often moved regardless of whether there were coins or not. You don't know it, but humans are animals that seek for the meaning of life through these things. What? I raised my fist and started beating him again. Peek. The subsequent punches crushed his face, ribs and joints. I didn't have to control my power because there was no fear of him dying. One blow was the best blow. Every time bones broke, something exploded inside of me. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. In fact, I knew. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. I knew very well. No matter how hard I beat him up, it wouldn't give me any comfort over Xin Yuzheng's death. The dead Xin Yuzheng would never see this sight, yet I still moved my fists. I hit and hit him again. Peek. It was just like Yo Zhongyuk. He kept repeating his regressions until the last moment, even if no one knew his cause. 500 coins have been consumed as a penalty. Then the message of a constellation was heard. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is excited about the unseen development. 500 coins have been sponsored. I stopped punching for a moment and stared up at the sky. Even this was a story to the constellations. It isn't an act this time. You have returned the 500 sponsored coins to the constellation. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is very embarrassed. Think of it as a free service. Now things would be good for me. The constellation secretive plotter is interested in your actions. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is thrilled with your actions. I started punching again. There were only the sounds of the Dokibi skin bursting and intermittent groaning. The constellation silently watched what I was doing. No one gave me any coins, but I could feel them watching me. Sometimes, this alone was sufficient. I was wrong. Spare me. Please. Please. Paul couldn't endure it anymore and dragged his body to the edge of the dome. The wall of the dome made a faint sound, but the executives didn't respond. Rather, they were pleased with my actions. Maybe they would be saying something like this. That coin-making bastard, damn streamer scum. The executive Dokibis didn't like streamers. The executives who evolved from constellations were good at fighting but had no talent in leading the scenarios. Shortly after, Paul's body became completely ragged. I grabbed at his bloody neck. At this point, I asked what I really wanted to know. Where is Xin Yuzheng's soul right now? *****. Dead souls that were part of the scenario couldn't escape from the confines of the contract, even in death. It would have been different if the contract itself had been destroyed. The intermediate Dokibi Paul opened his mouth after he was hit a few more times. That. I also don't know. You borrowed the power of an archangel and our contract was destroyed. Indeed, it was like this. The Dokibis had been handed the disaster Xin Yuzheng by a great demon. In the course of the transfer, the strings of the contract were created using the great demon's power. Then Uriel's hell flames ignition had burned those strings. In other words, Xin Yuzheng's soul was now floating around the world. Why you? Absolutely, can't, regain, companion. Her soul, soon, the labyrinth. Paul finally collapsed. The Dokibi solo meeting rights has ended. The transparent dome disappeared and the executives whistled. Oh, you are in terrible shape even before the disciplinary hearing. They glanced at me before moving away with delighted smiles. I watched Bai Hiang hurriedly chase after them and asked, "Did you get back the money?" "Of course. But didn't you use too many coins?" "I still have a lot left." I hit Paul exactly 124 times. Coins possessed, 143,902 C. Bai Hiang sighed as he glanced at me. "I won't be able to communicate with you after entering the bureau. I will keep the channel open so don't get into trouble in the meantime. Please." I watched Bai Hiang and thought it was good. Without him, no one would argue with him from now on. The scenario error will delay further compensation settlement. The administrator of the main scenario had completely left the scene and the scenario development was likely to be stagnant for a bit. It should only be a day or two, but that was enough time. I looked up at the Dokibis disappearing into the portal and recalled the last conversation I had with Xin Yuzheng. "Don't worry. You won't die." "What do you mean?" "I can help you resurrect. I've resurrected twice, so it isn't as bad as you think. In fact, I tried to avoid using this method until the end. After all, according to the design, she must die once. There was also no guarantee that she could revive again. I don't know how long it will take. If you just wait and don't give up, I will surely revive you." If Xin Yuzheng's soul had fallen into the labyrinth of the world, it was almost impossible to revive her again. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. She would surely survive if I could regain her soul. The problem was how to find her soul. I suddenly looked back at Yosanga. "Yosanga, see?" "Yes. Xin Yuzheng's soul might enter a new world line, but in the all souls escaped from this world through the underworld." I remembered some constellations related to the afterlife. All of them were in a place I didn't dare touch or were beyond my reach. Still, there was one person that I could talk to. "Can you call the abandoned lover of the labyrinth here?" Yusanga hesitated for a moment before nodding. After a while, faint sparks appeared around her. It wasn't the previous method of directly descending due to the increased probability consumption, but it was certain that Ariadne nestled inside her. I opened my mouth. "Olympus, I want to do business with you." The sparks bouncing around the area were rough. Well, our last encounter wasn't great. This time, I had to make concessions. I took a deep breath before getting to the point. "Let me meet with the King of Hell." Now it was time to keep the second promise. Chapter 110, 3 Promises, 3. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. I could see Olympus's answer from Yosanga's expression. She became red and then paled. Based on Yosanga's eyes, I thought I was too hasty in bringing up the story. That, you see. I wondered what she had heard to make her hesitate while watching me. I felt sorry for some reason. "Can you tell me what the sponsor said?" Sparks flew from Yosanga's body. Ariadne seemed to be running wild. I waited a bit until the situation calmed down. I hadn't realized the aftermath of the 3 questions and answers would be so large. The sparks soon subsided and Yosanga spoke in a mixed voice. "The father of the rich knight isn't someone who can be easily met." The father of the rich knight. It was the modifier given to King Hades, one of the 3 head gods of Olympus. One of the 3 head gods of Olympus, he resided in a famous place that the 12 gods of Olympus couldn't enter. Hades was far too great for Ariadne to contact him. I quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Yosanga. By the way, Dokia. The smart Yosanga probably already knew that the father of the rich knight was Hades. She had a vague idea of why I was looking for Hades. The story of Orpheus, who visited the underworld in order to revive his wife Eurydice, was a famous myth in South Korea. Is it possible? Yu Sanga wondered. As a rule, resurrecting the dead was impossible. I was subjected to the probability correction of the king of no killing effect, but in most cases, there was no such correction. It was the same for Shin Yuzhong. If resurrection was possible, then Yo Zhongyuk wouldn't have needed to regress. Yet if I could somehow obtain her soul, I can't tell you the details right now. I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak about my future plans in a situation where the constellations were staring at me. There were many constellations who disliked me due to the previous situation. I threw the bait and now I had to wait and see if they bit. The important thing was to be patient. I looked at the people around me and opened my mouth. Shall we organize things? Then my party members approached me one by one, as if they had been waiting. Shin Yuzhong and Li Galiang were with Li Hyun-sung, while Li Jihe stood in a distant place with a slightly sulky expression. I heard the voice of a low-grade Dokibi. I am the Dokibi young guy, who will temporarily take charge of the compensation settlement. He was a newbie Dokibi and spoke in a slightly stiff voice. I will now settle the addition compensation for the fifth scenario. Perhaps all the higher-level Dokibis had disappeared. You have received that Ellen Forest's vital energy. People caught the small fruit that fell from the air. This is the most popular recovery item in the star stream. Even if you are seriously injured, you can recover quickly by eating this and sleeping. It was the first time I had seen such a polite Dokibi and it gave me a feeling of resistance. Then Dokibi talked to me and some other people. Additional compensation for the key contributors will be given this evening. Thank you for all your hard work. I hope you cheer up in the following scenarios. The voice disappeared and I watched all the people holding the fruit. Characters I didn't know would be dead and some people would be dying right now. Still, we survived. The party members weren't sure to be grateful or sad. Once this happened, someone was bound to act as the representative. I stared at them and slowly opened my mouth. Everyone, you have suffered. The moment when nothing was decided only remained for a moment. Sadness was sadness and happiness was happiness. If we made decisions, then at least these moments would remain meaningful. You really struggled. Relief slowly filled the party members' faces as I didn't say anything about rewards. They deserved it. Li Jihe was the one who spoke first. By the way, it was really shocking, Arjasi. You looked cooler than Master for a moment. I acknowledge you. Then Li Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won also opened their mouths. It was wonderful. I felt refreshed. These people, this was all they wanted to say to me? A wry smile appeared on my face as they started making a fuss. The biggest crisis of the beginning scenarios was over and Seoul was protected. For the time being, Seoul wouldn't be threatened until a few scenarios had passed. Dokisi also suffered. Yu Sanga stared at me and smiled brightly. Maybe this was the reward given to me. There was the sound of something hitting me and Shin Yuzhong placed her forehead against my side. Li Galiang was somewhat disgruntled but he didn't say anything. I placed my hand lightly on Shin Yuzhong's head. Yes, this as well. Asterisk. In the evening, the additional compensation for the main contributors began. There were 3 main contributors who received additional compensation. They were me, Jung Hee-won and Yo Jong-yuk. The additional compensation for the 5th scenario is a B-grade skill. Someone else might say that a B-grade skill as a reward wasn't right, but it was actually balanced. A low alphabet letter didn't mean the skill was useless. In addition, the scenario compensation was in the form of a free choice. In other words, I could choose the B-grade skill I wanted. There was a skill that was difficult to acquire among the B-grade skills and I had to get it. Do you want to see the list of B-grade skills? It was a list with tens of thousands of skills. I was able to avoid a difficult choice because there was a skill I thought of from the beginning. Do you want to receive the B-grade skill lie detection as compensation? I nodded and there was a faint glow as additional messages appeared. The exclusive skill lie detection has been added to the skills list. I finally obtained it. It had been really frustrating not having lie detection. I looked back and saw that Jung Hee-won was having a hard time picking something. I asked Li Jihe, who was next to me. Hey, do you know where Yo Jong-yuk is? He was going somewhere with Sealhwa Ani. Li Sealhwa? Li Jihe looked at me with pitying eyes, as if she knew what I was thinking. Sigh, it isn't what Arjasi thinks. Really. I watched the whole time. It is completely different from the two of you. I'm certain. I had a headache. Speaking of which, it was certain that they were lovers in the second regressions, but I couldn't remember in the third regression. Yo Jong-yuk had a long road to walk. So where the hell did he go? Was it to pick up his younger sister? The sixth scenario will start in 3 days. A system message was heard. I think I knew what Yo Jong-yuk wanted to do. The sixth scenario was when we finally encountered incarnations from other domes. He was a restless guy, so he probably went to get some hidden skills and items that he couldn't get in the last regression. There were still some hidden scenarios in Seoul Dome. It was a bit upsetting that they would be taken away by Yo Jong-yuk, but it was better than he eating up skills. Moreover, he needed to be stronger than he was now to make the rest of the scenarios easier. Ah, that's right. I have a message for Arjasi from Master. For me. Lee Ji-hee nodded as she grasped her sword and declared in a serious tone. King Dokja, the oath period is over. My heart sank. The oath of existence. I had forgotten about it. Then swear you won't hurt me until the fifth scenario is over. If you can't do that, I really won't help you. I swear, we had made this oath. That guy, surely he hadn't left me alive because of the oath? Then I remembered strange nonsense. I won't kill you. I will hit you once. I couldn't help gulping. Surely this wasn't his plan? Was he going to learn a skill to hit me? By the way, what oath did the two of you swear? Shut up. Yes, it would somehow be okay. Above all, I had the Beast King's sensitivity used by the disaster Shin Yuzhong. It was also level 3. I had Way of the Wind through bookmark, and there were also my strong companions. I met Lee Ji-hee's eyes as she said, "You know that I won't help you against Master, right?" I wasn't expecting anything from you. Instead, I looked at Lee Hyun-sung. I was really impressed when he told Shin Yuzhong that he was part of my party, not Yo Jong-yuk's. Lee Hyun-sung gazed at me with perplexed eyes before opening his mouth. That, Dokya see. Yes, to tell you the truth, I'm a bit scared of Yo Jong-yuk see. Ah, it's okay. I understand. Come to think of it, Lee Hyun-sung's strength was because of Yo Jong-yuk. Damn it. However, it was too early to be frustrated. I also had Jung Hee-won. She was someone who didn't appear in the original novel, and I raised her with my own hands. Then Jung Hee-won scratched her head and said, "I don't know what this is about, but I won't get involved in the fight between the two of you." "Ha, I won't disturb the two of you. What the hell is this?" The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is making a loving smile. I suddenly got a chill down my spine. What was that angel thinking? The constellation Scribe of Heaven is watching demon-like Judge of Fire with solemn eyes. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has jumped and changed her expression. You see. I looked up with astonishment and saw Yo Sanga smiling calmly at me. Don't worry. Jong-yuk-see isn't a bad person. I hope so. I'm sure that he is a good friend. I heard Yo Sanga's words and inwardly sighed. I didn't know why, but I thought of Han Seong at this time. Apart from me, she was the only one who knew what type of person Yo Jong-yuk was. Well, she wouldn't have protected me even if she was here. The scenario was over, but I didn't know what she was doing now. We finished organizing the surroundings and collected items. It became late in the night and Yo Jong-yuk still hadn't returned. Instead, Jung Hee-won went to scout and returned with welcome things. I was amazed. That is still remaining. Jung Hee-won had 6 bottles of beer and soju with her. She said with a smile, "Let's have a drink as a memorial." We set up a campfire and sat down. I quickly hit Lee Ji-hee's hand as she grabbed the beer. "You're a minor. There are no laws now. Why does it matter if I'm a minor? Drink cider with the kids." In the meantime, I took a quick swallow of the alcohol. Jung Hee-won had red cheeks as she drank, while Lee Hyun-sung snored like a bear after drinking a few beers. He was weaker to alcohol than he looked. The mood. Lee Ji-hee secretly drank a few cups and collapsed with a red face. Surprisingly, Yo Sanga had already drank 4 bottles of soju. I couldn't see any signs of her being drunk. I'm a heavy drinker. Come to think of it, I had never seen Yo Sanga get drink at a work party. It is hard to get drunk. There was sorrow in her words. The company had a few men who wanted to do something to Yo Sanga while she was drunk. Maybe this was the first time she could drink while at ease. Isn't it okay for today? Perhaps it was because she was paler than usual that I looked away with shame. There was a lonely moon in the sky and the cries of monsters couldn't be heard today. The other drinking groups around us were making loud noises. I wanted to drink well in this situation, but I also thought it was because of this situation that I had to drink. It was a world where everything couldn't be endured without drinking. Then small sparks appeared around my glass. The surprised Usanga looked at me. I nodded. It was a good thing I hadn't drank too much alcohol. The alcohol poured down onto the ground. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy wants to talk to you. Olympus had finally taken the bait. Chapter 111, Episode 22, 3 Promises, 3. I could see Olympus's answer from Yosanga's expression. She became red and then paled. Based on Yosanga's eyes, I thought I was too hasty in bringing up the story. You see. I wondered what she had heard to make her hesitate while watching me. I felt sorry for some reason. Can you tell me what the sponsor said? Sparks flew from Yosanga's body. Ariadne seemed to be running wild. I waited a bit until the situation calmed down. I hadn't realized the aftermath of the 3 questions and answers would be so large. The sparks soon subsided and Yosanga spoke in a mixed voice. The father of the rich knight isn't someone who can be easily met. The father of the rich knight. It was the modifier given to King Hades, one of the 3 head gods of Olympus. One of the 3 head gods of Olympus, he resided in a famous place that the 12 gods of Olympus couldn't enter. Hades was far too great for Ariadne to contact him. I quickly thanked her. Thank you Yosanga. By the way, you see. The smart Yosanga probably already knew that the father of the rich knight was Hades. She had a vague idea of why I was looking for Hades. The story of Orpheus, who visited the underworld in order to revive his wife Eurydice, was a famous myth in South Korea. Is it possible? Yosanga wondered. As a rule, resurrecting the dead was impossible. I was subjected to the probability correction of the king of no killing effect, but in most cases, there was no such correction. It was the same for Shin Yuzhong. If resurrection was possible, then Yozhongyuk wouldn't have needed to regress. Yet if I could somehow obtain her soul, I can't tell you the details right now. I'm sorry. I didn't want to speak about my future plans in a situation where the constellations were staring at me. There were many constellations who disliked me due to the previous situation. I threw the bait and now I had to wait and see if they bit. The important thing was to be patient. I looked at the people around me and opened my mouth. Shall we organize things? Then my party members approached me one by one, as if they had been waiting. Shin Yuzhong and Li Galiang were with Li Hyun-sung, while Li Jihe stood in a distant place with a slightly sulky expression. I heard the voice of a low-grade Dokibi. I am the Dokibi young guy, who will temporarily take charge of the compensation settlement. He was a newbie Dokibi and spoke in a slightly stiff voice. I will now settle the addition compensation for the 5th scenario. Perhaps all the higher-level Dokibis had disappeared. You have received that Ellen Forest's vital energy. People caught the small fruit that fell from the air. This is the most popular recovery item in the star stream. Even if you are seriously injured, you can recover quickly by eating this and sleeping. It was the first time I had seen such a polite Dokibi and it gave me a feeling of resistance. Then Dokibi talked to me and some other people. Additional compensation for the key contributors will be given this evening. Thank you for all your hard work. I hope you cheer up in the following scenarios. The voice disappeared and I watched all the people holding the fruit. Characters I didn't know would be dead and some people would be dying right now. Still, we survived. The party members weren't sure to be grateful or sad. Once this happened, someone was bound to act as the representative. I stared at them and slowly opened my mouth. Everyone, you have suffered. The moment when nothing was decided only remained for a moment. Sadness was sadness and happiness was happiness. If we made decisions, then at least these moments would remain meaningful. You really struggled. Relief slowly filled the party members' faces as I didn't say anything about rewards. They deserved it. Li Jihe was the one who spoke first. By the way, it was really shocking, Arjasi. You looked cooler than Master for a moment. I acknowledge you. Then Li Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won also opened their mouths. It was wonderful. I felt refreshed. These people, this was all they wanted to say to me? A wry smile appeared on my face as they started making a fuss. The biggest crisis of the beginning scenarios was over and Seoul was protected. For the time being, Seoul wouldn't be threatened until a few scenarios had passed. Dokyusi also suffered. Yusanga stared at me and smiled brightly. Maybe this was the reward given to me. There was the sound of something hitting me and Shin Yuzhong placed her forehead against my side. Li Guiliang was somewhat disgruntled but he didn't say anything. I placed my hand lightly on Shin Yuzhong's head. Yes, this as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the evening, the additional compensation for the main contributors began. There were 3 main contributors who received additional compensation. They were me, Jung Hee-won and Yo Jong-yuk. The additional compensation for the 5th scenario is a B-grade skill. Someone else might say that a B-grade skill as a reward wasn't right, but it was actually balanced. A low alphabet letter didn't mean the skill was useless. In addition, the scenario compensation was in the form of a free choice. In other words, I could choose the B-grade skill I wanted. There was a skill that was difficult to acquire among the B-grade skills and I had to get it. Do you want to see the list of B-grade skills? It was a list with tens of thousands of skills. I was able to avoid a difficult choice because there was a skill I thought of from the beginning. Do you want to receive the B-grade skill lie detection as compensation? I nodded and there was a faint glow as additional messages appeared. The exclusive skill lie detection has been added to the skills list. I finally obtained it. It had been really frustrating not having lie detection. I looked back and saw that Jung Hee-won was having a hard time picking something. I asked Lee Ji-hee who was next to me. Hey, do you know where Yo Jong-yuk is? He was going somewhere with Sealhwa Ani. Lee Sealhwa? Lee Ji-hee looked at me with pitying eyes, as if she knew what I was thinking. Sigh, it isn't what Jussi thinks. Really? I watched the whole time. It is completely different from the 2 of you. I'm certain. I had a headache. Speaking of which, it was certain that they were lovers in the 2nd regressions but I couldn't remember in the 3rd regression. Yo Jong-yuk had a long road to walk. So where the hell did he go? Was it to pick up his younger sister? The 6th scenario will start in 3 days. A system message was heard. I think I knew what Yo Jong-yuk wanted to do. The 6th scenario was when we finally encountered incarnations from other domes. He was a restless guy so he probably went to get some hidden skills and items that he couldn't get in the last regression. There were still some hidden scenarios in Seoul Dome. It was a bit upsetting that they would be taken away by Yo Jong-yuk but it was better than he eating up skills. Moreover, he needed to be stronger than he was now to make the rest of the scenarios easier. That's right. I have a message for Jussi from Master. For me. Lee Ji-hee nodded as she grasped her sword and declared in a serious tone. King Dokja, the oath period is over. My heart sank. The oath of existence. I had forgotten about it. Then swear you won't hurt me until the 5th scenario is over. If you can't do that, I really won't help you. I swear. We had made this oath. That guy, surely he hadn't left me alive because of the oath? Then I remembered strange nonsense. I won't kill you. I will hit you once. I couldn't help gulping. Surely this wasn't his plan? Was he going to learn a skill to hit me? By the way, what oath did the 2 of you swear? Shut up. Yes, it would somehow be okay. Above all, I had the Beast King sensitivity used by the disaster Shin Yuzhong. It was also level 3. I had Way of the Wind through bookmark and there were also my strong companions. I met Lee Ji-hee's eyes as she said. You know that I won't help you against Master, right? I wasn't expecting anything from you. Instead, I looked at Lee Hyun-sung. I was really impressed when he told Shin Yuzhong that he was part of my party, not Yo Jong-yuk's. Lee Hyun-sung gazed at me with perplexed eyes before opening his mouth. That, Dokya-si. Yes, to tell you the truth, I'm a bit scared of Yo Jong-yuk-si. It's okay. I understand. Come to think of it, Lee Hyun-sung's strength was because of Yo Jong-yuk. Damn it. However, it was too early to be frustrated. I also had Jung Hee-won. She was someone who didn't appear in the original novel and I raised her with my own hands. Then Jung Hee-won scratched her head and said, I don't know what this is about but I won't get involved in the fight between the 2 of you. I won't disturb the 2 of you. What the hell is this? The constellation demon-like judge of fire is making a loving smile. I suddenly got a chill down my spine. What was that angel thinking? The constellation Scribe of Heaven is watching demon-like Judge of Fire with solemn eyes. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has jumped and changed her expression. You see, I looked up with astonishment and saw Yosanga smiling calmly at me. Don't worry. Jong-Yuxi isn't a bad person. I hope so. I'm sure that he is a good friend. I heard Yosanga's words and inwardly sighed. I didn't know why, but I thought of Han Xiang at this time. Apart from me, she was the only one who knew what type of person Yong-Yuk was. Well, she wouldn't have protected me even if she was here. The scenario was over, but I didn't know what she was doing now. We finished organizing the surroundings and collected items. It became late in the night and Yong-Yuk still hadn't returned. Instead, Jung Hee-won went to scout and returned with welcome things. I was amazed. That is still remaining. Jung Hee-won had 6 bottles of beer and soju with her. She said with a smile, "Let's have a drink as a memorial." We set up a campfire and sat down. I quickly hit Li Jihe's hand as she grabbed a beer. "You're a minor. There are no laws now. Why does it matter if I'm a minor? Drink cider with the kids." In the meantime, I took a quick swallow of the alcohol. Jung Hee-won had red cheeks as she drank while Lee Hyun-sung snored like a bear after drinking a few beers. He was weaker to alcohol than he looked. The mood. Lee Ji-hee secretly drank a few cups and collapsed with a red face. Surprisingly, Yosanga had already drank 4 bottles of soju. I couldn't see any signs of her being drunk. I'm a heavy drinker. Come to think of it, I had never seen Yosanga get drink at a work party. It is hard to get drunk. There was sorrow in her words. The company had a few men who wanted to do something to Yosanga while she was drunk. Maybe this was the first time she could drink while at ease. Isn't it okay for today? Perhaps it was because she was paler than usual that I looked away with shame. There was a lonely moon in the sky and the cries of monsters couldn't be heard today. The other drinking groups around us were making loud noises. I wanted to drink well in this situation, but I also thought it was because of this situation that I had to drink. It was a world where everything couldn't be endured without drinking. Then small sparks appeared around my glass. The surprised Yosanga looked at me. I nodded. It was a good thing I hadn't drank too much alcohol. The alcohol poured down onto the ground. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy wants to talk to you. Olympus had finally taken the bait. Chapter 112, 3 Promises, 4. The God of Wine and Ecstasy. The only person who used such a modifier was Dionysius, one of the 12 gods of Olympus. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy is humming. I couldn't hear the song, but I could see the drops of alcohol dancing to an unknown melody. The bubbles moved like they had life, forming numerous notes on the ground. The notes repeatedly moved between me and Yosanga. Yosanga looked at the notes carefully and opened her mouth. "It is the puppy waltz. Can you read musical notes?" "A little bit." Yosanga cocked her head and continued speaking. "Why did Chopin suddenly appear? I didn't have a clue. It was strange that Dionysius knew about Chopin in the first place." "No. According to the original story, he was someone with great interest in the musical culture of later generations. It wasn't strange. The notes formed a circle and then arrows that pointed towards the remaining soju bottles." Yosanga wondered, is he telling us to drink more? Let's drink. There was no other way to interpret it. Yosanga, see, drink only a little bit. At least one person should be sane. I needed someone to protect my teammates if I became drunk. I could wake up Li Giliang and Shin Yuzheng, who only drank cider, but I wanted to let them sleep well. Dokyasi can't drink well. I'm not a strong drinker. I lightly tapped my glass against hers and drank the soju. The alcohol entered my body and made me feel hot. However, the notes didn't stop. I think I should drink more. I drank a few glasses in succession. Heat rose from inside me and I could feel the redness in my face. The movements of the musical notes became more active. No, did it look more active because I was drunk? Yosanga smiled. "It is nice to drink with you." I was a bit lonely. Thus, I drank a few more cups. I felt a bit better as a mellow smell rose. I suddenly turned around and found that I was very close to Yosanga. I had obviously been quite far away. I was mistaken. The sound of breathing was harsh. I didn't know if it was my breathing or the breathing of Yosanga. Yosanga's shoulder lightly touched mine. Doc, you see. Yes. It was clearly a face free of makeup, but it was hard to find any blemishes. Usanga slowly leaned towards me. Her face was getting closer and closer. A pair of quarter notes and eighth notes danced intensely around us. My heart started to beat faster at the touch against my shoulders. Wait, something was strange. The exclusive skill fourth wall has offset some of the drunkenness. The message popped up and my mind cleared. Yes, this couldn't happen in reality. Usanga wasn't such a person. It was only possible because this was ways of survival. I firmly held Usanga's shoulder and urged her, Usanga, see, stay alert. Huh? The startled Usanga blinked. Her face turned red for the first time. What did I? As expected, it wasn't Usanga's will. I was in a slightly miserable mood as I opened my mouth and spoke towards the notes hovering on the ground. Stop playing and get straight to the point. The notes all stopped at the same time. It was a serene silence, like the midnight festival had suddenly stopped. The alcohol bubbles fell to the ground and sparks flew. Then the bubbles formed one string of words. You broke the excitement. I was a bit surprised by the letters written on the ground. A few words written in bubbles on the ground might not seem great, however it was extremely difficult for constellations to communicate it with incarnations in ways of survival. It was why the constellations used the Dokkibi channels to convey indirect messages. In the first place, spreading messages to Earth without the help of the Dokkibis was only possible among the highest class constellations, and the consumption of probability was huge. The probability of the world was sensitive to language. I heard a faint cry from the great hall in the sky. The god of this world had noticed Dionysius' existence. The fact that he delivered a message directly without going through an incarnation meant he had confidence in his backer. As expected, the 12 gods of Olympus were different. I opened my mouth in a deliberate provocation. If you are so confident, then come and talk to me in person. Then the string of words moved. I don't like those with tentacles. It is annoying to fight. If I go down myself, everyone will die. In fact, I hadn't expected anything. Soul would be turned into powder if the 12 gods of Olympus really descended. My mother died that way because of my father. Usanga saw this sentence and whispered to me. What does this mean? Maybe he is talking about the myth of his birth. As far as I knew, Dionysius' parents were Zeus and Princess Semele of Thebes. Hera was jealous of Zeus and Semele and disguised herself as Semele's nurse, encouraging Semele by saying the following. Zeus might be a fake. Ask him to show you what he really looks like when he is in Olympus. Semele was fooled and demanded that Zeus do this. Then she died from Zeus' brilliance. Usanga listened to the story and cocked his head. Isn't it a bit different from the story I know? As far as I know, his mother isn't the princess of Thebes. I was a bit surprised by Usanga's knowledge. I wondered if she had a level 1 degree in myths, not just Korean history. Of course, I didn't have such a degree. The string of words changed like it was amused. You humans know me very well. As Usanga said, Dionysius' birth myth was twofold. One was the version where Princess Semele of Thebes was his mother. The other version had Had's wife, Persephone, as his mother. I asked Dionysius, I'm curious. Which of the two versions is real? Is it important? It is important. There is a reason I need it to be the latter. In fact, Jung Hee-won's suggestion to drink was an attempt to lure Jung Hee-won. Dionysius was the son of Persephone. If this myth was correct, Dionysius could probably contact Persephone, Had's wife. Rude human. The string trembled. Still, I like rude humans. In fact, I already knew which myth it was. Dionysius' story was mentioned in Ways of Survival. There used to be a human as foolishly brave as you. He was someone who played the lyre very well. He didn't end up well. I'll be different. I can open up the entrance of the underworld. The father of the rich knight doesn't like me, but the goddess of the underworld will listen to me. However, it is very dangerous and there is no guarantee you will come back alive. It's okay. Good. I like eager people. I became nervous due to the excellent atmosphere. Dionysius was a constellation that I never knew what he was thinking. Keep this in mind. I can only give you 12 hours. If you don't come back in that time, then you can never return to the scenarios. I became dizzy and then suddenly felt drowsy. I realized what was going to happen. Damn, this was why he made me drink. I hurriedly spoke. You Sangasi, wake up the kids. Perhaps these were my last words. A new hidden scenario has arrived. The moment I closed my eyes, the drops of alcohol seemed to be laughing. I hope the father of the rich knight will listen to you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is guiding your soul. You are free from the physical restraints of your body. Many colors passed through my mind and it was like I was on drugs. There was a sharp pain from my forehead and then a faint voice was heard. Who is this? Interesting. The soul of an incarnation is walking in the world of the constellation? You will regret it. The voice spoke negative words. Perhaps it was someone from Olympus. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated. The noisy voices disappeared like they had been muted. The soul of a living person has entered the underworld. The judges of the underworld have noticed your presence. Once I heard the last message, countless traces disappeared from my surroundings. The world turned around quickly and my body sank heavily. After a while, it felt like I had reached somewhere. It was hard to move but I could guess what I would see when I opened my eyes. The air of the underworld was sticky. The sand at my fingertips were cold. Perhaps I was at the river of the underworld that Hades ruled. There was Icheren River flowing towards Hades Palace and the underworld boatman Karen would be waiting for me. And, hey! Wake up! What are you doing here? Something dull hit my head and it felt like oil was being poured on me. I took deep breaths as I sat up. Someone fumbled at my body, grabbing my neck and lifting me up. A newbie? I've never seen this face before. I had also never seen this face before. It was a man with a rough face and big muscles. The people in the surroundings were gazing at us. He looks fine. Check his body. He might have brought something with him. Hey, don't touch. If he fell here then he must be a mess. Have you forgotten the crazy person who came a while ago? That crazy jerk was a bit special. Are people like him common? I let the people to talk among themselves and looked around. It was a spacious place where a hot heat could be felt. Judging by the infestation of ghosts, this seemed to be the underworld. Frames made of the metal of the underworld were all over the place and there were also furnaces for smelting metals. It was a factory-like atmosphere. The dead spirits were enslaved in the underworld and making something. At first glance, it seemed like a giant robot. What was this place? Hey, are you ignoring me now? I ignored his words and slowly twisted his arm that was holding me. What? This strength. I couldn't waste time dealing with these small fries. I decided to check the hidden scenario that I had received. Hidden scenario Scenic Walk. Category Hidden. Difficulty A+. Clear conditions, avoid the eyes of the judges and return safely to the ground. Time limit 12 hours. Compensation 10,000 coin. Failure, you will be forced to become a resident of the underworld. The scenario came out properly. The time that Dionysius said was accurate. Then why was I here? I should have fallen at Icheren River. This bastard. Daring to look down on us. The big man was just about to punch my head when I heard a voice from behind me. Over there, what's going on? Did something funny happen? You were. Ha, let me in on it as well. Huh? I'm bored to death because I've been working on the Gundam every day. Run away. Run away. The people surrounding me started to shrink back. It was like herbivores meeting a predator. I looked to the side where the voice came from. It was a young man with a slim body and bangs covering his forehead. The young man discovered me and moved towards me. He peered closely at me and muttered with an aghast expression. Why are you here? I couldn't understand his words for a moment. This person knew me? What? You can't recognize me? Have you really forgotten? The young man lifted his bangs and I recognized him. Damn it. Come to think of it, the underworld was a place where the dead came. I hadn't even thought about it. Of course the person I killed here would come after dying. Don't be so vigilant. Aren't we both dead? The curious young man's eyes came closer. There was a mean and cruel look in them. I only saw him for a short time but it was an unforgettable impression. The man smiled. Yes, who the hell killed you? Please open your mouth. The person who died in the first scenario, delusional demon Kim Namwon, was in Hades domain. Chapter 113, 3 Promises, 5. I looked around and discovered what this place was. Then I felt despair. Damn, there was no doubt. This place was. You don't have to be so nervous. I won't bite if you get closer, Kim Namwon told me, and I sighed. I was certain. It was Tartarus, the famous prison of the underworld. I glanced at the three-headed monster guarding the entrance of the prison. It was a Cerberus, a mythical monster dog. Two of its heads were dozing off while one head was acting as lookout. That son of a bitch. It should be a fourth-grade monster. There are even stronger ones downstairs. Kim Namwon spoke like he was a guide to hell. He was right. This was how it was described in Ways of Survival. The strongest prisoners were trapped in the lower floors of Tartarus, meaning the size of the Cerberus became bigger with each floor you descended. Kim Namwon chuckled and asked, "What do you think of hell?" I watched his attitude and opened my mouth. It was natural to be nervous when this psychopath had changed. "I have something to ask." "What is it?" "Is there anyone else beside you?" "There is Arjusi." "I'm not talking about me." I closely watched the faces of the ghosts passing by. There were no faces that I recognized. For example, the disaster of questions or people like Song Min-woo. Kim Namwon told me, "I don't know. I was the only one from the subway who came here." Hat's underworld was just one of the myriad worlds. The dead incarnations probably went to different underworlds according to their beliefs or random characteristics. It was the same for Myung Il-sang and Song Min-woo. I kept an eye on Kim Namwon's expression as I asked, "Has a young woman come here recently?" "Young woman. She has white hair in an ponytail. She is really pretty." Kim Namwon frowned for a moment before suddenly giggling. "Aha, now I understand." I listened in case he had seen Shin Yujung. "Arjusi, you died trying to save a woman. This is the problem with people like you. Dying because of love." "When did you write this story? Did you see her?" "Just answer that." "Of course I haven't seen her." "How can I see your dear girlfriend?" As expected, Shin Yujung's soul hadn't come here. Perhaps she still hasn't crossed the Icheran River. She was a soul that came from another world. She would stay here for a while before being deported out of the world. All I had to do was get to her soul before then. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I was making something. Now Arjusi is going to make it with me." Kim Namwon shook the ashes off his hand and pointed to something. "It is that thing. Doesn't it look like a Gundam?" I stared at it. The appearance resembled the figure of a giant. The huge weapon was finished off with a black, glossy metal, and it breathed slowly like a living creature. It was a weapon prepared for the most terrible war in the myths, the giant soldier. Hades was already preparing for Gigantomachia. It was different from the 12 gods of Olympus who played around and fought using the excuse of preparing for Gigantomachia. Come to think of it, Hades was a constellation of the Greek myths, but he wasn't part of the Olympus Nebula. Then a loud noise was heard from outside the entrance. Kim Namwon grabbed my shoulder. "Come on. Come with me." "Why? Can't you see the manager coming?" "There is a place where I am working. Go there and pretend to hammer. You have to move quickly if you are a newcomer." "Understood." I knew this much. If this place were really Tartarus's slavesmithy, then I knew something about it. That's why I wasn't surprised by Tartarus. Kim Namwon bit his lips. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I tried not to say it, but I couldn't help myself. "Don't you have any thoughts about me?" "What thoughts?" Kim Namwon thought about it for a moment before an eerie smile appeared on his face. "Aha, are you afraid of me? You think I will get revenge?" "Right. It would be abnormal if I wasn't scared. I killed the person who was a psychopath in the original novel, even more than Yo Jong-yuk. Now he suddenly acted friendly with me. I was strange if I wasn't scared." "Ha, don't be afraid. Is it necessary to be wary when we have both already died? I also changed a lot after coming here. I had a lot of time to reflect." I was speechless. The delusional demon Kim Namwon reflecting was as impossible as Yo Jong-yuk becoming a girl. I knew it was a lie, but I still activated lie detection as a last courtesy for him. In any case, it was a skill that I acquired to use. "You have confirmed that the statement is true. What?" I was taken aback and stared at him. Kim Namwon cried out, "I'm telling the truth. Why don't you trust what I am saying? Aren't I living in atonement? I am even thankful that you killed me." "Why?" A meal is served when it is time to eat. I can sleep when it is time to sleep. I don't have to go to school and won't be nagged at by my parents. It is a bit hot, but this place is the best. He was talking about Tartarus in hell. Besides, I can assemble the Gundam if I get bored. Isn't this good? He saw the giant soldier as a Gundam. It is thanks to you. I'm serious. Really, thank you. This guy was really crazy. The character Kim Namwan has a favorable impression of you. Damn, I could not believe it when these system messages came up. Then come this way quickly. There is no time. I was led by Kim Namwan towards his workshop. His tools were placed along the workbench and I could see the metal that the Gundam was made out of. It was a metal of the underworld. I felt that this was a setting for this person's Chuani disease. Kim Namwan said, "They are coming. Listen." The Cerberus started barking, growling. My bones seemed frozen when I heard the sound. The administrator holding a whip and bat passed by the Cerberus and entered Tartarus. It was a subordinate of Had's wearing a black cloak. He didn't look as strong as the judges, but it wouldn't be good if I was caught. I stood and pretended to be hammering. Kim Namwan was giggling next to me. The administrator went to a platform at the entrance and cried out in a scratchy voice, "Tell all the slaves on the first floor. There will be an unannounced inspection." Kim Namwan frowned and grumbled, "These jerks are always the same. If they have nothing to do, then an inspection." However, the administrator's next words shut Kim Namwan up. There is an illegal intruder in the underworld. It is said that the soul of a living person crossed Icheran River. The ghosts had confused expressions. The administrator's words continued. If the Great Death finds out about this, terrible things will happen to you as well. This inspection is to find the impure intruder. It isn't a formal one, so don't be nervous. Everyone stand in place. Damn it, the progress was faster than I expected. In this case, Kim Namwan's complaints could be heard. This is really stupid. Even if a living person came here, why would they hide in Tartarus? When someone comes in, they can't go out. Right. Jussi. Yes. I replied one beat late. Kim Namwan watched me and muttered in a dumbfounded voice, "I just want to ask you. Perhaps they are talking about Jussi, right?" Shit. Kim Namwan threw the hammer and laughed. "Wow, it is amazing that you are a living person. I have been talking to someone alive." It was an expression where he didn't know to be angry or amused. I sighed and asked, "Is there anywhere to hide here?" "Shit, you want to hide in a prison? If you can't find anywhere, then hide in the Gundam over there." I looked at the giant soldier. I really could hide in there. The problem was that it was already close to a living creature. I was likely to be digested if I went inside. Has that been completed? Not yet. There is something wrong with the core. Are you really going to hide in there? No. Good thinking. Jussi will disappear if you go inside there. I thought you wanted to live comfortably. I'm only good to people who are also dead. I'm sorry that we met when you are a living person. Jussi, you should die soon and come back again. Kim Namwan spoke like I was in a terrible position. As we were talking, the administrator had neared this area. If the giant soldier had been completed, then I could have beaten the Cerberus and going straight to Had's palace. Now that was impossible. Due to the effect of your exclusive attribute, the memories from the books you have read will increase. I desperately searched through the contents of Ways of Survival. Yo Jong-yuk had visited the underworld in the mid to late regressions. What had he done at the time? Tell this to the king. I will take the great soldier. If you don't want to die, then tell everyone to get lost. Damn it. He was a crazy bastard. I liked it when I read it, but it didn't help my situation at all. Facing Had's judges head on. This thing was possible for the regressor Yo Jong-yuk. He had that type of power and opportunity. Yet no, wait a minute. Why couldn't I do it like him? The direction of my thoughts suddenly changed. Of course, I couldn't really act like Yo Jong-yuk. However, there were many courageous ways that I could use. Why couldn't I be caught by the judges? Would I fail the hidden scenario and become a resident of the underworld? No, perhaps the judges would see Had's behavior and try to destroy me. I was a fool. There was no need to worry if I solved one issue. The administrator finally came to our workshop. I faced him. Then the administrator asked, "Who are you?" "The one you are looking for." At this moment, a light shone in the administrator's eyes. The sharp sound of metal was heard from somewhere. I felt my body gradually freeze and my back was cold. If I looked back now, then Had's judges would grab me by the neck. I resisted the freezing cold and opened my mouth. You should think carefully before killing me. I didn't have Yo Jong-uk's strength, but I had something he didn't. If you kill me now, you will surely be defeated during Gigantomachia. The administrator's eyes shook and the chill subsided for a moment. I didn't miss this moment and looked up at the giant soldier. Tell the father of the rich knight. I know how to finish the giant soldier. A fearsome silence descended. The area around my neck was slowly freezing, but I didn't resist. This was a test. The ice came down from my neck to my shoulders and chest. I didn't panic. A little bit more. Just a bit more. Finally, the cold reached the edges of my heart. Suddenly, it stopped like magic. Then a message appeared in my head. The hidden scenario has been updated. After a while, I was guided by the judge towards Had's palace. I looked back as I moved away and saw Kim Namwon behind the Cerberus. I waved my hand towards Kim Namwon, who stared blankly at me. Stay well in hell, Namwon. Chapter 114, 3 Promises, 6. Kim Namwon's last look remained with me, but I hadn't come to rescue him in the first place. Besides, why should I save him when he liked hell? The legless judge climbed the stairs quietly, like a ghost. Some of the symbolic bodies along the way looked at me with interested eyes. Were they constellations who dwelled in Had's palace? I didn't know. It wasn't all constellations here. The judge seemed aware that I was drifting off and spoke without looking back. You will lose your way if you don't follow along well. It was a scratchy voice that made me feel uncomfortable. Still, it was the correct advice. I looked at the judge before shifting my gaze to the ceiling and opening my mouth slightly. Hey, can you hear me? It was a small whisper that the judge couldn't hear. I know you're listening. This wasn't Earth but Had's underworld. I was curious. Did the Dokkaebi channel work here? Then a faint voice entered my ears. Yes, there was a reply on the Dokkaebi communication. It wasn't Baihyung's voice. Are you a new Dokkaebi? Yes. I am the low-grade Dokkaebi Youngki. I am temporarily serving as an administrator while Baihyung is at the bureau. Dokkaebi Youngki. Perhaps it was the Dokkaebi who dealt with the compensation settlement for the 5th scenario during the day. I got straight to the point. Why aren't you doing your work properly? Huh? The hidden scenario has updated, but why aren't you letting me know the contents? I came to this terrible place and should at least get compensation. That. It turned out that this Dokkaebi was a beginner. I could see how good Baihyung was at handling things. He just slightly lacked intelligence. The Dokkaebi was silent for dozens of seconds before stuttering. Excuse me, what is it now? How do I update the scenario? I was speechless for a moment. Why is a Dokkaebi asking a constellation? Baihyung told me to ask Kim Dokkaebi if I'm not sure of anything. That bastard Baihyung made me an advisor? Please wait a moment. I'll ask another Dokkaebi about it. And what else? I'm sorry, but would you like to receive the backed-up indirect messages? It was the first time I was in this situation. I reluctantly nodded. I never expected a day would come when I missed Baihyung. Then messages exploded in my head. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy rejoices in your plight. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is excited about your adventure. The constellation Secretive Plotter is wondering how you will escape. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire prays that you can return safely to your comrades. As expected, the constellations were enamored with watching me. On the other hand, there were those feeling admiration. The constellation One-Eyed Matriarch admires the underworld. The constellation Bald General of Justice is greatly shocked by the appearance of the underworld. The constellation Bald General of Justice begins to doubt his religion. This was a spectacle for some constellations. Not all constellations could come to Had's castle. 12,000 coins have been sponsored. I got 12,000 coins just from showing Had's palace. It was a huge profit. This was like illegally filming private land. Some time passed. The silently walking judge finally opened his mouth. We've arrived. The door opened and a huge banquet hall appeared. The interior wasn't visible because it was dark. The judge disappeared and the door closed. A small light appeared in the middle of the dark hall. An oval antique table was waiting for me. There was a splendid statue that could be seen as a statue of the king. The table contained many dishes that stimulated the salivary glands. There was a woman looking at me at the end of the table. How interesting. A living soul has come to this castle. Furthermore, you also brought unpleasant observers. Today is a really special day. I immediately recognized who she was. In Had's palace, there was only one existent who could occupy the seat of the hostess. I bowed and opened my mouth. It is an honor, Queen of the Darkest Spring. Queen of the Darkest Spring. She was Persephone, Had's wife and the famous queen of the underworld. You know my modifier. You are a polite incarnation. You're overpraising me. The even more interesting thing is that your soul didn't shake when you heard my true voice. Come to think of it, I didn't feel much when I heard the truth voice of the constellations. Persephone was a constellation that was at least narrative grade. Due to the difference between us, my soul should have been damaged or destroyed the moment I heard her true words. Moreover, I previously heard the words of Kim Yushin, an upper-grade constellation. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is strongly activated. It was the first time that strongly was attached to the skill message. Perhaps my unconscious mind saw this situation as unrealistic due to the person I was meeting. Sit down, Incarnation Kim. I thanked her for the hospitality and sat across from her. Honestly, it was an unexpected favor. The aroma of sweet delicacies tickled my nose. I looked around but only Persephone was sitting at the table. The king is uncomfortable with your sudden visit. That's why I thought it would be better for me to talk to you. It ended up like this. I had expected it. There hadn't been a single incarnation who had met the three heads of Olympus. Besides, I didn't play the lyre well like Orpheus. Do you mind if I ask you a question? You can ask. Is this your true body? Of course it is a symbolic body. My true body isn't something that a human like you can withstand. I quietly gazed at Persephone's symbolic body. She looked like an old woman. It was a terrible hobby. Honestly, I had to think like this. Persephone smiled softly. You don't like older women like this? That isn't the problem. It didn't matter if she looked like a grandmother or grandfather. The problem was that she looked exactly like the grandmother on the subway in the first scenario. If you feel uncomfortable, then I can change to someone else. Persephone's appearance slowly changed into Yosanga's image. It wasn't the usual Yosanga. This Yosanga wore a black Chinese dress and a garter belt, with seductive eye makeup. I turned red just staring at her face. Damn it, did she peep at my dreams? Just be the grandmother. Of course, Persephone didn't listen to me. There isn't much time, so get to the point. You don't know. I heard a bit from my child, but it has more meaning to hear it directly from the children. Her child must mean Dionysius. I nodded and took a deep breath before explaining. I'm looking for a woman's soul. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm ready to make a trade. Soul, it is an outdated idea. Her eyelids lowered as she seemed to think of something. Before long, Persephone's long fingers moved and she started to slice the steak on her plate. I patiently waited. It proceeded slowly. The fork firmly held the meat as the knife moved slowly back and forth, slicing the meat with care. The red juices flowed out as a clean section was cut. The fork carefully moved the meat that it had pierced. Persephone made a face like she was worrying about whether to eat it or not. She seemed to have forgotten about me. I was about to open my mouth when she opened her mouth first. Of course, it was to eat the steak. There is no such thing as a soul in this world. Souls didn't exist. It was a matter that all modern physicists would agree on, but the problem was the person saying it was a god. It was a god of Olympus, who had long defended the logic of the souls. I said sarcastically, Plato and Aristotle would rise from the grave. They are constellations right now, so they wouldn't be in their graves. I didn't come here to play around. I'm not playing around. Incarnation Kim. The soul doesn't exist. It is just an illusion created by humans who want the continuity of themselves. Then what about the people in the underworld? Aren't they souls? She pointed to the steak she just cut. They are like this. The steak slowly entered Persephone's mouth. She took her time chewing the meat, like she was relishing it. Her red lips glistened enchantingly. Well, it is very special. Why don't you try it once? The same steak that she ate appeared in front of me. I looked down at it and said after a moment, I don't want to. Are you going to be rude? Yes. I'm really sorry, but I have to be rude. It would surely be tasty if I ate it. There were at least 12 pages in Ways of Survival describing the taste. However, at the end of a long description, the following sentence was written. It wasn't until the end of the regression that Yo Jong-yuk regretted eating the food. Those who ate the food of the underworld couldn't return to Earth. Persephone seemed to read my mind and laughed. The people of the underworld aren't as terrible as you think. Most of the known theories are false. You can go out of the underworld at any time as long as you have the permission of the king. It is a similar concept to a career soldier in your world. The military life was the most terrible memory in my life. Is that so? Don't the males in your country say that they should stay in the army? That's why I thought it wasn't a big deal. I guess it was a misunderstanding. I didn't know why the goddess of another country knew so much about Korean mean. Persephone continued speaking. Incarnation Kim Dokja. You will be treated better than you imagine. The person who advised me to be a professional sergeant told me something similar. Did he recommend a steak like me? For example, the steak currently in front of you. Do you know what will happen if you eat it? I can taste the juices of a cow. You can become a sword master right now. I thought I heard wrong for a moment. Sword master. It was a higher realm that only returnees who left this world could reach after hard work. The pasta next to it. You can become a great Magaikian if you eat it. This pasta? The soup? It can make you a SSS grade hunter. It was a wonderland instead of a hell? I couldn't help gulping. I could get power to overcome the current Yo Jong-yuk if I just ate this meat. You still won't eat? I slowly moved my fork and picked up a piece of the steak. The moment my fork pierced the meat, strange scenes flashed in front of my eyes. It was the memory of a man training alone with a sword. I can't be weak. I have to learn the sword. I will strive to become stronger. I finally did it. I did it. There were only a few scenes. I was surprised and put down the fork. This wasn't a dead cow that I was poking. This is... Persephone nodded. Yes. This small piece of meat. It is the soul that humans believe in. She once again ate the meat. I belatedly understood why Persephone said I could become a sword master if I ate this. I stated, it contains the memories of the sword master. Memories? No. To be more precise. She paused for a moment to pick her words. It is a story. The sight of her licking her lips gave me goosebumps. It is the story that is the favorite food of all constellations. Chapter 115, 3 Promises, 7. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. I got goosebumps as I heard the words that came out of the constellation's mouth. Those who were crazy about stories at the stories. This was the nature of constellations. Death is the end of the story. Just as a cow that has become a steak can't revive, the dead can't revive. Their story is finished. I know there are exceptions. They are false folklore. There are no exceptions. It was a lie. There was a saying for this in Greek mythology. Can you swear on the Styx river? She naturally couldn't swear. For the first time, anger filled Persephone's expression. The soul you believe in is just a crude lump of a story. I want that crude lump of a story. A person who looks backwards in the underworld will feel regret. You need to understand that the time has passed. If she was taking such a hard line, then I had to use the trump card I had saved, Queen Nim. Time isn't necessarily about going forward. I thought you knew that. At this moment, the world turned grey. A vast killing intent filled the whole hall. For a moment, I felt that I had seen Persephone's essence. My mouth didn't open, but I wanted to scream. Souls didn't exist? Wasn't it my soul that was feeling creeped out right now? Sweat dripped down my back as the killing intent disappeared. Persephone smiled like nothing had happened. Hoo-hoo, how interesting. As expected from the child that Olympus calls a singularity. Her smile was subtly different from before. I could feel it without speaking. From now on, I could get to my goal. I know it isn't just that. I have seen the giant soldier in development in Tartarus. If you make a deal with me, you can shorten the time it takes to use it. That is the story. Gigantomachia is an important issue, but the giant soldier can be completed on time without your help. I was speechless for a moment. She was a truly formidable goddess. It was Persephone's turn. However, I might consider this deal if you tell me how you know the information. It is difficult. To be honest, I don't know how to explain it. I felt sorry for Xin Yuzheng, but this wasn't possible. My plans for the future were finished if I revealed this. Persephone gazed into my eyes to gauge the truth of my answer. Then she muttered in a strange voice, "Indeed? What?" The next second, the messages of the constellations exploded in my ears. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is doubting his ears. The constellation Demon Light Judge of Fire's eyes have widened. The constellation Scribe of Heaven points out the Queen's rashness. The constellation Secretive Plotter is immersed. Persephone frowned. The uninvited guests should stay quiet. I asked with a shocked expression. "What did you say just now?" It isn't a big deal. I was really confused. I couldn't pronounce it properly, but her words sounded like filtered information. It generally happened with information not made public yet in the scenario. However, the filtering wasn't triggered if a person already knew the information. It didn't make sense. There was information I didn't know despite reading all of Ways of Survival? No, maybe. I'm sorry, but I'll end the entertainment here. I have no reason to make the deal with you. I can use other methods to find out your information. The light reflected in a creepy manner off the knife. I didn't feel like knowing why. I keep thinking this, but you look delicious. Persephone suddenly approached and grabbed my chin. I refrained from pushing back my chair and smiled. "Will you be able to handle the storm that will occur if you harm an incarnation in the middle of the scenario?" You are disrespectful. Do you think I can't afford this probability? The constellations watching me also won't tolerate it. Persephone laughed. Do you think the king will be afraid of such trivial constellations? Of course, Hads deserve to be this arrogant. Still, the word trivial shouldn't be used in such a way. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband swings his rod as if he has been provoked. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire pulls out her sword with cold eyes. The constellation Secretive Plotter is excited and encouraging the situation. Persephone also pulled out her power. I see. Do you want to try it now? The ceiling of the hall started to fill with dark clouds. Red and blue sparks occurred like a thunderstorm, and white flames spread throughout the banquet hall. This was the battle between constellations. A huge aura rose from Persephone's symbolic body. I would explode if this continued. I calmly opened my mouth. You said you liked stories. The atmosphere of the constellation softened for a moment at my words. Then how about a different deal? The constellation Secretive Plotter is listening to your words. Persephone stared at me. If you help me, I will show you the most interesting story in the world. A story that is incomparable to the steak you just ate. Does that mean I can eat it? If you like gourmet meals, I think no more meals are needed. This story will be enough. Persephone noticed what I was trying to say and laughed. Are you planning to take the money without letting me eat? I will let you have a taste. However, if you eat me now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Why? You would think it would have been more delicious if I hadn't eaten it. Persephone looked intrigued. How can you be so sure? I can stand against time-defying beings without a sponsor. Persephone's eyes shook lightly. I have destroyed a returnee and prevented disasters without the help of the god of this world. And so far, only 5 scenarios have passed. Persephone bit her lower lip in a tantalizing manner. As a living soul, I entered the underworld and encountered you like this. Aren't you curious about what I will do in the future? You speak very well. But, Persephone lowered her gaze and continued, it doesn't seem to be a deal. You can call it a courtship. Huh? I smiled. I'm serious. I'll show you stories you have never seen before and stories that you can't endure wondering about. Maybe it was wrong to think about making deals with constellations. They were those bound by eternity. They couldn't make serious deals with trivial incarnations. If so, it was better to say ridiculous and far-fetched things. At the very least, it would make an impression. Like all myths, the gods were more moved by a handful of sincere words than 100 words of deceit. In fact, Persephone's expression wasn't bad at all. It is difficult. This is why males are. Of course, it isn't courting you but courting the father of the rich knight. Persephone's eyes widened at my words and she burst out laughing. She stepped away from me and slowly crossed her legs to sit on the table. Her coy eyes swept over my body. How interesting. It was frightening that she was posing like this with Yusangara's body. Persephone stared into the dark air and slowly closed her eyes. It was only a moment but it felt like hours of heavy silence. I was about to choke on the weight of the silence when she spoke. I'll give you a task. It finally came. You want to show me an interesting story? If you succeed, I will let you find the soul you want. Then a system message popped up. A new hidden scenario has been activated. There were a few myths that came to mind when I heard her words. That reminded me, Hercules performed something called the 12 tasks. Persephone's eyes shone. I want to see it once. The children of Olympus often do it but I haven't been able to watch it since meeting my king. What task is it? Your task is to cut off the head of the snake. Snake? Do you mean the snake with multiple heads? I asked in a slightly timid voice. It was because that snake was a second-grade monster. Persephone shook her head. I'm not talking about the Hydra. Only Hercules can kill it. The snake you have to kill is somewhere else. However, I can't go far because of the scenario. Don't worry. The snake will be wherever you go. Persephone lightly flicked her fingers and a screen popped up in the empty air. There was the message that the channel was connected and I realized what this screen was. Was this how the constellations watched us? A vast green forest filled the entire screen. It wasn't long before I figured out what this place was. It was the stage for the 6th scenario that was about to start. Wait a minute. What was this? Jussi, pull out some of the wood over there and make a place to rest. Aren't you good at that? I'm not good at clearing land. Dumb female. I stared at the screen. The two people were the missing Gongpildu and Han Siang. How was this possible? The 6th scenario hadn't started yet. I could feel Persephone staring at me. How about it? Do you want to try it? It might be hard but it is a worthy task. I recovered my spirit. I could sense the snake that Persephone wanted me to kill. I slowly nodded. ****. The incarnation left and darkness came to the hall. Persephone remained alone, staring at the rest of the feast before opening her mouth. Clear it away. It doesn't taste good. Hands appeared in the darkness and quickly took away the plates. Persephone watched as the food went straight into the garbage can. Sword Master, SSS Grade Hunter, 10th Circle Magi Kian. She was already tired of these delicious tastes. Then a voice came from the darkness. Persephone. Why did you do that? It was like the space itself was talking. Oh, my shy husband is finally talking. I ask you why. Hads, you wanted this. I never said that. Persephone stared into the darkness. You rarely like incarnations. I think you particularly like that child. Am I mistaken? Why do you think so? It was because you didn't kill him when he entered the underworld. The darkness was silent for a moment. You always felt envious that Zeus had Hercules. This time, I read a bit of your mind. Persephone looked down at her hands for a moment before making a fist. Honestly, it was amazing. There were some constellations I couldn't afford to go against. They are all chasing after one incarnation. A screen appeared in the darkness. However, the channel signal was unstable and the video didn't appear immediately. The darkness gazed at the screen and opened its mouth. There will soon be signs of the later days. The later days. Persephone listened to these words and opened her mouth with a mixture of distrust, doubt and anxiety. Will the later days really come? Perhaps. You will still be with me at that time, right? Hades didn't answer. The warm darkness just carefully wrapped around her symbolic body. Persephone felt the darkness and said, I am very excited to see what story that kid will show me. Her eyes watched as Kim Dokja moved through the darkness to leave the underworld. Kim Dokja moved forward without looking back. Persephone laughed lightly, as if he was cute. Chapter 116, Abandoned World, 1. I was guided by the judge towards the exit of the underworld. The exact location wasn't known because I was wearing a special eye patch. We seemed to go up and then down. After a long walk, the judge took off my eye patch. Follow along this path. I opened my eyes and saw a dark and narrow road. Perhaps this was the exit that didn't require going through Karen, the ferryman. You should look in front. What does that mean? I looked around but the judge had already disappeared. I had no choice but to start walking along this path. The light faded and darkness settled around me. It was initially possible for me to determine the direction using the walls, but the walls soon disappeared. The place I relied on disappeared and I felt like a ship floating on the ocean without buoys. The myth of Orpheus suddenly popped into my head. What would happen if I looked back? Then a faint light appeared in the darkness. You are afraid of what is behind you. That's why you are a pitiful child. It was a message from Persephone. Keep this in mind. In order to find the front, you must know where the back is. It is because the front can only exist when there is a rear. Speaking of which, the judge had said something similar. However, just because I heard plausible words didn't mean I suddenly gained enlightenment and could make enormous changes. It looks like you need some motivation. The stream of light in the air stretched out like it was hesitating. Okay. I can't bring you to the beginning of the world labyrinth, but this much should be possible. I suddenly felt something. The string of light disappeared and a small firefly appeared in front of me. It was a distant light. It was a very fragile and shimmering light. Nobody told me anything, but I knew what this light was. It was Xin Yuzheng of the 41st regression. I could tell how long she had been waiting just from her voice. If she was already at the beginning of the world labyrinth, then the concept of time would be different. It wasn't long by my standards, but it might have already been a few years for Xin Yuzheng. The small light shivered a few times before speaking in a hesitant voice. Jussi. Perhaps she was influenced by the memories of the young Xin Yuzheng. See, can I call you that? No, the way she called me was a bond. It was a wish to be tied somewhere. Perhaps Jussi was the last lingering attachment of the 41st round Xin Yuzheng. I smiled softly. You are currently older than me. Is it still okay? The soft light once again trembled. The light gently touched my face. There was warmth in that gesture. My heart felt pained. She must have been waiting for a long time. Even so, this child had to wait longer. I'm sorry, but I can't save you now. The light moved up and down like she understood. Don't overdo it. My story now. It isn't over yet. I spoke without giving her time to finish. You have suffered for so long and it can't end like this. Why? I will never let that happen. The light stared at me. She trembled in a confused and pathetic manner. I got to know Jussi through the memories of this world. But Jussi, why are you so good to me? Does Jussi know me? I didn't answer. We got to know each other through different means. Just as the 41st round Xin Yuzheng knew me through the memories of her younger self, I knew her through ways of survival. Nevertheless, I couldn't explain this. I feel strange. I definitely don't know Jussi, but when I'm with you, I feel like I understand everything about you. As if you are a god. If I was really a god, then I would be the most incompetent god in the world. The most helpless god in the world who knew everything but couldn't explain anything. Xin Yuzheng's light was rapidly fading away. I couldn't see her, but I seemed to know what she looked like. Please save me, please. I will. The tail of the light shaking in the air became smaller and I reached out towards the light. I felt like my heart had been imprisoned. I could feel Xin Yuzheng's despair. The long wait. My heart ached with an indescribable grief. Little by little, Persephone's words made sense. There must be something behind in order to go ahead. This was my back and at the same time, the front that I had to face. Maybe this was how Yuzhong felt. He constantly returned to the past but was only able to move forward. The moment I was certain of my direction, the environment stabilized. A string of light appeared in the scattered darkness. I held her for a while with my power, but you don't have much time left if you want to save her. I remembered the faint warmth of Xin Yuzheng. Persephone continued speaking. Please keep this in mind. Humans are stories. By the time you get her back, no one knows how much of her story will remain. After that, I was pulled towards somewhere. The cries of ghosts receded and the sensations of my body returned one by one. I could feel the warm sunlight on my eyelids. I felt a dampness and opened my eyes to see a familiar face. Jussi, the young Xin Yuzheng was watching me. The child's clear eyes reassured me. The wildly beating heart slowly subsided. I had returned. I breathed slowly and the muscles of my body regained their function. The hidden scenario, Queen of the Underworld, has ended. You have earned 15,000 coins as an achievement reward. The compensation for the updated scenario was also received. The Dokibi had done his job properly. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy congratulates you on your safe return. I saw the indirect message and my anger belatedly soared. This bastard Dionysius, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble if he hadn't placed me in Tartarus. I was stuck in Tartarus with Kim Namwan and almost had to spend the rest of my life making the Gundam. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy is asking you for reconciliation. 7,942 coins have been sponsored. 7,942? What was this pig-like apology? Well, I'll let it go since he still gave me coins. There is one new hidden scenario. I immediately confirmed the newly arrived hidden scenario. Hidden scenario Snake Hunt. Category Hidden. Difficulty S. Clear conditions: hunt the target in the 6th main scenario area. Time limit: until the end of the main scenario. Compensation: 80,000 coins, the trust of the Queen of the Darkest Spring. Failure: no access to the underworld. As expected, Persephone's task was presented in the form of a hidden scenario. Once the target gets close, the scenario alarm will be automatically triggered. A snake hunt. The target of the scenario wasn't specified, but I guessed the snake would appear in the next scenario. I slowly raised my upper body and Shin Yuzheng asked anxiously, Jussi, are you okay? Yes. I'm fine. Sangha Uni asked me to watch you. It reminded me of what I told Yosanga before I collapsed. Yosanga see. It wasn't difficult to find Yosanga. Yosanga was curled up on the ground and fast asleep. I looked at her sleeping face and recalled Persephone's image. Then my face became hot. By the way, the Chinese dress and garter belt, it was really great. Uni fell asleep just before you woke up. She told me to tell the others if you didn't wake up. The series of words ignited guilt inside me. I could see dark circles under Yosanga's eyes. She must have a hangover as well. Chinese dress? Garter belt? Shit, I was garbage. Are you awake now? Zhang Hee-won and Li Hyun-sung approached me. They were covered in sweat and seemed to have come back from a morning spa. Zhang Hee-won told me. Dokyasi is awake, so we are ready to go. Ready? The other people have already started. Come to think of it, there weren't as many people around as there were yesterday. I asked, what happened overnight? The announcement of the 6th scenario came. Already? I didn't have a chance to ask when a huge string of words appeared in the sky. Survivors are advised to gather in Yongsan Station. We packed up and left. We were originally in Yongsan, so it wasn't hard to go to the station. I carried Yosanga while Zhang Hee-won and Li Hyun-sung were responsible for the remaining luggage. Li Galiang and Shin Yuzheng followed us while standing far apart from each other. I didn't know where Yozhornyuk's party had gone. We soon arrived near the station, which was already crowded with survivors. I couldn't believe there were still so many people who survived in Seoul. Everyone was watching the huge screen floating in the air. This place. The party members and I looked up at the screen together. It was the same screen I had seen in the underworld. It was a lush forest and monsters were running around the forest. They were clearly scary monsters, but they looked like they were part of a giant ecosystem. The appearance of incarnations was also seen. Some of the people who had started hunting laughed as they cut off the head of a monster. These dokibis. They edited it well, like it was a tourist destination. Someone spoke. Aren't they Japanese? If I remembered correctly, the 6th scenario was an event scenario with another dome. The man who appeared on the screen was Izumi, a famous incarnation of Japan. The Tokyo Dome was faster than us, so they would have reached the 6th scenario earlier. In many ways, it could be said that South Korea had a relatively unfavorable start. A new main scenario has arrived. Chapter 117, Abandoned World, 2. Along with the message, the contents of the scenario emerged in my head. Main scenario #6. Category, Main. Difficulty, Clear conditions. Time limit, Compensation, Failure. There isn't a difficulty level or clear conditions. What the hell do they want us to do? Why is everything question marks? The confused people summoned the window several times, but the contents of the scenario were still covered with question marks. I wasn't surprised because I already expected this. It was because this scenario can only be done by a few people. A tall, middle-aged man standing near me declared, "It has been a while, Kim Dokunim. This is the first time I am greeting you formally. This Arjasi was here as well." I wanted to speak, but the man asked me to shake hands first. "I am Gian Ildo and I'm called the Neutral King. I am Kim Dokja, the Neutral King, Gian Ildo." He was one of the few kings remaining in Seoul who survived the absolute throne struggle along with the matriarch King Cha Sankyung and the King of Beauty Min Jaewon. I had an impressive memory of Gian Ildo. He was the only king who gave up the throne of his own will, during the struggle for the throne, and this time as well. I was very impressed with Dokunim's performance. You don't know how much my sponsor talks about Dokunim. Half the time it is about Dokunim. He gave a good-looking smile. That reminded me, who was his sponsor? I immediately used a skill. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. It was a summary list that only contained the attribute and sponsor. The settings of the summary list have been changed. Character list summary. Name, Gian Ildo. Private attribute, clumsy intellectual, general, the neutral king, hero. Sponsor, expert at sitting on the fence. Now that I saw it, I had a question. Of course it would be this constellation. Expert at playing both sides seemed to be an old-fashioned person with complicated internal relations, but it was actually the modifier of a king. A constellation who advocates neutral diplomacy has revealed his modifier. The constellation expert at playing both sides shows good intentions towards you. It was the modifier for Gwang Haegun, a king of Joseon famous for his neutral diplomacy. Wikilink, en.wikipedia.org. Gian Ildo had the title of Neutral King for a reason. I said to him, "I want to hear your story a bit more. What do you mean by only some people can carry out the scenario?" "Ah, you didn't know." The kings had quickly obtained information. Of course, I knew it the best, but I still needed to listen to them. Maybe things were different from the ways of survival that I knew. According to information provided by the low-grade Dokibis this morning, the participants of this scenario will be decided from volunteers. Volunteers? Yes. This scenario doesn't require everyone to participate. There is also no penalty for not participating. It is incredible considering the scenarios we've experienced so far. It was like what I expected. I pointed at the screen and asked, "Will the participants be going there?" That's what I heard. I could hear relieved voices all over the place after Gian Ildo's words. What? Not all of us has to go. Shit, I'm glad. I saw those monsters. Why are they so big? At this point, the incarnations were divided into 3 broad categories. First, there was the type that furtively watched. Most of them didn't have an affiliation and probably thought they could survive by hiding. However, this idea was wrong. All scenarios in the star stream increased exponentially in difficulty from a certain point in time. Perhaps these incarnations would face a terrible future in exchange for not participating in the scenario. Isn't it interesting? Then there was the second category. They had somewhat adapted to the harsh environment of the scenario. People strengthened their resolve by looking at the screen or checking their equipment in advance. Maybe they would be able to survive in the meantime. Finally, the third category, Gian Ildonim. "Where are you?" There was a shout from outside the crowd. Gian Ildo looked at his watch and groaned. "The time has already come. You can go." "I'm fine." "No, I can't go alone. It doesn't make sense." "What do you mean?" "Dokunim, I actually came here to find you." "Find me?" Gian Ildo nodded. A world without kings. He looked around. It was only a moment, but it felt like many people's gazes were focused here. Gian Ildo gave a mysterious smile as if he noticed the gazes. "The kings left in this unfortunate world are waiting for you to come." This was the third category. They were the people who used others in order to survive. ******. I followed Gian Ildo to the king's gathering place. They gathered at the central platform of Yongsan Station and the meeting room was covered by a big tent. There were dozens of guards around the tent. Every one of them were formidable. They were the elite troops of the kings. They were probably hunting the monsters in other areas while we were fighting Shin Yuzhong. I'm sorry, but only the kings can go inside. The sentry stopped us and I looked back at my party members. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung understood the situation and nodded. I left you Sangha with Lee Hyun-sung. Dokye-si. Scream if anything happens. Understood, Jung Hee-won told me. I smiled at her and opened the door of the tent. Sound wave blocking is activated in the area. They even had sound wave blocking? There seemed to be a pretty good assortment of people. I walked in and saw a round table in the wide space. There were a few biscuits and beef jerky on the table. The chairs that people were sitting in were different. Some were plastic chairs, some were wooden chairs, and there was even a sofa. Still, no matter where they sat, it was definitely a throne. The surviving kings were here. You said that our group has an advantage? South Korea will be a latecomer. Do you think we can deal with those who are already present? However, it will be different if our group goes. I will go. The booming voice of the middle-aged man faded away at my appearance. All the kings were staring at me. The last king has come, King of Beauty Min Ju-won stated. I lightly greeted her and looked around at the kings. There was no Yo Jong-yuk. Well, it was obvious. Apart from me, there were a total of 5 people present. King of Beauty, Min Ju-won. The matriarch king, Cha Sang-kyung. The neutral king, Ji-in-ildo. The king of wanderers. This was 4 people and the remaining person. It was strange. I didn't know him. Who is this person? I am Kim Dokja. Oh, you are, I am the president of Yaoyudo, Yo Hyun-ho. Yaoyudo's president? The president already died. What was this bullshit? Min Ju-won added in a sour voice. Yo Hyun-ho isn't a king, but he leads a large force. That's why he is here. What king? Do you really think this is the Joseon dynasty? We are living in the era of a democracy. Please wake up. I quietly activated character list. Character list summary. Name, Yo Hyun-ho. Private attribute, corrupt politician, rare. Sponsor, master of manipulating state affairs. Exclusive skills, bribery LV, 5, military command LV, 4, corrupt power LV, 6, control of the masses LV, 7. I suddenly remembered. A politician who survived the first scenario. There had clearly been such a person in several regressions. Usually Yaodo was erased during the monster flood, so he was lucky this time. The constellation Maritime War God is angry with the corrupt officials of Joseon. The constellation Bald General of Justice hates the incarnation Yo Hyun-ho. These messages probably had something to do with Yo Hyun-ho's sponsor. A master of manipulating state affairs who lived during the Joseon period. I would have been able to ask you Sangha if she was here. This person called Lee Suk-young is attending for a similar reason. I don't know if you've heard, but she is called the King of Wanderers. The King of Wanderers looked at me. She was still wearing a mask. I stared at the mask for a moment before turning my head to the left. Please stop the introductions. I would like to know why you called me. Ji-in-ildo, sitting at the center of the table, spoke after hearing my words. We are here to select the representatives who will participate in the 6th scenario. This was their purpose. Yo Hyun-ho spoke after Ji-in-ildo. The people gathered here are those with the greatest forces in Seoul Dome at present. Kim Dokye-si is relatively small, but you received the great honor of a special invitation due to your contribution to the scenario. Ah, is that so? Special? Honor? What a ridiculous guy. He hid somewhere while I cleared the scenario. Now he wanted to say these words. Yo Hyun-ho looked around and kept speaking. Once again, it is time for us to escape from the barbarians. For a while, we went back to the primitive era and repeated the struggle of society. However, our essence is that of citizens who act according to strict social contracts. Then wouldn't it be better to pick the next scenario participants using the democratic process? It was a dog barking, but it sounded plausible because he mixed in several plausible words. Min Ju-won replied, "What democratic process are you talking about? Like I said before, I think it is right to allocate the participants according to the size of the force." Ji-in-ildo immediately retorted. I know that Yaoyudo's group is the greatest simply looking at numbers. That proposal isn't fair. Ji-in-ildo, see, I am saddened by your words. Aren't we all Koreans? It doesn't matter if a certain amount of people from a particular group is selected. Once we enter the scenario, we will be facing foreign opponents. then the group we belong to won't matter. Are we going to fight each other when the enemy is in front of us? He truly was a politician, but Gian Ildo wasn't that easy. If it doesn't matter who is picked, then there isn't a reason to pick from your group. According to the democratic process, we have many powerful people. I became annoyed when I heard it. We are here to talk about this. I don't know why we are picking people in the first place. Just send everyone who wants to go. We originally thought like that, but things changed. Changed? Minju-1 nodded. The scenario has a limited quota. Limited? The kings received a message from the Dokibis, but you must not have received it yet. At this moment, a system message flashed in my head. Sol Dome's initial allocation is 10 people. Additional numbers will be decided depending on the incarnations in the scenario. Oh, this was why they were fighting. Unlike the other incarnations, the kings knew that an early preemption of the scenario was important. If they could put their own forces into the initial quota, then they thought the initiative of future scenarios would come to their group. In the end, this place was set up as a fight to take away the king's seats. My group will go. I heard there are a lot of Japanese people in the scenario area. I think it is right for me to take the lead as a descendant of Sella. No, I will go. Baich had many exchanges with Japan since ancient times. That's Baich. Your sponsor is from later Baich. What does that mean? Of course I have to go. How can I believe in your antiquated sponsor? Everyone, wait a minute. Please calm down. Gian Ildo came forward but couldn't calm down the confusion. I looked around with a sigh and saw the King of Wanderers. She was watching me without saying a word. I could see a slight smile below her half-mask. I had to settle this. The arguing kings had a fierce atmosphere, like there was going to be bloodshed. There is no use in us arguing here. The kings looked at me the moment I said these words. Yu Hyunho's eyes were saying, "What do you mean by that?" I could feel the faint vibration of the ground and picked up a biscuit on the table. Now he was coming. Why did he always show up late? The last king hasn't come yet. The moment I broke the biscuit, one side of the tent exploded and the self-styled president of Yaoyudu fell down with a scream. Kurake, a person appeared behind Yu Hyunho. I moved through a hole in the tent and I saw dozens of collapsed guards behind him. This was our regressor. His temper was the same, no matter the regression. The peculiar ferocious eyes swept through the group and soon focused on me. K-King. Some of the kings groaned. Then the king, Yu Zhongyuk, opened his mouth. I will announce the people who will participate in the next scenario. Chapter 118, Abandoned World 3. There was no room for disagreement. For him, the representative selection wasn't a subject of discussion but a presentation. Speak now if you have a complaint. There was no way to express dissatisfaction towards such a fearsome killing intent. The kings knew Yu Zhongyuk's strength and trembled without even thinking about Rebel Lion. Except for one person. Get lost. Move your feet. Unfortunately, the self-styled president of Yaoyudu had never heard about the Supreme King. A politician was insensitive to rumors. Why did you suddenly appear? Kwajik, Kyuk, Yu Hyunho screamed as his hand was crushed. My hand. My hand. Kwajik, Kyuk. Bodyguards. Where are my bodyguards? Yu Hyunho struggled for help, but there was no one here who could help him. Yu Zhongyuk's feet pressed against his back and soon after, Yu Hyunho found it hard to breathe and passed out. Once everything became calm, Yu Zhongyuk opened his mouth. I didn't think so. Then I will announce the roster. The faces of the kings became tense. Yu Zhongyuk truly was great. Taking the reins of power so easily, the kings quickly fell from the picking position to being picked. I grabbed a beef jerky from the table and waited for Yu Zhongyuk's words. Minju-1 stared blankly from next to me. How can you be so calm? I'm sorry, but I was in a different situation from them. It was because I was someone Yu Zhongyuk recognized as a companion. He threatened me by saying that the oath was over, but he did acknowledge me. Yu Zhongyuk opened his mouth. The first one will naturally be me. Well, it was obvious. How could he not be on a list created by himself? Behind Yu Zhongyuk, the rest of his party members had appeared. Li Jihee and Li Sealhua, Li Hyunsung and Zheng He-1 also looked inside with anxious eyes. In particular, Zheng He-1 was about to jump inside and I stopped her with my eyes. Yo Jong-uk continued. The second person will be Lee Ji-hee. I thought the second one would be me, so I was naturally surprised. Well, I originally wasn't his companion, so his other party members might be disturbed if he called me first. He might look cold, but he looked after his people. I could understand that heart. Lee Ji-hee couldn't hide her joy as she smiled at me. Still, it was a bit annoying. The third is Lee Seol-hwa. Lee Seol-hwa nodded and came forward. Every time a person's name was called, the faces of the kings darkened. They all felt an ominous feeling. Yo Jong-uk's list was a fixed list. There are 7 people remaining. We still have a chance. The Supreme King only has 3 party members. He will have to choose other people. We are the strongest among the remaining people. I could tell by their faces what they were thinking. Me? Of course, I wasn't worried. I would naturally be on the list. Maybe I would be next. The fourth one is Lee Hyun-sung. What? Lee Hyun-sung became pale as his name was called. Why, you mean me? Yo Jong-uk ignored the words and looked at the next person. The fifth is Jung Hee-won. It's me. Jung Hee-won's eyes widened with surprise. It was unexpected that he chose Jung Hee-won over me. This bastard was picking from my party. The sixth is Lee Ga-liang. Then Yo Jong-uk looked at Shin Yu-jung, who was next to Lee Ga-liang. Shin Yu-jung hid behind Lee Ga-liang with fearful eyes. The confused Lee Ga-liang was stunned for a moment, but he stood in front of Shin Yu-jung like he made a decision. Yo Jong-uk looked down at the 2 children with an unknown look before turning his head away. Then, Yo Jong-uk's eyes finally stopped on me. Yes, it was finally my turn. Did he deliberately leave me until the end? As expected from a main character, he knew how to direct a show. You can take care of the rest. I coughed on the beef jerky. Yo Jong-uk looked around the tent before turning to leave, like there was no more work to be done. This was it? Really? Then what about me? Why was he looking at me like that? I belatedly chased after him, but Yo Jong-uk was already gone. How long did I stand there? Jung Hee-won stood in the distance and asked me carefully. Weren't the 2 of you friendly? I thought so. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is laughing with delight. Lee Ji-hee also added in a strange tone. Jussie, didn't you meet Master last night? I thought you would be first on the list. What do you mean? Last night Master said he was going to see you. Last night? It was around 1 or 2 o'clock. Were you sleeping? I thought about the time. It was between 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I think it was just before I went to the underworld. I was awake at that time, but Yo Jong-uk didn't come. That's strange. He definitely went to find you. He was also a bit angry when he came back. Angry? You know that look Master makes when he is angry. Like he is contemptuous of a person. I pondered on the memories of that time. What was I doing right before I went to the underworld? Yes. A memory came to mind. At that time, I was drinking with Usanga. Dionysius poured alcohol and made the atmosphere strange. Then, the constellation god of wine and ecstasy is making a playful expression. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is laughing with delight. 500 coins have been sponsored. I felt a bit complicated as I explained what happened. The party members looked surprised. Jung Hee-won stared at me with narrowed eyes. You kissed Usanga see? No, that's not it. What did you hear? Was it really Dionysius? You weren't pretending to be drunk. It was because of Dionysius and nothing happened. Jung Hee-won looked at me with suspicious eyes. Why was this brought up? Perhaps Yo Jong-uk saw it? That's why his mood is bad. Yo Jong-uk isn't that type of person. Even if Yo Jong-uk witnessed Dokusee's kiss scene, I don't think there is a reason to feel angry. It wasn't a kiss. I grumbled, and Lee Ji-hee exclaimed with a smile. I think I know. The constellation demon-like judge of fire says it is a comradeship. Jung Hee-won cocked her head. Comradeship. Lee Ji-hee dealt a big blow. What is UNI's sponsor? They think it is just comradeship. What do you mean? Comrades, I think I understand. Lee Hyun-sung unexpectedly interrupted. Come to think of it, I would also feel offended if I saw Kim Dokja doing that. The constellation demon-like judge of fire has snorted at the unexpected remark. Yes? Why would Hyun-sung feel bad? Lee Ji-hee looked like she was going to get a nosebleed. Lee Hyun-sung's expression was serious. I was nervous about what bombshell words Lee Hyun-sung would say. We are risking our lives in every scenario. Yo Jong-euk trains his body every morning to prepare for the following scenarios. I train severely every day to protect his comrades. Lee Ji-hee made a strange expression at the unexpected answer. Jung Hee-won listened to Lee Hyun-sung's words with a doubtful expression. If a comrade is blinded by sexual desire in such a situation, then I would be in a bad mood. I would also feel betrayed. Yo Jong-euk might not be a soldier, but he is a very austere person. Such a person would react sensitively when people aren't disciplined. It would feel like our comradeship is falling people. It makes sense. Jung Hee-won agreed. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is disappointed with her incarnation. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire resents Lee Hyun-sung's wrong comradeship. I heard Lee Hyun-sung's words and thought it was true. A scene from Ways of Survival suddenly came to mind. I opened the text, searched Yo Jong-euk's third regression and was able to find evidence. Pathetic person. You sell yourself to women with one glance. Those with strong sexual desires are excluded from my list of comrades. It is easy for them to make mistakes. It was really unfair if Yo Jong-euk had actually misunderstood me. It wasn't even a kiss. Damn, I couldn't tell him it was a misunderstanding now. Kim Dok-ye-si? We want to pick the rest of the people. Min Ju-won suddenly approached me. I looked back and saw the other kings watching me. The Supreme King picked 6 people and there are 4 spots remaining. We have to pick 4. Yeouido's group had already been destroyed and now there were 5 kings remaining. The matriarch King Cha Sang-kyung noticed and opened his mouth first. There are only 4 spots and the remaining people are. Why don't we decide it with a match? I was the one who gave the opinion. We will just be wasting time arguing among ourselves. Everyone wants to fill the spots with their own forces, so let's fight. The king who wins will decide the remaining spots. The kings glanced at each other at my words. A moment later, the reply was heard. Okay. *****. Once again, the neutral king declared that he would abstain. I'll stay behind. Someone should stay here and lead the people. It was a wise choice. If they couldn't get ahead in the scenario, then it wasn't bad to build a power base here. In addition, people didn't know it yet, but there was a scenario for the incarnations left behind. The Dokkaebi who loved strong stimuli couldn't let the incarnations live peacefully. The King of Wanderers also raised her hand to express her intention to abstain. The other kings seemed surprised but thought I was fortunate that their competitors had reduced. Min Ju-won looked at me and declared confidently, the same method as before won't work. Maybe she knew that I won the absolute throne with my stockpile of coins. Did I seem that shallow? We exchanged blows. It took less than 5 minutes before the match was over. Who won? There was no need to ask. No way. I thought only the Supreme King was a monster. How did you become so strong? Cha Sang-kyung was bloody while Min Ju-won gasped as she spoke. Yes, it would have been easier if I had done this from the beginning. I shrugged and stated, the initial quota is 10 people, so everyone should wait. The second round will start soon. You use every means. Who will you take with you? One will be me and she will be the other person. Shin Yu-jung's eyes brightened at my words. She had been worried about being left alone. The remaining 2 are, I am thinking of someone. It isn't me. Yes, it isn't Min Ju-won. Che. I see. Min Ju-won got up from the dusty ground. The depressed kings left their spots one by one. I gave a command to my party members. Please leave first. I need to do something. Meet me in front of the station later. The party members nodded and left the tent, the crowded interior becoming empty in an instant. After a bit more time, only one person besides me was left in the tent. It was a masked woman. Then her mouth opened for the first time. It seems like you have many friends. I hesitated to the last moment. I didn't want to talk to this person. However, I needed to ask her for help to get the person I needed in the next scenario. I took a deep breath before saying to the King of Wanderers, "It has been a long time, Mother." Chapter 119, Abandoned World, 4. The King of Wanderers smiled slightly at my words. "It has been a long time. I saw you last time. We just passed by each other at the time." So far, I had seen the King of Wanderers twice. The first was when Han Xiang and I destroyed Song Minwu, and the second was when the disaster of floods was killed. This was the third time. The King of Wanderers slowly took off her mask. As expected, it was her face. I asked, "When did you get out?" "A little while ago." We looked at each other for a moment. My mother and I didn't look alike. No matter how hard I looked, it was only a face in the late 30s. When I was a child, I often heard that she looked like my older cousin. Of course, that was when I still had my father. "Did you live in Seoul?" She replied, "I came to meet someone I knew." "Then you were accidentally caught in the Seoul Dome." "Yes. You have been released." "Why are you wearing the prison uniform?" "Let's see. Perhaps it is out of a desire for atonement." "Atonement? Every human is a prisoner. They have their own prison." I stared at my mother. That shameless tone. She really hadn't changed. She told me, "Can't you say any words of thanks? You would have had a harder time without me." Certainly, she helped. My mother led her forces north to the disaster. It was great, no matter how weak the disaster. In fact, I believed that she would do it properly. I hated my mother, but I also knew my mother well. "You are meeting your mother, but you don't seem happy. Do you really want that?" "A little bit." The exclusive skill lie detection LV1 is activated. You have confirmed that the statement is false. How funny. I knew it was a lie, but I still had to check. I said, "You have survived. You are a great survivor. It is thanks to the story you told me." "I guess so. You are the only one who came to the prison to see me and told me about the novel you read." That was correct. I never had a proper conversation with my mother during all the times I visited her at the prison. I only talked about ways of survival. Once I became tired of it, I stopped visiting. I didn't have anything else to say apart from the novel. How can that be? The novel was all I had. An image of the past came to mind before disappearing. If there hadn't been ways of survival or the author who wrote the story, perhaps I wouldn't be in this world right now. This story was the only comfort to the Kim Dokja who didn't have a mother or a father. My mother muttered, "It is at most a fantasy novel." In the end, you survived thanks to that novel. We stared silently at each other for a moment. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you with excited eyes. The constellation Secretive Plotter is looking at you with strange eyes. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is watching you with sad eyes. I was the one who broke the silence first. "What attributes did you get?" "It might be related to the novel I told you." "Should I tell you?" "Yes, if you still think of me as your child." "I wonder if you think of me as your mother." "A little bit." The character Lee Sukyung has used lie detection LV1. Lee Sukyung has confirmed that the statement is false. Damn it. My mother already had this skill. There was a hint of sorrow in my mother's expression. I had no way of knowing if it was acting or not. She asked, "Are you still holding a grudge against me?" "I'm not here to talk about that. Your father was the bad guy." "I know. There were certainly bad people in this world. One type used violence against their wives, illegally gambled and threatened their family's livelihood. My father was a bad person. I knew it, my mother knew it, and South Korea's law said it. However, your actions weren't right just because my father was a bad person. There are things we have to sacrifice for a better life. There is no such law in South Korea. There is a law that any human who commits murder should go to prison." You are good at speaking because you only read novels. For me, reality was more like a novel. Because of you. At this point, it already wasn't a normal conversation between mother and son. This was why I didn't want to talk to her. I knew what would happen when we talked. We knew too much about how to hurt each other. I changed the topic. "Do you know why I am looking for you?" "Let's see. I can tell when you are lying, so stop beating around the bush." My mother smiled lightly. "You have prisoner no 406. Lend the grandmother to me. Wouldn't it be better to take the incarnation with Jian Wuqi as a sponsor than this grandmother? I have many useful incarnations. Jian Wuqi is mother's companion. Besides, the grandmother will be more help." My mother stared at me for a moment before nodding. "Certainly, she might be useful because of the opponents. By the way, how do you know the sponsor of number 406? "I can't say." "Do you have a skill to see sponsors?" I couldn't say anything to my mother. Are you going to lend her to me? I'll lend her. Instead, I was a bit afraid of what she would say next. My mother would probably suggest a deal I couldn't imagine at all. She said with a faint smile, "Next time, introduce me to your friends." I was stunned and couldn't pick my next words. Shit. It was a perfect blow. My mother was the best at making bad people worse. Doctor. Look straight at reality. Even if fiction becomes reality, you shouldn't think of fiction as reality. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is shaking violently. I only heard a few words but my entire world seemed to shake. I knew for sure. To this person was the strongest reminder of the reality I hated. Do you understand? The stigma, self-rationalization LV1 is activated. Disgusting. Now she wanted to act like a mother. Too many rivers had been crossed to go back now. The exclusive skill, fourth wall shaking has subsided. I couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. That's right. I think that fiction is like reality. Why? It is because I have always been living that way. Maybe it seems pathetic to you. However, know this. At least I didn't sell reality as fiction like you did. I left the tent with these last words. Cool air entered my coat's collar and reached my body. I looked in front of me and saw the slightly startled Usanga. I am sorry. Doc was late. It was difficult. No, rather than difficult. It was shameful. Did you hear everything? Usanga bowed her head in a deep apology. The crown of her head could be seen. I eventually sighed. Would you like to take a walk? We walked along the platform of Yongsan Station. It was definitely a cold wind, but the temperature changed when it touched my cheeks. There wasn't time to wash my hair, but a nice fragrance floated from Yosanga's hair. I asked, "How is your hangover?" "It's okay. By the way, I heard that you carried me on your back." "I'm sorry. I troubled you. It was because you were looking after me." We were silent for a moment before I opened my mouth. Do you think it is strange? Why are a mother and son talking like that? That's not true. She was lying. It was extremely strange. Do you want to know? Usanga's eyes shook for a moment. If you don't mind. I smiled bitterly. Yes, now was the time to talk. I took a deep breath before saying with exaggerated tone. My mother killed my father. Strangely, my words sounded ridiculous. I spoke like it was someone else's story. She went to prison for her sin. I continued speaking. My father, it is shameful to say this, but he is someone meant to die. Domestic violence, gambling, guarantor, my mother and I lived in fear every day. There wasn't a single day without bruises. I was sometimes hit. Then one day, my mother made up her mind and it happened. I thought it was quite well known at the company. Yosanga didn't know. There was no answer from Yosanga. She realized with the benefit of hindsight that she had touched a wound she shouldn't have touched. Do you feel even stranger now? It is legally wrong, but you don't understand why I hate my mother. No. I'm not Doc so I don't fully understand. Honestly, do you think I should forgive her? Yosanga couldn't say anything. It couldn't be helped. The touched wound had already burst. There was an awkward silence before I spoke again. Do you know the book called The Underground Killer? It was previously on the Kyobo bestsellers list. Talk about a book emerged all of a sudden. Usanga thought the previous topic was closed and replied awkwardly, I think I've heard of it. Wasn't it an amazing bestseller? It was an essay written by an abused woman in prison after she killed her husband. It was praised by critics at the time. They said that a Korean version of Notes from Underground had come out. Of course, it was completely overrated. Usanga's face suddenly darkened. She had noticed. I hadn't changed the topic at all. That's right. My mother wrote it. Usanga's lips dropped open. I still remember the time a bunch of reporters waited in front of my house. They kept asking me if the essay was real. I remember everything my classmates said. They told me that my mother made money by selling murder. Doc, you see, my relatives also said this. My mother is a murderer. How dare she slip her face into the newspapers? Usanga wanted to say something, but I kept going. It was a bit hard because of this. No, it was hard for a long time. I could bear to be the child of a murderer. However, it is different to be sold as a story. It is a different matter when my life was turned into money by someone. I looked at the sky. It wasn't night, but I was more certain than ever that the distant constellations were watching me. Perhaps this story was meant for them as well. However, no constellation sent me coins. Should I be glad? I didn't know. Do you still think that I should forgive my mother? I didn't want an answer. I didn't want her to understand in the first place. Maybe this was the ugliest form of violence I could do against Yosanga, who grew up in a well-off family. It was an arbitrary display of unhappiness forced onto someone who would never understand. The kind Yosanga would grieve knowing that it was impossible for her to understand. I laughed at the unknown sense of victory. I'm sorry. It was a joke. It was a lie. Were you fooled? Do you think there is a novel like this? My mother and I are ordinary people, and my father was in an accident when I was young. Then something small and soft gripped my hand. The texture was so warm that I forgot what I was about to say. For a while, I stopped walking. Yosanga wasn't looking at me. Thus, I wasn't looking at her either. We walked hand in hand without facing each other. It was as if this alone was sufficient. Strangely, my heart gradually calmed. The exclusive skill, fourth wall is shaking faintly. Perhaps it was due to the realistic body temperature. You see. We neared the entrance of the station and there was the sound of people rushing forward. We reflexively let go of our hands. Jung Hee-won ran over and asked, "Did the two of you kiss again?" K-kiss. Yosanga is blushing. You did it, you did it. I would have misunderstood if I didn't know Yosanga a bit more. Stop playing around. Nothing happened. Yes, I'm sure. Jung Hee-won looked at me and said, "A strange grandmother came to find us. She was called by Dokyasi." An old woman with a cane walked out from the back of the party. I hope this useless old body will be of help. Like other prisoners, the grandmother was wearing a blue prison uniform. She was prisoner no 406. My mother acted very quickly. "Are you Kim Dokja?" "Yes, that's me. I've heard a lot about you from Sukyung." "It is a pleasure." "It is also a pleasure." Sukyung was my mother's name. I looked around at the party members and said, "She is indeed the person I called. Let's depart." We exited Yongsan Station and went to a place where people were gathered. Yo Jong-yuk's party and the kings were already gathered there. A white crystal slowly fell from the great hall in the sky. It was a crystal that shone with light. Warp crystal. This was the item we would use to go to the next scenario area. Chapter 120, Abandoned World, 5. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too. There were exactly 5 grooves in the crystal. Yo Jong-yuk and I were well aware of what to place there. Yo Jong-yuk stood next to me and said, "You came." "Yes. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you sit this one out." I turned towards Yo Jong-yuk at the unexpected words. This guy was still talking without looking at me. "You have a woman you love. What? It'll be hard." It felt like I understood something that couldn't be resolved. Perhaps he didn't want to take me to the scenario out of care towards me? It was ridiculous. Yo Jong-yuk, it could be the last time. I shook my head. It wasn't necessarily impossible when I thought about it. Yo Jong-yuk had lost Lee Seol-hwa in the second regression. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yo Jong-yuk was arguably the world's greatest authority when it came to losing a loved one. I told him, "It's not like that. Do you think my face is full of love?" I didn't mean it, but the word sounded like self-deprecation. Let me say this first. I have a decent face. Yo Jong-yuk stared at me quietly and said, "Certainly, I don't care if you die." Shit. Your words are too harsh. I'm hurt. Don't forget I still have 1 hit left. Ah, yes. I had almost forgotten. Thanks for reminding me. I didn't know if this bastard wanted me to live or to die. I communicated directly to my companions through the group chat. I will inform you of the precautions now. Using the group chat meant that things should be kept secret. The party members focused on my story while pretending to be quiet. The warp crystal transports 2 people together. That's why we will move in pairs, like I mentioned before. Yuzheng will be with me as Team 1, Hee-won-si and Hyun-sung-si will be Team 2, Yosanga-si and number 406 will be Team 3. Galiang doesn't have a partner, so he will go with Yo Jong-yuk's group. That Yo Jong-yuk, he can take care of himself. You might become dizzy when moving through the crystal. Please don't panic. The scenario will start as soon as you arrive. Keep in mind that once the scenario contents open, I was rapidly pouring out words when the Dokkibi appeared on top of the warp crystal. Wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I have an emergency announcement. Emergency announcement? I forgot to mention that the number of people who can participate from Soul Dome is 8, not 10. What are you suddenly saying? All the participants were fixed. Looking closer, this was the Dokkibi who asked me about how to update the scenario in the underworld. Was he called Yunki? This scenario, there are those who have already gone to the 6th scenario due to the dimension warping in the 5th scenario becoming twisted. There are already people. Yes, Soul Dome already has 2 people in the scenario. That reminded me, Han Siang and Gong Pildu were already in the scenario. I saw them on the screen in the underworld but had forgotten for a moment. By the way, part of the dimension warped. It seemed that the intermediate Dokkibi had intervened quite a bit in the scenario to kill me. It might be a scenario error, but I am removing 2 of the existing spots for fairness. What? You can't do that. Then who the hell is going? The people who weren't even going were the most upset. The party members looked at me with troubled expressions. Even Yo Zhongyuk was watching me. It was an expression that told me to make the decisions. Damn. Unexpectedly, the first one to raise her hand was Yosanga. I'll stay back. She noticed my difficulty and decided to be considerate first. I had to take that grandmother, even if I lost Yosanga. Next it was Jung Hee-won who raised her hand. I will also stay back. Isn't there a secondary allocation anyway? Is it okay? Dokyusi looks worried today, but don't you know? This time that scary person is on the same side. Certainly, it was reassuring if Jung Hee-won and Yosanga were left behind. They would be able to make it into the second allocation, even if there was a lot of competition. In the end, the 2 people dropped out and Lee Hyun-sung paired up with the grandmother. The grandmother looked somewhat happy. Just before we left, I whispered to Yosanga. I forgot to say this, but tell the King of Wanderers to be wary of Ji and Ildo. I think you already know why. Yosanga nodded and hesitated before whispering to me. Don't die. I nodded. Then Jung Hee-won asked, aren't you departing now? I'm not a constellation, but they must be impatient. Yosanga blushed and retreated while my party and I approached the warp crystal. I pulled out everything that I acquired from the disasters. The protection symbol of the Amayantar, protection symbol of the parasites, the protection symbol of the Genoble. Then Yo Zhongyuk and number 406 pulled out one each. They were protection symbols obtained from defeating the disaster of ice and disaster of water. Insert the 5 protection symbols. The message flowed from the warp crystal and we placed them in the grooves. There were 5 protection symbols. It was proof that this world was protected from the disasters. Only those who survived the disasters were qualified to go to other worlds. The qualifications are complete. The warp crystal is activated. The crystal split into 4 pieces and a blue-colored door was created. We entered in pairs. Shin Yuzhang and I held each other firmly and moved through the door. The main scenario has been updated. ******. I opened my eyes and Shin Yuzhang and I were in a green forest. We stumbled and felt the clay texture of the soil. I was dizzy enough to vomit. I told the party members not to panic, but it was funny that I was the only feeling dizzy. I looked around and saw that Shin Yuzhang was in the midst of vomiting. Are you okay? Ugh. I patted Shin Yuzhang's back and looked around. My mind was confused, but I couldn't stay in this chaotic state. I looked in front of me, behind me and to the side. Only the forest was visible. We were in the middle of the forest. It was a scenery that was too similar to Earth. The main scenario abandoned world has begun. The scenario message rose straight away. However, I couldn't afford to check the details of the main scenario right now. I could already feel killing intent from the nearby bushes. Yuzhang. Shin Yuzhang came to her senses and raised her head. Rustling sounds came from the bushes. This was one of the places where new scenario entrants were warped to. If I assumed the worst, those in the bushes were the incarnations of other countries that arrived in advance. I nervously prepared to use the bookmark skill. Maybe those who warped to this world were the elite among the elites. If I didn't do my best in the beginning, my head could fly in the blink of an eye. However, the thing that emerged from the bushes wasn't what I expected. The 7th grade monster Steel Wolf has appeared. The same expression appeared on Xin Yuzheng's face when I heard she was a 7th grade monster. It was funny. We were probably the only ones who would be relieved by this message. I think they are quite small ajashi. Given the fact that typical monsters were the size of a house, the current steel wolves were the size of ordinary wolves. There were approximately 10 of them. It wasn't a difficult number to deal with. The character Xin Yuzheng has used Advanced Diverse Communication LV3. Xin Yuzheng used Advanced Diverse Communication to make the monsters fight each other. Those Xin Yuzheng failed to tame were killed by the Blade of Faith. The 7th grade monsters were unbelievably fragile. It seemed that their strength was reduced as their size became smaller. Xin Yuzheng wondered, there are no coins. The event is over. There aren't even any items. There are no cores. There is a lot of difference in stats. Are they really 7th grade monsters? They seem more like 9th grade. Xin Yuzheng looked a bit lost. It was probably because the first monsters she met after being so tense were weak. That reminded me, the condition of the forest was a bit strange. This type of forest would normally have trees that rose far above my head. However, these trees were only a little bit taller than my head. The contents of the scenario were still a mystery. There was only the title Abandoned World while everything else was still filled with question marks. The scenario activation conditions haven't been met yet. I jumped up a bit and looked around. Fortunately, the height of the trees were low so I could see the scenery of the surrounding area just by jumping lightly. It isn't all a forest. Let's go over there. In fact, I knew what to expect if I left this zone. We moved along a forest path. Not long afterwards, the forest ended and a plains appeared. On the plains, Arjussi, we faced a group of soldiers. They appeared. It really is a scenario. Someone shouted at us. It sounded like Korean, even if it was an alien language. The confused Xin Yuzheng stepped towards me. Hundreds of troops were filling the vast plains. There were dozens of cavalry and hundreds of archers. In addition, there were hundreds of infantry. There were enough people for a war waiting for us here. Everybody prepare their skills. Prepare to advance. Numerous people pointed spears and lances at us. We didn't do anything but were seen as enemies. Attack. It would obviously be an overwhelming sight if it was normal. If only it wasn't for their size. Wah! The troops running across the plains were small people the size of my fist. Xin Yuzheng cried out, the people are very small. They are the inhabitants of this place. Surely we don't have to fight them? No. Xin Yuzheng stepped away from the small people who were running. I feel sorry because they are so small. You have met with the people of this world. Check the scenario contents. Then a scream came from the distance. A disaster has appeared on the other side. Kyuk. Run away. Full retreat. The small people rushing towards us started running away. It was due to the incarnations killing the small people in the distance. Ha. What is this? It is a really easy scenario. It was probably a foreign language being interpreted. There were 2 samurai wielding swords. They were Japanese. They were playful as they casually cut down the small people like bugs. Xin Yuzheng watched the ruthless butchery and cried out in a stricken voice. Arjussi? What is this scenario? What should we do? I knew why Yo Zhongyu didn't want to bring Xin Yuzheng. If I thought about it, he might be more humane than me. It isn't just our planet that runs scenarios in the star stream. I pointed to the small people fleeing the plains. This scenario is a scenario that we share with them. Many of the constellations are hungry for violence and blood. A significant number of constellations are urging you to make a bold choice. The main scenario is activated. Main scenario #6 Abandoned World. Category, Main. Difficulty, S. Clear conditions, wipe out all dominant species on the number 9871 planetary system, the planet called Peaceland. Time limit, 40 days. Compensation, 200,000 coins. Failure. In the 6th scenario, we no longer had the role of preventing a disaster. You have become a disaster of the planet Peaceland. In this place, we must be disasters that destroyed this world. Chapter 121, Things That Can Be Changed, 1. Soon afterwards, the plains became stained with blood from the battle. No, it couldn't be called a battle. Internal organs flowed from the torn flesh of the small people. Every time the Japanese moved, the small people were trampled on. Save me. Save me. It might be a small scream, but the weight of life was the same. They were small in size, but they had a normal life like the humans on Earth until the scenarios arrived. People ate, worked and lived an ordinary life with their family. The familiar scenes from Earth overlapped with the corpses of the fallen small people. The Japanese incarnations shouted, "Ha ha ha! This is what it feels like." Perhaps Tsunkyung should have been born in this age. It was an age where evidence that human nature was fundamentally evil was everywhere. The victims who were slaughtered by someone immediately turned into the perpetrators when provided power and rewards. Maybe they were even worse because they had been hit once. Shin Yuzheng asked me, how can they do this? Perhaps it wasn't a question that she was really curious about. She already knew the answer to the question. I placed a hand on Shin Yuzheng's shoulder without a word. Shin Yuzheng's shoulders shook like a person carrying a heavy burden. This is too much. Gain coins, gain new items, gain skills and become stronger. People didn't know a way to live a bit longer in this world. That's why all survivors understood other survivors. Some survivors lived in shame because they understood it. Disaster. A small person crawled towards our feet. Please, mercy. The power that went beyond common sense evoked fear and awe. For the inhabitants of Peaceland, humans were both gods and disasters. I bent over and extended a finger to the small person. His hand reached out towards this finger. There were rough breathing sounds as the small person came into contact with the tip of my finger. A strange joy filled the face of the small person at the moment of his final breath. It was as if he touched a god and received salvation. Perform the duties of a disaster. Now we had to kill these small people. I felt Shin Yuzheng emitting a boiling magic power next to me. I was afraid she would immediately rush to the Japanese people, but her killing intent was directed in a very rational direction. That guy made this scenario. It was the intermediate Dokibi. Unlike low-grade Dokibis, a graceful-looking Dokibi was effortless, floating in the air with crossed arms. It wasn't Paul who was taken to the bureau. He would be melting in the heat of hell right now. I remembered the text of Ways of Survival that I read beforehand. The intermediate Dokibi of the abandoned world scenario. His name is Ganul. The intermediate Dokibi Ganul said. As expected, the third quota players of Japan Dome are hot from the beginning. I hope you will make a lot of coins on Peaceland. It was the third quota. As expected, the scenario of Japan Dome was very hard. Ha, this is the best. This is the reason why the first and second quota people ran so quickly. Do you see the coins coming in right now? Isn't this a completely free scenario? Many constellations are excited. Some constellations want to see 10 small people being killed at the same time. Anger soon filled the face of Shin Yuzheng. It is because of these bastards. However, there was no place for her rage to go. The constellations were on top of the star stream. They weren't someone that Shin Yuzheng, who was only an incarnation, could face. That's why all we could do was find a scapegoat to pour out this anger towards. Ha, 10 at once. I will kill you first. I couldn't find any traces of reason in the eyes of the Japanese people joyfully wielding their swords. In their eyes, the small people probably looked like living coins. Jussi, this. Then a heavily armed small person walked out of the troops. He seemed to be the commander of this army. Glory to Calcivia. The commander of the army raised his sword and bravely rushed towards the disaster. The Japanese people seemed annoyed and swung their swords. Surprisingly, the small person escaped with swift movements. The surprised Japanese incarnation cried out, what? The commander ran along the blade and succeeded in stabbing the back of the Japanese person's hand for the first time. It was a great combat power. The startled Japanese person waved his arms to shake off the small person. Damn it! It hurts. The small person screamed as he was thrown onto the plains. The other Japanese people laughed like it was interesting. There is a pretty brave person. It was almost as if there hadn't been a successful blow, but there was a faint smile on the face of the small person who succeeded. There was a small scratch on the back of the Japanese person's hand, as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Look. A disaster is bleeding. Wow. It was one drop of blood. This drop of blood was a miracle to the small people. They could also kill a disaster. The gods were bleeding. It was only one drop, but it taught the small people, we can do it. Attack! Just a bit more. The small people stopped fleeing and started running towards the disaster. What is this all of a sudden? Go away. You worms! The small people swung swords smaller than toothpicks at the Japanese people. The useless arrows filled the air and the cavalry maintained their formation without giving up, driving their lances towards the feet of the Japanese. There was still no damage, but the small people didn't give up. Shin Yuzhong watched the scene with her hands clasped tightly together. Then an indirect message was heard. A small planet's constellation is supporting the incarnation Gilimium. The constellation of a small planet. A constellation that was born on a small planet and grew on the beliefs of the small humans. A small planet's constellation has sponsored 10 coins to the incarnation Gilimium. Perhaps the incarnation called Gilimium was the name of the small person who hurt the Japanese for the first time. Calcivia. All of the small people were excited, as if they could win if they attacked a bit more. At least, until the voice of the intermediate Dokibi was heard. This situation is fun. Isn't it more exciting with resistance? The Dokibi Gano laughed as if to ridicule the resistance of the small people. It was a strange laugh. The bigger the despair, the darker the story. A black aura emerged from the bodies of the Japanese incarnations. The small people realized that something was wrong and stopped attacking. Now part of the disaster penalty is lifted. If you choose the path of evil, you can get additional buffs. The Japanese people looked down at their bodies and frowned. Why do we need this? This game is already too easy. This will make the fun vanish. This is also easy. Think of it as a game to relieve stress. Well, if you say so. The Japanese people chuckled and didn't hesitate. A strong magic power filled the Japanese people. Based on their stigma, they seemed to have a samurai sponsor. I didn't think they were famous. Some of the probability constraints on the disaster have been lifted. The synchronization with the disasters and sponsors will increase for a period of time. The lacking probability will be paid by the Star Streams Bureau. The ground was crushed and blood splattered from over 100 of the small people. It was a considerable destructive power. However, from the viewpoint of the small people, no, it would be surprising for the small children. In front of these disasters, several small people urinated while others fell unconscious. The small people stared blankly at the disaster, as if they had forgotten how to scream. Awah! The small people holding weapons knelt down. Even the commander who first hurt the Japanese people dropped his sword onto the ground. The eyes filled with courage were now completely broken. We can't win. Our planet, now. This form of despair was familiar, making it painful to see. The small planet's constellation has discovered you. Then a message was heard. The small planet's constellation is looking at you with pathetic eyes. The small planet's constellation is expecting your compassion for a small planet. The small planet's constellation is looking hopefully at you. A small planet's constellation has sponsored you 10 coins. I frowned and looked up at the sky. You have returned the sponsored 10 coins. Then the messages continued. The small planet's constellation is embarrassed. The small planet's constellation has turned red with shame. It was a misunderstanding. The constellation thought I wasn't moving because 10 coins was too small. However, this idea was wrong. I spoke in a small voice towards the air. If you are really thinking about your planet, then don't do that. The small planet's constellation is embarrassed. Don't make your planet a story to sell for money. The small planet's constellation is silent. In the distance, the second Japanese attack was coming. It would surely wipe out the remaining small people. Shin Yuzhong declared, Jussi, I can't stand it anymore. The black aura around the Japanese incarnation's body was gradually becoming thinner. The probability buff was slowly being released. It was time to act. I spoke to Shin Yuzhong. There is a way to clear the scenario even if we don't become disasters. Jussi, however, it will be really hard and terrible. Shin Yuzhong's eyes shook. You might be tempted to give up. Do you still want to do it? In fact, I was going to do this from the beginning. I just waited to increase the odds. No matter how pitiful the inhabitants of the planet, they were a different species after all. The most important thing for me right now was Shin Yuzhong's life. The probability constraints of the disasters have been restored. The black auras around their two samurais returned to its original state. Shin Yuzhong nodded. I can do it. I gave her a signal and ran forward. The star stream has detected anomalies from you. Warning. Be careful to avoid being hostile to other disasters. Maybe Shin Yuzhong would soon regret her decision. It would soon become clear what would happen to those who gave up convenience in an easy scenario. However, sometimes a person had to give up convenience to defend their beliefs. Blade of Faith is activated. Light exploded and a roar filled the plains. Chapter 122, Things That Can Be Changed, 2. In short, the small people were human beings, but they weren't from Earth like I was. There was a clear contradiction in opposing the human race of another planet. Therefore, my current actions were due to the enormous ethics of humanity or justice. If I opposed the small people here, then I would miss out on the achievement I needed for the ending. This was the only reason I needed to stab Blade of Faith into the ground. The star stream has detected anomalies from you. Warning. Be careful to avoid being hostile to other disasters. If the hostile acts are repeatedly accumulated. Dust flew up and the Japanese screamed as they lost their vision inside the dust. Awarak. What is this all of a sudden? Cough cough. It was a blow filled with considerable power, so the dust didn't sink easily. A small planet's constellation is touching his chest. I was troubled for a moment. If I killed them with my own hands, I would be able to get a new scenario right away. However, the penalty for it would be tremendous. I wanted to delay that moment as much as possible. That's why, at least, Jussi, I'll do it this time. Shin Yuzhong pulled out a dagger that she had received from Yosanga and stepped forward. I will deal with both of them. Can you do it? It won't be a problem. She was like Li Liang. I didn't know why kids were so proud these days. Yosanga would have stopped her, but I wasn't Yosanga. I encouraged Shin Yuzhong. You shouldn't fight for a long time. Did you hear the penalty message just now? You should handle them as quickly as possible. My options in this scenario would be wider if Shin Yuzhong could deal with both these people. I had a lot to do in Peace Land. Among them, one of the most important goals was to catch the snake that Persephone mentioned. If I didn't get any penalties in advance, then I might be able to catch the snake earlier than expected. What bastard did this? Shin Yuzhong ran through the dust towards where the voice was heard. At almost the same time, I hid myself using Recluse Cloak. It would be an invalid item if they had high-level detection skills, but these guys didn't seem to have it. Sharp magic power emerged from Shin Yuzhong's dagger and moved in a half-moon arc. Awa! The Japanese people withdrew from the dust. The earlier move that created the dust had been intentional. I missed a golden opportunity, but there was a way to defeat them without me fighting. The Japanese people were surprised when the child appeared in the dust. What? This kid? The Japanese incarnation spoke to Shin Yuzhong. Kid, why are you stopping us? Don't you know what will happen if you do this? Unfortunately, it just sounded like a foreign language to Shin Yuzhong, who didn't have the interpreter skill. What are you saying? Now the Japanese people noticed the situation. Are you perhaps from South Korea? Ah, that's right. This time, the first Korean group entered. Damn it, the first group will be huge. Their complex iron suddenly darkened. Kid, get lost. We don't have to fight each other. Don't fight. Don't fight. Okay. TL, they are speaking in bad English. We just have to kill them. Small people. Kill. Okay. TL, they are speaking in bad English. The Japanese said they had no intention of fighting in poor English, but Shin Yuzhong just shook her head. Her sharp dagger pointed at them and the Japanese people shrugged. Get lost or die. It is one of these two options. The Japanese started to slowly step back from Shin Yuzhong. Damn, this doesn't make sense. There isn't a bounty scenario. My sponsor wants me to kill this little kid. Aren't there two of us? Did you forget the fighting power of our first group? Ah, they were clever people. Everywhere in the world, those selected for the sixth scenario were the elites of their country. In Japan, the gap between the first group and those who came afterwards was probably considerable. Similar emotions emerged on the faces of the two Japanese. Should we run away? On the other hand, strange delight spread among the small people as they watched the confrontation between Shin Yuzhong and the Japanese. Why? They were shocked. A small disaster was suddenly fighting against a bigger disaster. Perhaps it is the small savior. Yes, the prophecy was right. A small planet's constellation is supporting the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. A small planet's constellation has sponsored 10 coins to the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. The incarnation Xin Yuzheng has received the possibility of a new scenario. I watched the scene while grasping the hilt of my sword. It was a bit underhand, but it was a way to chase them if they ran away. As I thought, things wouldn't go so smoothly. The intermediate Dokibi watched from the air and giggled. Japanese incarnations, you might think you are disadvantaged, but are you really? In any case, this damn Dokibi. The Japanese people realized something and muttered, "Ah, that's right. That reminds me, the first group, didn't Asuka become affected by a mutation? The Korean people would be affected by the same thing. I'm telling you now. There is no need to tell me. In any case, she is just a Korean chibi." The eyes of the Japanese people changed after they made a decision. Both of them stared at Xin Yuzheng with killing intent. "Yes, let's fight once. I don't like children." They let out unpleasant laughs. Xin Yuzheng didn't understand the words, but she immediately grasped the situation. Their blades moved as the two men slowly surrounded Xin Yuzheng. The killing intent around all three people rose while the two men moved simultaneously. Xin Yuzheng had raised her agility to the maximum and avoided their blades without much difficulty. However, the difference was narrow. These men might not be the best elites of Japan, but they were part of the top incarnations. I saw their swordsmanship and was reminded of a description in Ways of Survival. They used only one sword instead of two, and it wasn't the large rock style. This meant I didn't need to worry about them being Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro, some of Japan's top swordsmen. It wasn't bad for Xin Yuzheng's debut. It will be hard for you to keep running, kid. Their aura became even sharper as their sponsors lent them power. The blade that wanted to cut the legs aimed at the legs, while the blade that wanted to cut the arms aimed at the neck. It was natural to step back at the attack. However, Xin Yuzheng's movements were caught by the swordsman. No matter how high Xin Yuzheng's overall stats, the swordsman's combat skills were overwhelmingly superior. Xin Yuzheng's collar was cut and a small line formed on her arms. I firmly held the hilt and prepared to move at any time. It was a pity that I couldn't act properly as her sponsor. "Die!" the Japanese cried out in an exaggerated tone and aimed at other parts of Xin Yuzheng's body. This time Xin Yuzheng didn't try to escape. Xin Yuzheng was weak in strength and lost her grip on her dagger. The Japanese took this chance to dig through the gap. However, Xin Yuzheng didn't panic. The character Xin Yuzheng has used advanced diverse communication LV3. Rather, she turned back and settled on the back of the monster waiting for her. It was a steel wolf. What? It was the right judgment. The basis of fighting was to minimize the opponent's advantage and maximize your advantages. Awoo. There were the cries of the wolves as dozens of steel wolves simultaneously emerged from the forest. She had tamed so many wolves in such a short time. She truly was the future Beast Lord. Shit, the surprised men swung their swords at the wolves, but the wolves were already biting onto their arms and legs. Fuck. These bastards. They might be weakened 7th grade monsters, but the two people would have to consume a lot of magic power to deal with them. It was truly a rewarding sight. However, Xin Yuzheng was still unaware of something. This was why I warned her not to waste time. The star stream has detected abnormal behavior from the incarnation Xin Yuzheng. Hostile acts against a disaster have been detected. The incarnation Xin Yuzheng has been given a first scenario penalty. The penalty had finally begun. Xin Yuzheng groaned as she suddenly felt less magic power. Some wolves suddenly left Xin Yuzheng's control and returned to the forest. The character Xin Yuzheng's body size has decreased. The character Xin Yuzheng's total stats has decreased. The Japanese also noticed it. That's it. I knew this would happen, just a little longer. It ended up like this. Xin Yuzheng glanced at me with anxious eyes. I approached behind Xin Yuzheng using recluse cloak and touched her shoulder. Xin Yuzheng's trembling subsided. "Thank you, Arjasi." Xin Yuzheng understood something and bit her lips. The incarnation Xin Yuzheng has been given a second scenario penalty. Xin Yuzheng's body size was getting smaller. That's right, this was the result of a disaster abandoning their authority. Still, she had enough power remaining to take away the lives of the Japanese people. Shin Yuzhong showed the highest agility level and approached their backs using the beast. Did she learn from watching Yosanga? Shin Yuzhong stabbed her dagger in a poisonous manner. Her dagger moved and a man's carotid artery was cut. Kyuk are ridiculous. The man paled as blood gushed from him and he fell to the ground. The character Shin Yuzhong has defeated the disaster without a name. Major contributor Shin Yuzhong. Shin Yuzhong wiped the blood that splattered onto her cheek and moved to the next target. The man was terrified and stepped back. The steel wolves rushed in and bit his arms and legs. Kyuk. Shin Yuzhong approached to cut off the man's breathing. It all happened in an instant. The incarnation Shin Yuzhong has been completely deprived of the rights of a disaster. The Dokibi of the Star Stream sees Shin Yuzhong's behavior as taking action against the scenario. The incarnation Shin Yuzhong has been given a third scenario penalty. The small person transformation will begin. In this scenario, a person who gave up their qualification to be a predatory species would become the prey. Shin Yuzhong's body became smaller at an incomparable rate. There was a small groan as Shin Yuzhong's clothes became too big and her dagger fell to the ground. Shin Yuzhong's height shrank from my waist, to my knees and finally to my shins. Then Shin Yuzhong's body was buried in her clothes. Her stats diminished and her control became weaker, causing the steel wolves to return to the forest. A small Shin Yuzhong emerged from her clothes and lumped towards the man. Yuzhong, you can stop. Shin Yuzhong gasped for breath. There was a mixture of poisonous anger and grief in her eyes. There had been many fights with monsters, but this was probably the first time she committed a serious killing. He is already knocked out. Shin Yuzhong stared at the fallen Japanese man. He was lying on the floor while foaming at the mouth. I tore away a bit of my clothes and covered Shin Yuzhong's body. Shin Yuzhong was as small as my fist and observed her body for a while. She probably realized what had happened to her. We have to fight them in this state. Yes. How many are left? A lot. Shin Yuzhong looked up at me with a complicated gaze. Arjusi, did you know? We will become a small person if we are hostile to the disasters. I nodded and approached the fallen Japanese man. I checked and he was in his early 20s at best. He was still breathing. Are you going to use this person? Shin Yuzhong asked me. There is a person I have to kill before I change. New messages rose as soon as I said this. Be careful to avoid being hostile to other disasters. Those who are hostile to disasters will lose the right to be a disaster. There was still a Dokibi having fun in the sky. Yes. Laugh while you can. The star stream thinks that your disaster activities isn't enough. If you don't kill the rule of peace land in the next hour, you will be deemed as unwilling to act as a disaster and will be deprived of the status of a disaster. I looked down at the Japanese man and slowly took off my cloak. There was 1 hour remaining. In this 1 hour, I had to catch their king. Chapter 123, Things That Can Be Changed, 3. Suzuki walked through the forest and thought, I was really lucky. Suzuki trembled as he recalled what happened. A girl who manipulated monsters and wielded the dagger with great skill. Suzuki couldn't forget how Murakami died with one blow. South Korea is scary. A child is already at that level. She was just a kid, so Suzuki couldn't guess how skilled the man near him was. The man was wearing a pure white coat and held a white sword. There wasn't anything special about him apart from the color of his coat, but he was a lifesaver to Suzuki. Thank you very much. I would have died if you hadn't been here. It was nothing. I was honestly impressed. I didn't expect to get help from a Korean person. It was natural to help. The man in the white coat was modest. Above all, Suzuki liked that the man was good at Japanese. It was obviously a skill, but having the Japanese interpreter skill was a sign that he liked Japanese culture. Suzuki asked, I don't know your name yet. Can I get your name? I am Suzuki Tatsuya. My name is Dokja. Kin Dokja. Kinyu Dojiga. Kin Dokja. Kin Dojiga. Wasn't it a good name? Suzuki liked this Korean name. By the way, did you see the child? She killed my colleague. Unfortunately, I missed her. Sigh. I see. Suzuki didn't know if this was true or not. It couldn't be helped even if it wasn't true. In any case, this person was South Korean. It wasn't strange for him to hide the child or pretend he didn't see the child. Still, it was disappointing. Suzuki would have been able to get revenge very easily if he caught the child. As part of the third group from Japan, he already knew about the small person transformation hidden piece of the sixth scenario. He stated, "You saved me, so you must have witnessed the small person transformation. If you're talking about how she became smaller, I naturally saw it. Then the story will be quick. We are from different countries, but we don't have to fight each other in this scenario. Our enemies are the small people, not humans. I know. That's why I saved Suzuki." Fortunately, the Korean man in front of him seemed to agree. Kim Dojiga said, "By the way, the Japanese side knows many things." Yes. We progressed quickly through our scenario and there were similar cases among the previous players. It was similar. There were a few cases where a human turned into a small person. What happened to them? Most of them are dead. Only one person is still alive. Kim Dojiga heard this and seemed to think of something. It was hard to know what the Korean was thinking. The slightly nervous Suzuki opened his mouth. "This is just a reminder, but I don't hate South Korea." "Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Don't Koreans think that Japan hates Korea?" It was said by the Prime Minister, who was part of Japan's first group. Of course, it was just a nickname and he wasn't the real Prime Minister. South Koreans have a strong nationalist sentiment. They will dislike anyone who badmouths their country. Suzuki disliked the Prime Minister but never received any damages from listening to his words. "Kim-san. I also like Kim Ah-heon and Park Sung-ji. Autumn Sonata is also very interesting. My mother liked it. Always mention Kim Ah-heon, Park Sung-ji and Autumn Sonata when meeting a Korean." This was the Prime Minister's advice. "I love Japanese manga. It is like this." The Prime Minister was apparently right. Suzuki asked excitedly, "What manga do you like?" "It is hard for me to pick one. I don't know if I can keep reading now. Certainly, it is a bit unfortunate. I waited for the manga every week but I don't even know if the mangaka is alive." It was bitter thinking of such things. Suzuki also liked these things. Manga was one of them. It is because everything has changed. Jussi. Shin Yuzheng's voice broke the immersion. "I was in the process of using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, so I couldn't answer Shin Yuzheng immediately. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has ended. Your understanding of the character Suzuki Tatsuya has increased dramatically. Immersing myself in the character made it easier to understand them. It was smooth because he had a shallow personality. My focus wasn't high because I was conscious, but it wasn't hard to read what Suzuki was thinking." Jussi. "Sorry, I was busy practicing a skill. The small Shin Yuzheng was currently in my pocket." Shin Yuzheng spoke to me through a direct connection because of our sponsor contract. It was a bit surprising. I could tell what she was asking without thinking. I watched Suzuki Tatsuya, who was still telling his story. Suzuki appeared as a passing character in Ways of Survival. The world was described from his point of view for a smooth storytelling, but he could only get a few pages in Ways of Survival. Still, most ordinary lives could be summed up in a few chapters. I don't understand. Such an ordinary person, how can he do such cruel things? Shin Yuzheng couldn't understand because of the foreign language, but she caught the gist of the conversation. I couldn't help noticing her agitation. "I mean, Kim-san." The talking Suzuki seemed like an ordinary university student. He was an ordinary youth who took great joy in talking to others and could be found anywhere in the world. I told her. I saw it a lot in South Korea. An ordinary person killing the person next to him to survive. At the time, it couldn't be helped because of the scenario. It is the same now. That person is doing it because of the scenario. It is just an excuse. He won't die even if he fails. Don't think about it this way. I asked her, if the dead small people were in our position right now, would the situation be different? I don't think Suzuki is evil. However, I'm not saying he is good either. The original evil is ordinary. We are ordinary people, but we seem like the most terrible disaster. Then he isn't a bad person? No, every human is a disaster for each other. I deliberately exaggerated things. If I didn't say this, Shin Yuzheng might not be able to escape from the guilt of killing a person. She asked, "Then will I become a disaster in the future?" "Don't worry. I'll stop it from happening." There was something buzzing in my ears and insects were flying around me. Suzuki was annoyed as he continued the story. The insects here are still the same size. Aren't they disasters to the small people? That's right. There was no way. In this small world, insects couldn't be the same size as Earth. Yuzheng. Do you understand what they are saying? The species that could be tamed by Xin Yuzheng and Li Galiang were different, but it was possible to understand the language of other species through diverse communication. There was a reason why I placed Xin Yuzheng and Li Galiang in different groups in the first place. Hyang, second team, met. Good. Then can you pass along my message? I could feel Xin Yuzheng nodding. The insects flying around soon disappeared into the forest. Suzuki saw the distant insects and asked, Kim-san, are you listening to me? I'm listening. Weren't you talking about creatures from another world? I thought a person who could talk about manga even in this situation was very rare. I struggled to accept it. I heard that this genre is popular in Japan. Haha, yes. Creatures from another world are my favorite. It is similar to our situation now. However, it is hard to draw. The story contents in Japan just before the fall of this world would have been similar to South Korea. Japan and South Korea's novel sections were full of stories about going back to the past. However, the Japanese side was probably a bit worse. The young Japanese people thought there was no hope when returning to the past. I wondered, isn't it fun when it is hard? This is what I like. You're having fun. Suzuki cut through the low bushes and suddenly thought of something. That reminds me, we have a mangaka on our side. A person called Asuka Ren. Asuka Ren? That person said something similar to Kim-san. A story isn't fun if it is too easy. That person right now. Oh, we have arrived. A small empty clearing appeared in the heart of the forest. The anticipation that could be felt everywhere tickled my skin. Perhaps this was the main base of the Japanese early arrivals. By the way, something was strange. You have entered somebody's colony. Your physical condition meets the requirements of a colonist. The colony effect reduces your overall stats. Suzuki's expression towards me had changed. He asked, you said it is better to solve hard problems. Dozens of armed Japanese people popped out of the bushes. Good. Then I will make it that way. I was a bit surprised by the unexpected betrayal. Was Suzuki originally this type of person? The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character list summary. Name, Suzuki Tatsuya. Private attribute, double-faced person, rare. Sponsor, Silent Sword. I see. This was his attribute. I was still lacking. In any case, Ways of Survival was a novel that could be never-ending. How many people weren't summed up in a few pages? By the way, the colony effect was activated, so it seemed the king of this area wasn't the snake. He knew I was Korean and deliberately drove me to this side. You brought the Joseonjing. TL, a Japanese slur for Korean people. A samurai who emerged from the bushes said, and Suzuki bowed his head. The samurai asked, you are from the third group. Are you part of the Prime Minister's group? No. Then is this a tribute? That's right. What is your name? Suzuki Tatsuya. I see. Well done, Suzuki. From now on, you are in our group. Prime Minister. Things had become worse. As far as I knew, there was only one Japanese incarnation who was called Prime Minister. He was one of the enemies I had to be most wary of, apart from the snake I had to catch. It was because his ability exerted a nearly absolute influence on Koreans. The samurai stepped forward and spoke. He wasn't the Prime Minister. The slave of the great Japanese Empire has walked into the colony. I grasped the handle of unbroken faith and declared, if you attack me now, then the small person transformation will begin. We don't attack you. You will attack us. Why should I? Otherwise, your colleagues will die. What? You see. I'm sorry. I looked towards the voice and saw 4 small people standing side by side. To be precise, they were transformed into small people. Li Hyun-sung, Li Galiang, Li Jihi. Finally, the smiling No 406 grandmother. The samurai placed his sword against Li Hyun-sung's neck. Do you understand the situation now? I couldn't help laughing. Normally this would be a cancerous development, but I was rather pleased. As expected, my companions had hurt the Japanese people and became small people. Xin Yuzheng asked. Arjusi, what should we do? What else? Hunt the small people in 10 minutes. Otherwise the star stream will determine that you have no intention to carry out the activities of a disaster. It was the wrong timing to catch the snake. Then, well, the new target wasn't much different. Come on, Josunjing. I looked up at the sky and sighed. Then the stars shone at me like they had been waiting. All the constellations of the Korean peninsula are looking at you. It couldn't be helped. If they expressed such aversion, every constellation of the Korean peninsula are angry at the atrocities of Japan. Some of the constellations who have lived in a certain time are waiting for you to call. It was proper for me to punish the other party. Chapter 124, Things That Can Be Changed. 4. The star stream has detected anomalies from you. I hadn't fought yet, but my body was already showing subtle signs of shrinking. If I received the penalty, then I would be like my other companions in a flash. I deliberately approached them slowly and asked, "Why are you hostile to Koreans?" There was a fight against the Japanese in the original novel, but it hadn't started so early. Besides, I destroyed the Absolute Throne, and South Korea's entry into the scenario was slower. That's why this unfolded. Do you have to ask? You were hostile to us first. Are you talking about nationalist sentiment? I don't have any anti-Japanese feelings. You Josunjings killed us first. I looked at Lee Hyun-sung and asked, "Really?" "No. It is true that we fought to defend the small people, but we didn't kill the Japanese." "You didn't." The samurai gritted his teeth. "I'm not talking about you. If you're going to feign innocence, then stop. Weren't we the first ones to enter?" "Wait." Somehow I knew why the Japanese incarnations felt like this. The samurai cried out, "Don't make a fuss." Yes, this was it. The exclusive skill bookmark can now be activated. The number 4 bookmark has been activated. Way of the Wind LV8 has been activated. A gust of wind blew my way. The Japanese screamed as they were pushed back by the wind pressure, and I rescued my party members in this short gap. Everybody grab onto me. Lee Hyun-sung and Lee Ji-hee hung onto my shoulders while Lee Ge-liang slipped into my pocket with Shin Yu-jung. "This is my spot. You can go to the other pocket." As the children were fighting, I grabbed onto Grandmother No 406 with both hands. "Then I'm going." I started running through the forest. There was no need to deal with all the Japanese people here. If I killed anyone, then my plan would be a failure. Hostile acts against a disaster have been detected. You have been given a first scenario penalty. Your body size has reduced. Your total stats have decreased. Due to magnitude of the battle, the penalty already started. My body size was reduced by approximately 5 centimeters. Fortunately, my coat was decreased along with my body. As expected from the SSS grade item, it changed shape with the user. I wondered how small it could become. Catch him. I saw the Japanese people running behind me. Some constellations want to pay back the nation's humiliating history. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. The messages from the Korean constellations rang in my ears. In fact, it wasn't strange for them to be angry. At first glance, some of the Japanese had constellations that would provoke anger. I asked Lee Ji-hee, who was clinging to my shoulder, "Why did you get captured already when your sponsor is Duke of Loyalty and Warfare?" "There isn't any water around here." The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was useless without water until he got the 2-dragon sword. Lee Hyun-sung would have been penalized while protecting the small children, and Lee Ge-liang, he was currently having a conversation with Shin Yu-jung. "You should cherish insects. Don't just kill them. The small people aren't insects. They are as small as insects." Yes, I knew what happened. Sometimes I was afraid that Lee Ge-liang would become a psychopath. He is going in the Prime Minister's direction. Contact the Prime Minister. Thanks to the penalty and the colony effect, the Japanese people were catching up to me despite Way of the Wind. I told Lee Hyun-sung and the others, "There is a person I have to catch before the snake hunt. You have to catch the Prime Minister. He is someone who leads the Japanese fighters, and the disasters will pause for a bit after his death." Once the small person transformation began, the gap with the disasters was too big. If I didn't catch the Prime Minister now, then he would be the hardest to deal with later on. Grandmother No 406, who was sitting on my hand, asked me, "Young man, am I heavy?" "It is heavy." The grandmother was heavy. It wasn't because my body size had been reduced. Do you understand? There is only one chance. The grandmother laughed. Yes, yes. The core of this mission was the grandmother number 406. It might be fortunate that I found the Prime Minister, even if I missed the snake. The Prime Minister was strong, but as long as this grandmother existed, the Prime Minister would surely be killed. Then a man appeared from the bushes in front of me. My sponsor is clamoring, "What is the fuss?" The man wore a gold armband and looked like a Yakuza. Needless to say, he was the person I was looking for. He was Prime Minister Yamamoto, a Joseonjin. The Prime Minister was holding an iron cage with a female small person trapped inside. Lee Ji-hee screamed furiously. This person, the girl in the cage, was probably Nasuka Ren of the first group. She was the first person from Japan who refused to be a disaster. Just like not all Koreans were good people, not all Japanese were bad. Good and bad were just determined by accident according to the circumstances. The Prime Minister asked, "Hey, who are you?" The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Yamamoto Hajime. Age, 64 years old. Constellation support, Korean Empire invader. Private attribute, colonialist, hero, lustful person, hero, fear of Iran, rare, anti-Korean, rare. Exclusive skills, hand-to-hand combat LV, 7, advanced weapons training LV, 4, Japanese kendo LV, 8, mental focus LV, 3, crowd command LV. 4, stigma, colonization LV, 7, spirit concentration LV, 5. Overall stats, physique LV, 60 plus 10, strength LV, 60 plus 10, agility LV, 60 plus 10, magic power LV, 60 plus 10. Overall evaluation, this is Yamamoto Hajime, who leads one of the 4 major groups in Japan. He can use colonization to exert a powerful influence on people from a particular nation. If you are Korean or Chinese, it is recommended not to confront this person. Why did the colonial slaves come here? Just as there were the 3 kings in South Korea, Japan had this person. Every country had those who lost sense of what era this was. Yamamoto Hajime's synchro rate has risen due to the scenario buff. Korean Empire invader. The sponsor behind Yamato was Ito Hirobumi, the first Prime Minister of Japan. The effect of colonization has made your movements dull. The effect of colonization weakens your mind. Yamamoto's stigma colonization gave a powerful debuff to people who had experienced domination by Japan in history. The mental debuff was offset by fourth wall, but the constraints on my movements were quite large. I tried to resist capture, as I said. Don't try to pretend to be a great person, trivial person. Perhaps the Korean Empire invader was trying to accumulate stories in this scenario. However, it wouldn't work. The constellation who longs for the independence of his nation is looking at you. The great independence fighter promises to kill him if you give the constellation 3 bullets. I ran straight towards Yamamoto. I put away unbroken faith and pulled out Ganpai Ongi. Kill him. The clever Yamamoto used his men as a meat shield. It was an act that he did because he knew I would become a small person the moment I killed one person. Killing Yamamoto himself wasn't a problem. The problem was that after I killed, the damage I would receive wasn't just the small person transformation. If I killed someone, then I would lose the effect of King of No Killing. Of course, I would give up the King of No Killing in this scenario. However, not right now. I couldn't afford to kill the Prime Minister. Thus, I wouldn't be the one fighting here. Ganpai Ongi's special option Echo of the Stars has been activated. Echo of the Stars allows you to ask for the help of a constellation. The constellation can refuse your request, and the number of times Ganpai Ongi can be used is reduced when the constellation responds to the request. I turned the Earth disk and the constellations on the sky disk flashed brightly. The great constellations hear your voice flowing through the stars. I didn't hesitate to call one constellation. I want the nation's independence activist. In the long history of invasions on the Korean peninsula, there were a myriad of people who received the title of independence activist. Among them, there was only one person with the modifier of nation's independence activist. It was because all the other constellations of the Korean peninsula gave her this modifier. The constellation nation's independence activist has responded to your call. A calm and clear energy penetrated my mind and the constellation's image surfaced. She wore black mourning clothes and a white skirt. A girl who was too young to climb to the throne of a constellation. I opened my mouth, but the constellation shook her head. It was as if there was no need to say thank you. I nodded. If Japan had Ito, then South Korea had this constellation. What? Who is his sponsor? The confused Japanese incarnations yelled. However, there were no signs of abnormalities from me, and the Japanese regained their spirit. The stigma Declaration of Independence LV-1 has excluded the energy of colonization. They were unaware that my strike had already begun. The stigma non-violent zone blocks the movement of you and people from certain countries. Suddenly, all the Japanese people in the vicinity froze. My body. If colonization was a stigma exclusively for Koreans, non-violent zone was a stigma exclusively for the Japanese. Once this stigma was used, all Japanese people in the area would be unable to move one step. It would last for 1 minute. Move. Move now. Among the confused Japanese people, only Yamamoto laughed like it was interesting. He was also trapped by my stigma. The power of this constellation, how interesting. My sponsor is going crazy. However, you also can't move. How will you kill me? I smiled. I'm not going to kill you. It was natural. The person who would kill Yamamoto had been decided from the beginning. Grandmother, now. The person sitting on my left hand, prisoner No. 406, moved. Like magic, the grandmother's body started to grow rapidly. What is that? In fact, the grandmother had never been affected by the small person transformation. It was because she was a small person from the beginning. It was thanks to the magic that my mother's subordinate, Jian Wuqi, placed on her. Don't panic. She is just a grandmother. The Japanese staggered due to the binding force as they tried to stop the grandmother. The grandmother just approached them with a smile. The character Lee Bok-soon has activated the skill Elderly Person LV-7. Characters younger than Lee Bok-soon will feel respect for her. Shit, what is this? The Japanese people retreated like they were conceding seats on the subway. Of course, it wasn't intentional. Hoo-hoo, thanks for letting me pass. In fact, there is no need to make concessions. The character Lee Bok-soon has activated the skill Old Strength LV-6. This grandmother is strong. The Japanese people pushed by the grandmother screamed and fell down. Their arms were swollen like they would burst. Her appearance had transformed into a muscular body. Lee Hyun-sung gaped over the wonderful muscles. Block her. Prime Minister Yamamoto realized something was wrong and screamed. I opened my mouth. Grandmother, do it quickly. Lee Bok-soon nodded. It might be a favorable situation, but she would become a small person if she killed even one person. The important thing was killing the target before becoming a small person. The energy of Lee Bok-soon's sponsor emerged. The Constellation Nation's independence activist and Harbin Sniper has created an ensemble effect. The Harbin Sniper will gain a 100% hit rate. The Harbin Sniper's bullet damage will increase by 150%. Now Lee Bok-soon looked more like a fighter than an old person. A fighter who dedicated his life for only one purpose. How long have you been sitting in the elderly seats? This isn't the Korean Empire. I tried to get along with the young people, but they should know when to move out of the way. The character Lee Bok-soon has activated the skill 3 Shots LV-1. Lee Bok-soon made a gun shape by stretching out her index finger and thumb to a 90-degree angle. Magic power formed at the tip of her index finger. Most incarnations were hardly ever damaged by magic power bullets. Except for one person. The Prime Minister was shocked. That ability? Your sponsor is stage transformation. The phenomenon that occurred when constellations related to each other met was activated. The surrounding scenery distorted and I seemed to hear the engine of a steam locomotive. It became an old train platform. It was my first time seeing it, but I knew where this place was. The year 1909, Harbin, China. It was the place where Ito Hirobumi had died. And no. Damn it. Stop her. Yamamoto shouted with fright. For stage transformation to occur, the synchronization with the constellation had to be absolute. Specialized damage of 3 shots is applied due to the influence of stage transformation. The bullet's damage will increase by 2000%. The bullets made to kill only one person burned at Lee Bok-soon's fingertip. The constellation Korean Empire Invader is requesting help from the other constellations of Japan. The constellation Korean Empire Invader is screaming and staring at incarnation Lee Bok-soon. Prisoner number 406, Lee Bok-soon. The sponsor behind here was the righteous and Jungan. TL, person who assassinated Ito Hirobumi. Farewell, Japanese Lord. The 3 shots fired and Yamamoto stared blankly at his chest as he fell backwards. Chapter 125, Things That Can Be Changed, 5. Yamamoto was killed with only 3 bullets. White smoke emerged from Lee Bok-soon's fingertips like she was a Western cowboy. She was a really tough grandmother. The disaster of fame has been killed. The disaster called a colonialist has disappeared. You have earned 5,000 coins. Major contributor Lee Bok-soon, Kim Dokja. It was regrettable that I didn't catch the snake, but hunting the Prime Minister wasn't a bad income. The absence of the Prime Minister in the upcoming war would greatly undermine the advance of the Japanese army. The compensation was also great. Some constellations are against your excessive nationalistic sentiment. There were many constellations complaining about my scenario, but it couldn't be helped. Nationalism on the Korean peninsula gave coins. If I had to sell a story, then it was better to sell it at an expensive price. Many constellations of the Korean peninsula are cheering for your reenactment. 10,000 coins have been sponsored. Indeed, there were constellations who haven't forgotten the old days. The confused Japanese incarnations ran towards Yamamoto, but it was already too late. Prime Minister. In the meantime, I ran towards Lee Bok-soon, who was a dozen meters away. Lee Bok-soon's body was rapidly shrinking. The character Lee Bok-soon has completely abandoned her rights as a disaster. The Dokibi of the Star Stream sees Lee Bok-soon's behavior as taking action against the scenario. The small person transformation will begin. Lee Bok-soon had a tired expression, but it seemed to be the after effect of using 3 shots. The stigmas of certain constellations could cause severe physical and mental damage to the person who used it. Thus, she was completely exhausted the moment she used the stigma. Young man, give me a lift. Put on the clothes in my pocket first. There were a few pieces of clothing I got in return for saving the small people earlier. I put the grandmother in the left pocket of my coat and Lee Jae helped her dress. Way of the Wind LV-8 has been activated. The remaining time for bookmark was 10 minutes. Now I had to get out of the forest area in 10 minutes. The Prime Minister is dead. Stop them. The Japanese people were angry. You have received the second scenario penalty. Hunt the small people in 5 minutes. Otherwise the Star Stream will determine that you have no intention to carry out the activities of a disaster. Damn. It was 5 minutes rather than 10 minutes. The time was too short. Take me with you. The Japanese woman inside the cage that Yamamoto had dropped when he died shouted. Please. Please, Asuka Ren. I felt no hesitation. I intended to bring her with me in the first place. I jumped forward like a gust of wind and placed her in my hand after smashing her cage. Thank you. Really, I skipped the greetings and tensed the muscles of both legs. Hold on tightly. I used all of my magic power. The wind split apart and the fastest road appeared. The wind force around my legs captured the precise movement of my muscles and created the optimum speed. Colonization had disappeared and it was easier to run than before. However, my stats were halved and the speed wasn't satisfactory. However, I could actually reach this speed with a level 30 agility. Way of the Wind was a truly great skill. Asuka Len told me, you are really fast. This speed is as good as Karasu from Japan. Karasu was probably referring to the Tengu Karasu. I'll be faster if I have more power. Do you know Karasu? It is a classic monster from Japan. I should be faster than Karasu Tengu with Way of the Wind, but now wasn't the time. Besides, I couldn't say that Way of the Wind was my skill. Bookmark had a time limitation. Kill him. In any case, we will just become smaller. We will take care of the smaller one, so kill him. The Japanese didn't hesitate anymore. Get revenge for the Prime Minister. A few swords narrowly missed my shoulder. It was dangerous, but then the terrain in front of me started to change. The surrounding trees wriggled and took the shape of a forest path. The shape of the forest was changing. I thought it was magic, but Asuka Ren told me. It is night. Look out. I belatedly recalled a mention of it in Ways of Survival. The forest area of Peaceland changed shape at night. It was a type of labyrinth as the forest itself turned into the stomach of a giant monster. Sticky digestive juices emerged wherever I walked. The reason why the small people of Peaceland didn't enter this forest was because none of them returned when it was night. Catch him. Arark. The forest camouflage had begun and the Japanese people chasing me seemed lost. Of course, the big disasters couldn't be digested by the forest, but there was enough time. Hunt the small people in 3 minutes. I did my best, but the maze-like forest area paralyzed my sense of direction. There was no specific way to escape from the night forest in Ways of Survival. Instead, this way, it was written in Ways of Survival. The first person to be obtained in Peaceland is Asuka Ren. I followed Asuka Ren's directions. Run to the right at that tree. Japanese lady, do you know the way? Lee Boksoon asked in fluent Japanese and Asuka Ren replied hesitantly. I know this forest well. Hoo-hoo, is it a relevant skill? Yes. I knew that Asuka Ren was lying. She couldn't navigate this forest because of a pathfinding skill. Perhaps as far as Peaceland was concerned, she was as much an expert in it as I was in Ways of Survival. Maybe this was why the Japanese saved her. I carried Asuka Ren and used Way of the Wind at its highest level. I ran quickly, but the time limit was faster. Hunt the small people in 1 minute. A bit more, just a bit more. Catch him. We must catch him. The number of Japanese people chasing me decreased sharply as the road twisted several times. Almost there. Finally, I reached the end of the forest zone. You were unable to hunt the small people within the time limit. The Dokibis of the Star Stream have determined you won't carry out the activities of a disaster. You have been given a third scenario penalty. The small person transformation will begin. Damn, get away from me. My party members noticed something at my shout and removed themselves from my body. It was like my body was being spun in a juicer. The power left my body and there was the sound of thunder in my ears. I blinked again and my line of sight was almost at the ground. This was how a small person felt. Fortunately, the coat shrank with my body. I didn't lose any items because I placed all of them in the subspace, including Unbroken Faith. The problem was when I took them out again. Ajishi, are you okay? I nodded towards my party members and spoke to Asuka Ren, who was watching me from a distance. Asuka Ren, see, did I introduce myself? The other Japanese people told me your name. I would like to ask you to take my party members to Veronica Castle. Asuka's eyes grew bigger at my words. She wondered how I knew the name of a place in Peaceland. There is no time to explain. Please. I will stop them here. I understand. There was the sound of the Japanese people breathing in the distance. 3 of them managed to chase me to the end. They varied in height, but all of a sudden, they looked like monsters. Damn Josenjing. If there was one person, then the party members might somehow be able to beat them after joining forces. But 3 of them. There was no certainty that we could beat them, even if we use all our powers. Lee Hyun-sung said, we can't leave you alone. You have to go so that all of you can live. I have a way to escape if I am alone. The Japanese people who had struggled through the labyrinth forest spat on the ground and smiled cruelly at us. I'll trample on them like bugs. I watched them approach and shouted, Galiang. Li Galiang nodded with understanding. Small insects were flying towards this side. I will see all of you later. The insects started carrying the group members on their backs in 1s or 2s. Based on the speed of the insects, quite some distance could be gained while I buy time. Wait a minute. Ajishi, Shin Yuzheng cried out as a samurai blade flew towards me. The blade stabbed into the ground next to me. There was a wave of magic power and I reflexively rolled my body. It wouldn't be a big deal when I was a human, but now even the edge of the blade was dangerous for me. Maybe I would be simply cut into 2, die. I had a plan to catch the Prime Minister with Lee Boksoon, but now I had no specific measures. I could somehow buy time by running into the labyrinth forest again, or I will kill him. Chase after the rest. 2 of the 3 Japanese people nodded and chased after the people on the insects. I couldn't let that happen. The Stigma Nonviolent Zone LV.1 has been used. The Japanese people stopped. Damn, again. The stuck Japanese people looked back at me with irritation. My magic power had been significantly reduced as a result of the small person transformation, and it took a considerable amount of magic power just to block the 3 of them. My head hurt and blood flowed from my nose. The Constellation Nation's independence activist has blessed you. Along with the message, the magic power required to use the stigma decreased and my body became comfortable. I heard the voice of a constellation in my head. Child, this is the only time I will respond to a call. Thank you, Marta. History is recorded in order to not repeat mistakes. Make sure you don't repeat the past for the sake of individual success. The constellation seemed to notice that I used her for excessive directing. I used non-violent zone for violence and the constellation became angry. I barely managed to nod and looked around nervously. Non-violent zone has 30 seconds left. Once non-violent zone ended, I had to run to the forest area with all my power. The swords were filled with a tremendous magic power and were determined to cut me in two. I might not die here, but I would be seriously wounded if I made a mistake. 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds. Then a questionable message was heard. The Constellation Defense Master commiserates with your plight. Huh? The moment I heard the name of a familiar constellation, there was a strange sound and explosive gunfire was heard. The character Gongpildu has activated Armed Fortress LV-1. Do. None of the text used in this audiobook belongs to me. Please support the original author online. This is a fan-made project and I make no money from it. Join the Discord for a lot of more audiobooks too.